Imagine this: you swipe right, your screen lights up as a match. The start of something new. But what if behind that glowing profile is more than you bargained for? Here on Daily Story, we share the unforgettable journeys born from a single swipe, journeys of passion, heartbreak, obsession, and fear. Get comfortable. It is time for tonight's story. The click of that lock was the sound of my life ending, not with a bang, but with a sickening, definitive thud. One moment, I was a man with a future, with hope, with a terrifying realization. The next, I was a prisoner, an exhibit, a specimen in Sarah's twisted collection. My blood ran cold, a glacial stream through my veins. I lunged at the door, my hand twisting the knob, rattling it with a frantic energy born of pure, unadulterated panic. It did not budge. Sarah stood there, a few feet away, the key dangling from her fingers, glinting innocently under the office light. Her smile, which had once melted my defenses, now felt like a predatory baring of teeth. "It is no use, my love," she said, her voice soft, almost soothing, a stark contrast to the terror seizing my chest. "I told you, you will get over this. We just need a little time for you to adjust. Adjust to being a captive. Adjust to the woman. I thought I loved being a meticulous, psychopathic stalker." My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. "Sarah, please." I choked out, my voice raw, barely a whisper. "This is not funny. Let me out. We can talk about this. Whatever this is." She tilted her head, her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes, now held a disturbing glint, a possessive fire. "Oh, we will talk. We have all the time in the world now, darling. But first, you need to understand. You are mine. You always have been, even before you knew it. And now, you are finally home. Home." The word tasted like ash in my mouth. This was not home. This was a nightmare, and I was wide awake. I looked around the small office, the corkboard with my face staring back at me. A silent, horrifying accusation. My entire existence had been cataloged, documented, analyzed. Every casual coffee, every stroll through the park, every moment of vulnerability had been observed, dissected, and ultimately used against me. A surge of adrenaline, fueled by pure, desperate rage, coursed through me. I lunged at her, not caring about the consequences, just needing to break free. But she was quicker than I expected. She sidestepped, her movement fluid, almost practiced, and before I could recover, her arm snaked around my neck, pulling me into a surprisingly strong headlock. Her other hand pressed something cold and hard against my temple. "Do not," she whispered, her breath warm against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. "Do not make this difficult, my love. I do not want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. For us." The cold object was a small, ornate letter opener she usually kept on her desk. The tip, though not razor sharp, was certainly pointy enough to do damage. The realization that she was willing to use it, that she had thought this far ahead, chilled me to the bone. My struggle ceased, my body going limp with a sudden, crushing wave of despair. She relaxed her grip, though she did not let go completely. "Good boy," she murmured, a sickening endearment. She pulled me back gently, away from the door, towards the center of the room. "Now let us sit. We have a lot to discuss." I collapsed onto the small, uncomfortable office chair, my legs feeling like jelly. My gaze darted around the room, searching for anything, any small detail I might have missed, any glimmer of an escape route. The window was small, high up, and barred. The walls felt thick, soundproofed. The air, suddenly, felt heavy, suffocating. "Your phone," she said, her voice cutting to the fog of my terror. "Where is it?" I instinctively patted my pocket, then remembered I had left it on the kitchen counter earlier, charging. A fresh wave of despair washed over me. Of course, she would have already taken it. "I have it," she confirmed, as if reading my mind. And I have sent a few messages. To your friends, your family. Nothing alarming, just that we are having a romantic weekend getaway. No signal, you know the drill. She smiled a perfect, unblemished smile that belonged on a magazine cover, not on the face of a kidnapper. They won't worry for a few days. And by then, you will be much more settled. My stomach churned. She had thought of everything, every contingency, every angle. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan, years in the making, culminating in this horrific moment. The hours that followed blurred into a surreal, terrifying haze. Sarah sat opposite me, not with a triumphant glare, but with the patient, almost tender demeanor of someone trying to reason with a confused child. She spoke of her love, her destiny, our future together. She explained, in painstaking detail, how she would first see me at the farmer's market, how she would feel an instant connection, a pull she could not ignore, how she would spend a year learning everything about me, not to harm me, she insisted, but to understand me, to make sure we were perfect for each other. I knew you were the one, she said, her eyes shining with an unnerving intensity. And I knew that if I just waited, if I just engineered our meeting perfectly, you would feel it too. And you did not you? You fell for me, just like I knew you would. Her words twisted a knife in my gut. Every laugh we would shared, every intimate conversation, every moment of genuine connection I thought we had was a lie, a performance, a manipulation. I had been a puppet, dancing to her strings, oblivious to the monstrous hand pulling them. When hunger gnawed at me, she brought a plate of food, the very dinner she would have been cooking earlier. Pasta with a rich, fragrant sauce. It smelled delicious, but the thought of eating anything she prepared, anything from this house, made me want to vomit. You need to eat, she said, her voice firm but still gentle. You will feel better. We have a long night ahead. I refused, shaking my head. I am not eating anything from you. Her expression hardened slightly, the mask of gentle patience slipping for a moment. Do not be childish. I am not going to poison you, if that is what you are thinking. I want you healthy, my love. She picked up a fork, twirled some pasta around it, and held it to my lips. Open wide. I recoiled, my heart pounding. This was a power play, a sickening display of control. I clamped my mouth shut, turning my head away. Her sigh was almost imperceptible. Very well, she said, her voice losing some of its warmth. But you will eat eventually. You will get hungry enough. She placed a plate on the floor beside my chair, just out of reach. And when you do, it will be here. The night dragged on. I did not sleep. Every shadow seemed to shift, every creak of the old house amplified by my heightened senses. Sarah eventually brought a blanket and a pillow, telling me to get some rest. She sat at her desk, occasionally typing on her computer, or staring at me with that unnerving, possessive gaze. I tried to close my eyes, but the images of the corkboards of my own unsuspecting face flashed behind my eyelids. Around dawn, she finally stood up. I have to go to work, she said, her voice matter-of-fact. But do not worry. I will be back. I have made sure you have everything you need. She gestured to a small cooler filled with bottled water and some pre-packaged snacks. My stomach rumbled, a traitorous protest. I still refuse to eat. Do not try anything foolish, she warned, her eyes narrowing. The apartment is alarmed, and I have cameras. I will know if you try to leave this room, or if you try to damage anything. You do not want to make me angry, my love. You really do not. Then, with a final, chilling smile, she left the office, locking the door behind her with a soft click that echoed in the sudden, profound silence. The silence was deafening. It pressed in on me, amplifying my isolation, my terror. I was alone, truly alone, in a house that felt like a tomb. I spent the next few hours in a frenzy, trying everything. I tested the door again, rattling it until my shoulder ached. I inspected the barred window, pulling at the thick metal, knowing it was futile. I scoured every inch of the office, hoping for a hidden key, a loose floorboard, anything. There was nothing. Sarah had been thorough. The corkboards, once a source of horrific revelation, now became a perverse kind of companion. I traced the outlines of my own face in the photos, a ghost of my own life. Match accepted. First contact initiated. The words mocked me. I remember the thrill of that first message, the hope I would felt. It was all a lie, a carefully constructed illusion. As the day wore on, hunger became an unbearable ache. My throat was parched. Eventually, my resolve broke. I crawled to the cooler, my movement stiff and defeated, and grabbed a bottle of water. It was cold, refreshing, and tasted like failure. Later, I ate a granola bar, chewing slowly, each bite a bitter reminder of my helplessness. When Sarah returned that evening, she came in with a bag from my favorite local restaurant. "I know you like their pad thai," she said, her voice cheerful, as if she had not just held me captive for 24 hours. I thought we could have a nice dinner together. The sight of the familiar logo, the smell of the food, almost broke me. It was a cruel, calculated gesture, designed to remind me of the life I would lost, the normalcy she would stolen. I still did not speak, but I ate mechanically, numbly. She watched me, her gaze unblinking, a strange mixture of satisfaction and concern in her eyes. Days bled into a week. The initial panic slowly gave way to a dull, constant ache of dread. My world shrank to the confines of that office. Then, under her careful supervision, to the living room and kitchen. She never let me out of her sight. If she had to leave the room for a moment, she would lock me back in the office. If she went to the bathroom, the door would click shut and I would hear the key turn. She talked constantly, filling the silence with her warped narrative of our love story. She described our future, meticulously planned down to the color of the curtains in our imagined home. She spoke of children, of holidays, of a life so idyllic it felt like a mockery, a grotesque parody of everything I had once desired. I tried to escape. Once, while she was distracted in the kitchen, I saw my chance. The front door. It was only a few feet away. I lunged, my hand outstretched, my heart hammering with a desperate, fleeting hope. But she was faster. Her hand clamped onto my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. She pulled me back, not with anger, but with a terrifying, almost sad resignation. "No, my love," she whispered, her face inches from mine, her eyes burning with an intensity that made me shiver. "You can't leave. Do not you understand? We belong together. You just have not accepted it yet." She dragged me back to the office, her grip like iron, and locked me in for the rest of the day. The punishment was not physical, but psychological. The forced isolation, the crushing weight of her disappointment. It was designed to break me, to make me internalize her control. I started to lose track of time. The outside world faded into a distant memory. My friends, my job, my life, they felt like fragments of a dream. Sarah controlled my food, my sleep, my every movement. She even rationed my trips to the bathroom, accompanying me, standing just outside the door, her presence a constant, suffocating reminder of my captivity. She started bringing out the corkboards again, not just in the office, but sometimes in the living room, propping them against a wall while she cooked or read. She would point to pictures, reminiscing about the early days of our romance, as if I were a willing participant in her twisted fantasy. "Remember this," she would say, pointing to a grainy photo of me laughing with friends at a bar. "That is the night I decided I had to make my move. You look so happy, so vibrant. I knew I could make you even happier." The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. She had seen me at my happiest, then systematically dismantled my life, my freedom, my very sense of self. One evening, after she would spend an hour talking about our wedding, a terrifying thought sparked in my mind. What if she would done this before? What if I was not her first project? The idea sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I looked at her, truly looked at her, and saw not just a stalker, but a predator. A meticulous, patient, utterly ruthless predator. I needed to find something. Some proof. Some sign that I was not the only one. My opportunities were few and far between, but I started to pay closer attention, to look for anything out of place. Her apartment was always immaculate, organized with disturbing precision. Every book on the shelf was aligned, every cushion perfectly plumped. But one day, while she was showering one of the few times I was left alone in the living room, albeit with the office door locked, I noticed a loose floorboard near the bookshelf. It was almost invisible, but the light hit it just right, revealing a faint crack. My heart pounded. This was it. This had to be it. I waited until I heard the shower running full blast, the sound of water echoing through the apartment. Then, cautiously, I knelt down, my fingers fumbling at the edge of the board. It resisted, but with a desperate surge of strength, I managed to pry it up. Beneath it, nestled in a small, shallow cavity, was a shoebox. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was old, worn, tied with a faded ribbon. I almost did not dare open it. What would I find? More pictures of me, or something far, far worse. I could hear the shower starting to slow. My time was running out. With a deep breath, I pulled the ribbon free and lifted the lid. Inside, there were more photos. But these were not of me. They were of other people. Men, different faces, different ages, but all with the same unsettling quality candid shots, taken from a distance, just like mine. There were dates scrawled on the back of some, names, and beneath a few, chillingly familiar phrases: first observation, coffee shop, initial contact, successful, beginning of project. My blood ran cold. My stomach lurched. It was not just me. There were others. A terrifying, horrifying collection of lives she had observed, engineered, and... what? Where were they now? As I frantically shuffled through the photos, my fingers brushed against something else at the bottom of the box. A small, tarnished silver locket. I opened it. Inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded picture of a young man, smiling. On the other, etched into the metal, were initials D. M. D. M. The initials were vaguely familiar. I racked my brain, desperately trying to place them. Then it hit me. A local news story years ago. A missing person case that had briefly captivated the city. A young man disappeared without a trace. David Miller. My breath hitched. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped the box. Sarah had not just stalked me. She had done this to others. And David Miller, the man in the locket, had never been found. The shower stopped. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through me. I had to put it back. Now, my fingers fumbled, trying to cram the photos back into the shoebox, trying to replace the locket. The floorboard seemed to resist, unwilling to settle back into place. I heard the bathroom door open. Footsteps. What are you doing? Sarah's voice, suddenly sharp, cut through the silence. I froze. The shoebox half hidden under the still ajar floorboard, the locket clutched in my hand. I turned slowly, my heart a jackhammer in my chest. She stood there, wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp. Her eyes, usually so calm, were wide, suddenly blazing with a furious, terrifying intensity. The gentle mask was completely gone, replaced by something primal, something utterly monstrous. "What do you have there?" she demanded, her voice low, dangerous. I could not speak. My tongue felt thick, useless. I could only stare at her, the locket a burning brand in my palm. Her gaze dropped to my hand, then to the exposed shoebox beneath the floorboard. A slow, chilling smile spread across her face, but this was not the charming smile or the possessive smile. This was the smile of a predator who had just realized her prey had stumbled upon her deepest, darkest secret. "You should not have done that, my love," she whispered, her voice barely audible, yet filled with venom that made every hair on my body stand on end. "You just open a door you can never close." She took a step towards me, then another. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a terrifying shift in the dynamics of our captivity. I was not just a possession anymore. I was a threat, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that Sarah would not tolerate threats. My nightmare, I realized, was about to get much, much worse. The game had changed, and this time, I was not just fighting for my freedom. I was fighting for my life. My world had been a kaleidoscope of shadows and suspicion since I crawled out of Mark's nightmare. Every face potential threat. Every kind gesture a possible trap. I would change my name, Sarah, to something plain, unassuming, hoping to melt into the backdrop of a new city, a new life, but the old one, the one Mark had so meticulously crafted, clung to me like a shroud. Therapy helped a little. It gave me words of terror, tools to the paranoia, but it could not erase the memory of his calm, chilling smile as he admitted he would stolen my life. It could not quiet the echo of his voice promising we could start over. Again, a whole year of looking over my shoulder, flinching at unexpected touches, jumping at sudden noises. A year of self-imposed isolation, because how could I trust anyone? How could I ever let anyone get close enough to see the gaping wound Mark had left in my soul? But loneliness, that insidious beast, eventually gnawed through my defenses. It whispered promises of normalcy, of connection, of a life that was not just a constant vigil. It pushed me, hesitantly at first, to download a dating app. It felt like walking through a minefield. Every profile was an interrogation. I scrutinized pictures, searching for that glint in the eye, that too charming smile, anything that reminded me of Mark. I read bios, dissecting every word for hidden meanings, for red flags waving in the digital breeze. Most people were quickly swiped left, deemed too slick, too intense, too something. Then I saw Ethan's profile. He was not slick. His picture showed a kind face, a scattering of freckles across his nose, a genuine, slightly awkward smile. He was wearing a faded t-shirt, standing next to a dog that looked equally goofy and sweet. His bio was simple loves hiking, old movies, and trying new coffee shops. Looking for someone to share bad puns and good adventures with. No grand decorations, no flashy boasts. He seemed authentically normal. A breath of fresh air in a cesspool of curated personas. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the screen, but the loneliness won. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched. His first message was just as unassuming, "Hey Sarah. Love your dog and your profile. Pick mine's a golden retriever mix. Total goofball. How's your week going?" It was disarmingly moving. We chatted for a few days, then a week. He asked about my interests, genuinely listened to my answers, and shared his own stories. He never pushed, never made me uncomfortable. He talked about his job as a graphic designer, his family, his love for obscure indie films. He was consistent, polite, and seemed utterly devoid of anything resembling Mark's manipulative charm. My guard, which had been a fortress of steel, slowly, imperceptibly, began to lower. After 2 weeks of texting and a few phone calls that felt surprisingly easy, he suggested we meet. "There's this great little Italian place downtown," he said, his voice warm over the phone. "It is not too fancy, but the pasta is incredible. Would you be up for dinner on Friday?" My stomach did a nervous flip. This was it, the real test. My mind screamed at me to say no, to retreat into my safe, lonely shell. But another part, a smaller, hopeful part, urged me forward. "Yes," I heard myself say. "I would love that." Ethan. Friday arrived, and with it, a fresh wave of anxiety that made my hands tremble as I got ready. I chose a simple dress, Nothing too revealing, nothing that would draw unwanted attention. My hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail. I kept telling myself it was just dinner, just a normal date. But my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Ethan offered to pick me up. My therapist had told me to always meet in a public place for a first date. But after so many conversations with Ethan, I felt a flicker of trust, a dangerous, fragile thing. I gave him my address, the one I would chosen specifically for anonymity in a large apartment complex. When his car pulled up, a sensible silver sedan, my breath hitched. He was exactly as he appeared in his photos, perhaps even a little kinder in person. He got out, walked around the car, and opened the passenger door for me, a small, old-fashioned gesture that surprisingly eased some of my tension. "Hey, Sarah." He smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You look great." "Hi, Ethan." I managed, my voice a little shaky. I slid into the passenger seat, my eyes quickly scanning the interior of the car. Clean, tidy, nothing out of the ordinary. No ropes, no duct tape, no suspicious tools. My mind, ever vigilant, was already running through its mental checklist. I felt a wave of shame for my paranoia, then quickly suppressed it. Better safe than sorry. He got back in, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb. The initial small talk was easy, comfortable. We talked about our days, about a new movie coming out, about his dog's latest antics. He seemed genuinely engaged, laughing at my dry wit, sharing his own stories. For a moment, I allowed myself to relax, to think, maybe this is it. Maybe I can actually have a normal life again. We drove through the familiar city streets. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the buildings in hues of orange and purple. I watched the familiar landmarks pass by, the towering downtown buildings, the bustling intersections, the neon signs of restaurants. I knew the Italian place he mentioned was just a few blocks away, nestled between a bookstore and a small art gallery. But then, Ethan did not turn right onto Main Street, where the restaurant was. Instead, he continued straight, heading toward the outskirts of the city. My stomach tightened. "Oh," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Is not the restaurant. That way." I gestured vaguely behind us. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. "Yeah, it is. But I thought we could take a little detour first. There is this incredible overlook I know, just a few minutes out of town. You can see the whole city lights up like a Christmas tree from up there. It is breathtaking." My heart began to pound. A detour, an overlook, away from the city, away from people. My mind screamed. No, this was exactly how it started with Mark. Small deviations, charming excuses, leading you further and further into his web. But Ethan's smile was so open, so innocent. His voice was so calm. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe he really was just trying to be romantic. "Oh," I repeated, trying to sound enthusiastic. "That sounds nice. But are not we going to miss our reservation?" "Nah." I called ahead, he said, waving a dismissive hand. Told them we might be a little late. They are usually pretty understanding. Besides, this view is worth it. Trust me. He kept driving. The buildings grew sparser, giving way to smaller houses with larger yards, then finally, open fields. The road became narrower, darker. The streetlights thinned out, leaving long stretches of road bathed only in the car's headlights. Tall trees began to line the sides of the road, their branches reaching up like skeletal fingers against the darkening sky. "It is really out here, huh?" I said, trying to force a laugh, but it came out as more of a nervous squeak. My hands were clammy. I subtly tried to locate my phone in my purse, just in case. It was there, a cold comfort. "Almost there," he chirped, seemingly oblivious to my growing unease. Or perhaps expertly feigning it. Mark had been a master of feigning ignorance, a pretending not to notice my discomfort as he slowly reeled me in. The road curved sharply, and he turned off the main road onto a gravel path. The car bounced and rattled, kicking up dust. The trees closed in completely, forming a dense tunnel of darkness. The last vestiges of city lights were gone, swallowed by the encroaching forest. My breath hitched. This was not just a detour. This was the woods. "Ethan," I said, my voice sharper this time. "Where exactly are we going? This is not just an overlook, is it? This is pretty deep into the woods." He glanced at me, his smile unwavering, but something in his eyes seemed to shift, just for a second. A flicker of something I could not quite place. "Almost there. Sarah, just a little further. You will love it. I promise." His voice was still calm, but the insistence, the absolute certainty, sent a shiver down my spine. It was the same calm certainty Mark had used when he would told me I was his. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. I gripped the strap of my purse, my knuckles white. This was wrong. All wrong. Every fiber of my being screamed danger. I do not think I want to go any further. "Ethan," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "can we just turn around? Please. I am not really comfortable with this." He did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, the crunch of gravel under the tires the only sound in the suffocating silence of the forest. The trees were so dense, so dark. I could not see anything beyond the beam of the headlights. I felt completely isolated, completely vulnerable. "Ethan," I practically yelled, my voice cracking. "Turn around. Now." He finally slowed the car, but did not stop. He turned his head slightly, just enough to look at me, and his smile, which had been a comforting mask, now felt predatory. "Sarah," he said, his voice dropping an octave, losing its warmth. "Do not be silly. We are almost there. Just a little surprise for you." A surprise. Mark's words echoed in my ears. Your memory loss was a blessing. It allowed me to give you the life you were always meant to have. A surprise. A gift. A nightmare. My mind raced. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. I glanced at the door handle, but we were still moving, albeit slowly. And even if I managed to open it and jump, where would I go? We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees. "I need to go back." I insisted, my voice trembling. "I am serious. Ethan, I am not feeling well. Just take me back to the city, please." He laughed then, a short, humorless bark that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "Not feeling well. Oh, I think you will feel much better once we get there. Sarah, trust me. Trust." The word was a knife twisting in my gut. I had trusted him. I had let my guard down. And now, I was paying the price. Again, he brought the car to a halt. We were in a small clearing, surrounded by towering, ancient trees. The only light came from the moon, a sliver of white peeking to the canopy, and the dim glow of the dashboard. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. It was utterly silent, save for frantic pounding of my own heart. He turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. He turned to face me fully, and in the dim light, his kind face was transformed. His eyes, which had seemed so warm, now held a disturbing intensity. His smile was gone, replaced by a strangely serene expression. "All right, Sarah," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any pretense of warmth. "Time to get out." My blood ran cold. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "I am not getting out. Take me home." "Ethan," he sighed, a sound of mild exasperation, as if I were a petulant child. "Do not make this difficult. Sarah, it is much easier if you just cooperate. He reached for the door handle on his side, his movement slow, deliberate. Panic seized me. This was it. This was Mark all over again. The slow, methodical approach, the chilling calm. My instincts, honed by a year of terror, screamed at me to fight. "Do not touch me," I yelled, scrambling away from him, pressing myself against the passenger door. My hand fumbled for the lock button, but it was already locked. I tried the handle anyway, pulling uselessly. He just watched me, a detached curiosity in his eyes. "It is locked. Sarah, do not worry. I am not going to hurt you. Not if you are good." The word good hung in the air, thick with menace. My eyes darted around the car, searching for anything, any weapon, any escape route. My phone was still in my purse. I needed to call for help. As he reached for his door handle again, I lunged for my purse, which was on the floor at my feet. My fingers closed around the cold metal of my phone. But before I could even pull it out, his hand shot out surprisingly fast. He grabbed my wrist, his grip like a vice. Ah, he tooted, shaking his head. "No phones. Sarah, this is our time. No distractions." He twisted my arm, and I cried out in pain as my phone clattered to the floor, sliding under the seat. Tears sprang to my eyes, hot and stinging. "Let me go," I screamed, struggling against him. He was stronger than he looked, his grip unyielding. Now, he said, pulling my arm, forcing me to lean towards him. His face was inches from mine, and I could see the cold, calculating glint in his eyes. "You are going to get out of the car, Sarah, and we are going to take a little walk." "No," I shrieked, kicking wildly. My foot connected with something hard, and he grunted, but his grip did not loosen. "You really are a fighter, are not you?" he said, a strange admiration in his voice. It was the same tone Mark had used when he would describe my spirit. "That is good. I like a challenge." He released my wrist, and for a split second, I thought I was free. But then he unbuckled his seatbelt, and before I could react, he was on me, his weight pinning me against the door. His hand clamped over my mouth, muffling my screams. The smell of his cologne, which had seemed pleasant before, now filled my nostrils with suffocating, terrifying sweetness. I thrashed, biting his hand, kicking, scratching. I fought with the desperation of someone who had already escaped hell once and refused to go back. His grip was too strong. He was much bigger than me. "Stop it," he hissed, his voice a low growl. "You are going to hurt yourself. Just calm down. Calm down." How could I calm down? I was reliving my worst nightmare. The terror was so overwhelming it threatened to consume me. He somehow managed to open my door, despite my struggles. Cold night air rushed in, a brief, tantalizing taste of freedom. But he was not letting me go. He began to pull me out of the car, half dragging, half carrying my struggling body. My feet hit the damp earth, stumbling. I fought him with every ounce of strength I had left. I clawed at his face, trying to rip his hand away from my mouth. My nails scraped against his skin, and I felt a brief satisfaction when I heard him curse. He finally tore his hand away, a thin line of blood welling on his cheek. "You little bitch," he snarled, his mask of calm finally cracking. His eyes were blazing with a raw, terrifying anger. Before he could react further, I took a desperate chance. I twisted my body, pulled my arm free, and swung my purse, which I had somehow managed to hold on to with all my might. The heavy strap caught him across the side of the head with a sickening thwack. He staggered back, a grunt escaping his lips, his hands flying to his head. It was my only chance. I did not hesitate. I spun around and bolted into the darkness of the woods. I did not know where I was going, did not care. All I knew was that I had to run. I had to get away. Branches whipped in my face. Thorns tore at my dress and skin, but I ignored the pain. The dry leaves and twigs crunched loudly under my feet, every sound betrayal of my position. I could hear him behind me, shouting my name, his voice filled with rage. "Sarah, get back here, you little idiot." The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. I stumbled over roots, scraped my knees on unseen rocks, but I kept going, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of Mark's face, superimposed over Ethan's, spurred me onward. I could not go back to that. Not again. I ran until my chest felt like it was going to explode, until my vision blurred with tears and exhaustion. The shouts behind me grew fainter, then disappeared altogether. I collapsed against a thick tree trunk, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. Silence. A profound, terrifying silence. The kind of silence that makes you acutely aware of every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every beat of your own frantic heart. I strained my ears, trying to detect any sound of pursuit, any sign that he was still out there, hunting me. Nothing. Just the wind whispering through the trees and the distant hoot of an owl. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, huddled against a tree, my knees drawn up to my chest, trying to regulate my breathing. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and despair. I was lost, completely, utterly lost in the middle of nowhere. No phone, no idea which direction was civilization, and a predator lurking somewhere in the darkness. After what felt like hours, a sliver of false dawn appeared on the horizon, painting the sky in pale grays and purples. It offered little comfort. The woods were still a maze, and the cold was seeping into my bones. I knew I could not stay there. I had to move. I had to find a way out. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself to my feet. Every muscle screamed in protest. My dress was torn, my arms and legs crisscrossed with scratches, and my hair was a tangled mess of leaves and twigs. I felt like a creature, not a human being. I started walking, trying to remember which direction we had driven from. It was impossible. Every tree looked the same. Every path seemed to lead nowhere. I tried to follow the faint light of the rising sun, hoping it would lead me east toward some sign of life. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, casting dappled light through the leaves. My throat was parched, my stomach cramped with hunger. Fear was a constant companion, a cold knot in my stomach. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. Every shadow seemed to contort into Ethan's menacing face. I walked for what felt like an entire day, stumbling, falling, picking myself up again. My mind kept replaying the moments in the car, his calm, calculating eyes, the way his smile had warped into something sinister. It was Mark all over again. The same false charm, the same slow entrapment, the same chilling promise of a new life. Was this his doing? Had Mark sent him? Was this some elaborate, twisted game? The thought made my blood run cold. The idea that Mark was still out there, still pulling the strings, still orchestrating my nightmares, was almost worse than the immediate threat of Ethan. Just as despair threatened to consume me, just as I felt I could not take another step. I heard it, a faint distant hum. It was barely audible, but it was there. The sound of an engine. Civilization. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. I pushed through the thick undergrowth, scrambling over fallen logs, following the sound. It grew louder, clearer. It was the sound of a road. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the tree line. Before me was a narrow, paved road, and in the distance, I could see the faint glint of sunlight on metal cars. I stumbled onto the asphalt, my legs almost giving out. My clothes were shredded, my face streaked with dirt and tears. I probably looked like a wild animal, but I did not care. I was out. I started walking along the road, limping, waving my arms at every passing car. Most sped by. The drivers probably too shocked or too wary to stop for a disheveled woman emerging from the woods. But then a beat-up pickup truck slowed down, its brakes squealing. An elderly man with a kind, weathered face peered out the window. "You all right, miss?" he asked, his voice gruff but concerned. "You look like you have been through a ringer." Tears streamed down my face. "Please," I croaked, my voice raw and hoarse. "Please, I need help. Someone tried to. I need to get to the police." He took one look at my terrified face, my torn clothes, the scratches on my skin, and did not ask another question. He just nodded, opened the passenger door, and said, "Get in, darling. We will get you where you need to go." The police station was a blur. The questions, the sympathetic but skeptical faces, the feeling of deja vu. I tried to explain, tried to convey the terror, the connection to Mark, the way Ethan had mirrored his tactics. But without a body, without a weapon, without any concrete evidence beyond my word and my disheveled appearance, it was just another story of a bad date gone wrong, tinged with the lingering trauma of my past. They found Ethan's car in the clearing. It was abandoned. No sign of him. My phone was gone. The police found a faint blood smear on the passenger door, a testament to my struggle, but it was not enough. They searched the woods, but found nothing. No trace of him. He had vanished as quickly and silently as he had appeared. I gave them my new name, Sarah Miller, and tried to forget the old one. I gave them a description of Ethan, his kind, freckled face, his deceptive charm. They took down all the details, promised to investigate, but their eyes held that familiar look pity mixed with a hint of doubt. I never heard anything back about Ethan. He was just gone. A phantom, a nightmare that had materialized and then dissolved back into the shadows. But the experience had cemented something deep within me. The world was not safe. People were not to be trusted. And Mark, whether directly or indirectly, was still a presence, a chilling force that had warped my perception of reality forever. I changed my name again. I moved to a different state, a smaller town, hoping to find some peace. But peace was an elusive dream. Every shadow held a threat. Every kind stranger a potential predator. I deleted all my dating apps. The loneliness returned heavier, more profound than before, but it was a familiar ache, one I could live with. It was better than the terror. Sometimes, late at night, when the house was silent and the darkness pressed in, I would hear it. Not a sound, but a whisper in my mind, a phantom voice that echoed Mark's chilling promise, we can always start over. Again, and I knew, with a certainty that froze my blood, that for me, the horror would never truly end. It would simply start over, again and again, until I finally broke. The locket, cool and heavy in my palm, felt like a stone dropped into a frozen lake, sending ripples of pure, unadulterated terror through my veins. D.M. David Miller. A name I would seen on countless missing persons, posters, a face that had haunted local news segments for weeks, then months, then years, before fading into the background static of collective memory. He had not just disappeared. He would have been another one of her projects, another victim. And now, I was holding the proof. My blood ran cold, but a frantic, desperate energy surged through me. This was not just about me anymore. This was about them, about David, about the others in those photographs, their smiling faces oblivious to the monstrous fate that awaited them. I had to hide it. I had to get this evidence out. I had to, but then the air in the room shifted. A scent, faint but unmistakable, of her floral perfume, now laced with something sharper, something predatory. The soft padding of bare feet on the carpet. I froze, my hand still clutching the locket, the shoebox half hidden beneath the loose floorboard. "You should not have done that, my love," Sarah whispered, her voice a silken thread of menace that wrapped around my throat. I slowly turned, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. She stood there, framed in the doorway of the bathroom, a towel wrapped around her body, droplets of water still clinging to her skin. But her face, it was stripped bare. The gentle mask, the loving gaze, the soft smile all gone. What remained was a visage of pure, unadulterated fury. Her eyes, usually a warm hazel, now burned with an intensity that made the hair on my arms stand on end. Her smile, once a comfort, was now truly monstrous, a thin, cruel line that stretched too wide, revealing teeth that seemed sharper, more predatory than I remembered. The game had indeed changed. I was not just a captive anymore, I was a threat. And the nightmare, I knew, was about to get much worse. I did not answer. My throat felt like it was packed with sand. My mind raced, searching for an excuse, a lie, anything. But what could I say? Oh, this old thing. Just admiring your collection of other men you have abducted and likely murdered. The absurdity of it was almost comical, if not for the gnawing dread that had seized me. She took a step into the room, then another. Each movement was slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. My eyes darted around, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The heavy bedside lamp. Too far. The letter opener she would disarm me with days ago. Probably back in her office, locked away. I was utterly, hopelessly exposed. "Give me that," she said, her voice still a whisper, but with an edge that could cut glass. Her gaze was fixed on my hand, still clenching the locket. My fingers, however, refused to obey. A stubborn, primal defiance flared within me. This locket, this proof, felt like my last vestige of control, my last link to the world outside, to justice. If I gave it up, I gave up everything. "What is this?" "Sarah." I managed to croak, my voice barely audible. "Who are these people?" Her smile widened, losing any pretense of warmth. They were lessons, my love, prototypes. Each one taught me something new, something vital about the human spirit, about how to break it, about how to mold it into something truly beautiful. Her eyes, however, were still blazing with anger, a stark contrast to the almost poetic words. "But you were supposed to be different. You were supposed to understand. You were supposed to trust me." She lunged then, not with brute force, but with a terrifying swiftness. Her hand shot out, snatching the locket from my numb fingers. I barely registered the cold metal, leaving my palm before she had it. She did not stop there. Her other hand, surprisingly strong, grabbed my wrist, twisting it painfully until I cried out. "Get away from that," she hissed, her voice finally losing its soft veneer, a raw, guttural sound I had not heard from her before. She yanked me away from the floorboard, sending me stumbling backward, tripping over the edge of the rug. I fell hard, my head cracking against the wooden frame of the bed. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, the room spun. When my vision cleared, she was kneeling by the floorboard, her back to me. She pulled out the shoebox, her movements precise and quick. The photos, the dates, the chilling notes, she swept them all up, her slender fingers surprisingly efficient. She did not even glance at them. It was clear she knew exactly what was in there. This was not a discovery for her, it was merely a retrieval. She stood up, the shoebox clutched her chest like a precious artifact. Her eyes, when they met mine, were no longer just furious. They held a cold, calculating glint that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The anger was still there, simmering beneath the surface, but was now tempered by a chilling resolve. "You broke the rules," she said, her voice now flat, devoid of any emotion. "You saw something you were not meant to see. You violated our sacred space." She gestured around the room, the apartment that had once felt like a cage, but now felt like a tomb. "And for that, my love, there will be consequences." The next few days blurred into an even deeper hell. The pretense of a loving relationship, however twisted, was completely gone. Sarah no longer spoke of our destiny or her love. Her words were clipped, her gaze cold. The meals she brought me were smaller, less frequent. The bathroom breaks, once grudgingly allowed, became sporadic, often withheld until I was desperate. She did not physically harm me, not at first. Her torture was far more insidious, far more psychological. She would sit in the armchair across the room, watching me for hours, her expression unreadable. Sometimes she would hum a cheerful tune, a stark contrast to the suffocating silence that usually filled the apartment. Other times, she would read a book, occasionally glancing up, her eyes lingering on me, making me feel like an insect under a magnifying glass. I tried to talk to her, to apologize, to plead, to reason. "Sarah, please." I would whisper, my voice hoarse from disuse. I did not mean to, I was just curious. She would simply raise an eyebrow, a faint, cruel smile playing on her lips. Curiosity killed the cat, my love. And you, my dear, are far more fragile than any feline. The worst part was when she started talking about David Miller. Not directly, not at first. She would leave a newspaper clipping on the coffee table, a faded article about his disappearance. Then she would casually mention a detail from his life, a favorite coffee shop, a hobby, a family anecdote, details that only someone who had known him intimately could possess. She never confirmed it was David, but the implication was a hammer blow to my already shattered psyche. She was telling me, in her own twisted way, that she had been him, that she had known his fears, his dreams, his breaking point. And she knew mine. One afternoon, she walked in holding a single, tarnished silver locket. It was the same one I had found. She sat down, slowly turning it over in her fingers. David was spirited, she said, her voice almost wistful. He had such a fire in him, so much passion. It was truly beautiful to watch it fade. My stomach lurched. What did you do to him? I managed to choke out. She looked up, her eyes bright with disturbing satisfaction. I showed him the truth, my love, the truth of his own insignificance, the truth of how easily life can be extinguished, how quickly hope can turn to ash. She paused, then leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He fought, of course. They all do at first. But eventually, they learn. They learn that resistance is futile. They learn that I am their only reality. And then they become truly mine. She smiled, a chilling, triumphant expression. You, my love, are proving to be quite the challenge. But I assure you, you will learn too. You will become truly mine. That conversation solidified something deep within me. I was not just fighting for my freedom anymore. I was fighting for my soul. I refused to become another David Miller. I refused to let her break me. I started to observe her more closely, even as she watched me, her routines, her habits. She was meticulous, yes, but even the most meticulous person has patterns. She would leave the apartment for groceries, sometimes for an hour or two. She always locked the door with a deadbolt and a chain, and I could hear the distinct click of a second electronic lock engaging from her phone. Her phone, that was key. She was always on it, always connected. The apartment itself offered few opportunities. The windows were high, sealed, and likely reinforced. The front door was a fortress. But there had to be something. My eyes scanned every inch of the room, every object. One evening, as she was preparing dinner in the kitchen, I noticed something. She had left her phone on the coffee table, charging. And next to it, a small, silver key. It looked like a standard house key, but it was distinct, with a small, almost imperceptible scratch near the top. My heart leaped. Could it be for the front door? Or perhaps for the office, where she kept her projects? My mind raced. How could I get it? She was in the kitchen, just out of sight, humming that same unsettling tune. I was still loosely bound to the chair I had been spending most of my days in, a thin but surprisingly strong rope around my ankles tied to one of the chair legs. It was not a tight restraint, but enough to prevent a sudden dash. I started to cough, a dry, rasping sound. I made it sound worse than it was, clutching my throat. Water. I rasped, "Please, Sarah, just a little water." The humming stopped. Silence. Then her footsteps. She appeared in the doorway, a look of mild annoyance on her face. Now what, my love? Water. I repeated, my voice weak. My throat it is so dry. She sighed, a theatrical gesture. Fine, but do not think this changes anything. She disappeared back into the kitchen. This was my chance. The rope around my ankles was tied in a simple knot. I would have been subtly testing it for days, flexing my feet, trying to loosen it. Now, with a surge of adrenaline, I tugged harder, twisting my ankle. It chafed painfully, but the knot seemed to give a fraction. I heard the clink of glass in the kitchen, the running water. I had seconds. My fingers, numb from lack of use, fumbled with the knot. It was tighter than I thought. Panic began to set in. "Here you go," she said, re-entering the living room, a glass of water in her hand. I froze, my hand still hidden by the chair leg, trying to look as pathetic and thirsty as possible. She handed me the glass, her fingers brushing mine, sending a jolt of disgust through me. I took a long, exaggerated sip, trying to buy more time. Her eyes, however, were sharp. They swept over me, then over the room. They landed on the coffee table. Her phone, the key. A flicker of suspicion crossed her face. She picked up the key, turning it over in her fingers. "Looking for this, were we?" she asked, her voice dangerously soft. My heart sank. I would have been caught. Again. She did not wait for an answer. Her eyes narrowed, and a cold, hard glint returned. "Foolish boy, did you really think I would leave something so vital unprotected?" She walked over the front door, the key still in her hand. With a mocking flourish, she inserted it into the deadbolt. It clicked open. She then turned the chain lock, and finally, with a triumphant smirk, she pressed a button on a small, discreet panel beside the door. A faint electronic hum confirmed it was a third hidden lock. "This," she said, gesturing to the door, "is not for you to open, my love. It is for me to ensure you stay right where you belong." She then walked over to her office door, which had remained locked since the first day. She opened it, tossed key inside, and then closed and locked it again, the click echoing ominously in the silent apartment. My hope, a fragile, desperate thing, shattered. She had not made a mistake. She had tested me, and I had failed. The repercussions were swift and brutal. My chair, previously just a restraint, became my prison. She brought in a heavy-duty chain and a padlock, securing my ankle to the leg of the chair with an inescapable finality. The rope was replaced with thick, leather cuffs that bound my wrists together, allowing only minimal movement. My world shrank even further, confined to the immediate vicinity of the armchair. She began to deprive me of sleep. She would play music at random intervals during the night, sometimes classical, sometimes heavy metal, sometimes just white noise loud enough to jolt me awake, but not so loud that it would disturb the neighbors. She would shine a bright lamp directly into my face for hours. My mind became a hazy, confused mess, my thoughts fractured and disoriented. The food became even more sparse, often just a few crackers and a small glass of water once a day. My body wasted away, my muscles atrophying, my energy dwindling. I felt like a ghost of my former self, a hollowed-out shell. But even through the fog of exhaustion and starvation, a tiny ember of defiance still flickered. I refused to break. I clung to the memory of David Miller, of the other faces in those photos. I would not let them be forgotten. I would not become another nameless victim. One morning, after what felt like an eternity of sleepless nights, Sarah brought me my meager meal. She seemed different. Her eyes were a little too bright, her movements a little too quick. She was agitated, distracted. She left the plate on the floor, within reach of my cuffed hands, and then paced around the room, muttering to herself. "He is asking too many questions," she whispered, her voice tight. "Always prying, always looking." My ears perked up. "He, Who was she talking about? Was someone looking for her? For me? She stopped pacing and looked at her phone, her brow furrowed. Damn it. I need to go. This can't wait. She glanced at me, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. Do not even think about it, she warned, though her attention was clearly elsewhere. She grabbed her purse, her keys, and without her usual methodical locking ritual, she simply pulled the door shut behind her. I heard the click of the latch, but not the deadbolt, not the chain, and certainly not the electronic lock. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the chance I had been waiting for. I tried the chain around my ankle. It was still firmly attached to the chair. The cuffs on my wrists were just as tight. My body screamed in protest, every muscle aching, but a surge of adrenaline gave me a temporary burst of strength. I looked around the room, desperate. What could I use? My eyes landed on the bedside table. On it, a small, ornamental ceramic vase. It was heavy, solid. If I could reach it, I strained, pulling at my chained ankle, trying to shift the chair. It was heavy, but with enough effort. I could drag it a few inches at a time. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I slowly, agonizingly, pulled myself and the chair closer to the table. Each inch felt like a mile. The chain dug into my flesh, but I barely registered the pain. Finally, my cuffed hands could just graze the edge of the table. I stretched, my fingers trembling, and managed to hook them around the vase. It was heavier than I anticipated, but I pulled it toward me, slowly, carefully. It clattered against the table, making a loud noise in the silent apartment. I froze, my breath held, half expecting Sarah to burst back through the door. But there was nothing, only the sound of my own ragged breathing. I got the vase onto my lap, a heavy, awkward weight. Now what? I needed to break the chain. I needed a tool. I looked at the vase, then at the chain. It was thick metal. The vase was ceramic. I had an idea, a desperate, risky one. I lifted the vase as high as my bound hands would allow, then slammed it down onto the chain around my ankle, aiming for the padlock. The ceramic shattered with a deafening crash, shards flying everywhere, but the padlock remained intact. A sharp piece of ceramic, however, had broken off, leaving a jagged edge. This was my weapon. I picked up the largest shard, wincing as the rough edges bit into my cuffed hands. It was roughly the size of my palm, with a surprisingly sharp point. I began to saw at the leather cuffs on my wrists. It was slow, painstaking work. The leather was tough, and my hands were weak. Each scrape of the ceramic against the leather sent vibrations up my arms, burning with effort. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My wrists were raw, chafed and bleeding, but I pressed on. The leather began to fray, strand by strand. Finally, with a desperate grunt, I felt a tearing sensation. One of the cuffs snapped. My left hand was free. I did not waste a second. With my newly liberated hand, I attacked the second cuff. It was easier now, with one hand free, to maneuver the shard. In less than a minute, the second cuff gave way, and my wrists were finally gloriously free. The relief was immense, but short-lived. I was still chained to the chair by my ankle. I used the ceramic shard to attack the padlock. I stabbed at the shackle, trying to pry it open, but it was too strong. I scraped at the mechanism, hoping to dislodge something, but it was futile. The padlock was unyielding. Panic began to rise again. She could be back any minute. I looked around, desperate. What else? What else could I use? My eyes fell on the broken ceramic vase. There were still large pieces on the floor. One of them, a long, curved piece, had a particularly sharp, almost blade-like edge. An idea, chilling and brutal, formed in my mind. I took the sharpest ceramic shard and, gritting my teeth, began to saw at the rope that held the chair leg to the metal chain. It was a thick rope, but not as thick as the chain itself. The ceramic bit into the fibers, slowly, agonizingly. My hands were already raw, but I ignored the pain, fueled by pure, desperate adrenaline. The rope began to fray, then snap. Strand by strand, it gave way. Finally, with a sickening thud, the chair legs separated from the chain. I was free from the chair. I stumbled to my feet, my legs wobbly from disuse. The chain still dangled from my ankle, a heavy, clanking reminder of my captivity. But I was moving. I was standing. I was free. I limped towards the door, the chain dragging behind me, making a terrible racket. I did not care. I reached the doorknob. It turned. I pushed. The door opened a crack. A rush of cool, fresh air hit my face, carrying the scent of rain and freedom. I peered out. The hallway was empty. The apartment building was quiet. I took a deep breath, preparing to run, to escape, to leave this nightmare behind forever. But as I stepped over the threshold, a sudden, blinding pain exploded in the back of my head. The world tilted, spun, and then plunged into darkness. The last thing I heard, before oblivion claimed me, was Sarah's voice, laced with a terrifying blend of triumph and disappointment. "Oh, my love," she whispered, her voice closer than I thought. "Did you really think I would leave you unguarded?" When I woke, the first thing I registered was a throbbing pain in my head. The second was the cold, hard floor beneath me. The third was the taste of blood in my mouth. I opened my eyes, my vision blurry. I was no longer in the living room. I was in a small, windowless room, dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The air was stale, musty, and carried a faint metallic tang. My head swam. I tried to push myself up, but my arms felt like lead. My ankles were bound again, this time with thick industrial-strength zip ties, secured to a heavy-duty ring bolted into the concrete floor. My wrists were similarly bound, stretched above my head, secured to another ring. I was spread-eagled, utterly helpless. The room was bare, save for a small wooden table in the corner. On it, gleaming under the harsh light, were various tools. Knives, pliers, a syringe, and a small, familiar shoebox. Sarah entered the room, her footsteps echoing ominously on the concrete. She was not wearing her floral dress anymore. She was dressed in dark, practical clothing, almost like a uniform. Her face was grim, her eyes cold, devoid of any pretense of warmth or affection. She carried a small medical-looking kit. "I warned you," she said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "I told you there would be consequences for your defiance." She walked over to the table, her movements precise and unhurried. She picked up a pair of surgical gloves, snapping them onto her hands. The sound was sharp, clinical. "You see, my love," she continued, her back to me as she selected a syringe. "My project required dedication. And you have shown me that you are not dedicated. You are a threat." She turned, the syringe glinting under the light. "And threats, my dear, must be neutralized." My blood ran cold. This was not just about punishment anymore. This was about something far worse. "What are you going to do?" I stammered, my voice trembling. She walked toward me, her eyes fixed on mine, a chillingly calm expression on her face. "I am going to finish what I started, my love. I am going to make you truly mine. I am going to remove the part of you that resists, the part that seeks to escape. I am going to make you understand that there is no world outside of these walls, no life outside of me." She knelt beside me, the cold metal of the syringe brushing against my arm. I struggled, pulling against the restraints, a desperate, animalistic cry tearing from my throat. But the zip ties held firm. The bolted rings were unyielding. "Do not worry," she whispered, her voice almost soothing, a terrifying echo of the woman I once thought I loved. "It won't hurt for long." Then the sharp prick. A burning sensation spread to my arm, then a dizzying wave of numbness. My struggles weakened. My vision blurred. The room began to spin. She smiled, a truly monstrous, triumphant smile as my eyes began to droop. "Sleep now, my love," she purred, her voice fading into encroaching darkness. "When you wake, you will be exactly where you are meant to be. Forever." The darkness consumed me, but even in the depths of unconsciousness, I knew this was not the end. This was just the beginning of a horror far more profound, far more inescapable than anything I had ever imagined. I was no longer fighting for my life. I was fighting for my mind, my identity, my very self. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that Sarah was very, very good at winning. The antique camera sat on my coffee table, a cruel, beautiful artifact from a life I could not remember, a life Alara claimed was ours. Its polished brass glinted under the dim light of my living room, reflecting the terror in my eyes. Beside it, my phone lay face down, its screen still warm from the chilling text, "You look so lonely. I miss you. Come find me. You know where I am." My blood had not just run cold, it had frozen solid in my veins. I felt like a block of ice, rigid with fear, unable to move, unable to breathe. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to stretch and contort, morphing into Alara's watchful gaze. She had sent a photo of me, taken through my own window. My own window. That meant she was not just lurking, she was here. She had been right outside. The memory of Sarah, the monstrous woman who had held me captive, the reason for my fragmented mind, clawed its way to the forefront of my thoughts. Sarah had been a nightmare, a physical terror. But Alara was something worse. She was psychological. She was a ghost of a past I could not grasp, a tormentor who attacked my very sense of self. "You always forget, but I always find you." Her words echoed in my skull, a mantra of my own undoing. What did she mean? Always. Had this happened before? Had I met her, forgotten her, and then she found me again in a terrifying, relentless loop? My mind, already a tattered mess of half-memories and gaping voids, felt like it was tearing apart at the seams. I wanted to scream, but my throat was tight, constricted by an invisible hand. I wanted to run, but where? She knew where I lived. She knew me, or at least she claimed to. She knew about my old photography hobby, about Sarah, things I had not told anyone, not even a therapist I would briefly seen after escaping Sarah, before my memory became too painful to prod. My first instinct was to call the police. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy and numb. But what would I tell them? A woman I met on Tinder claims we dated before, sent me an old camera, and then texted me a photo of myself taken through my window. They would probably suggest I seek psychiatric help. My past with Sarah, the memory loss, my current paranoia would all paint me as an unreliable narrator, a woman prone to delusions. They would not believe me. Or worse, they would think I was the one who was unhinged. I paced my small living room, a caged animal in my own home. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the leaves outside, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I pulled the blinds shut, then double-checked the locks on my door and windows. It was a futile gesture. She had already been here. She had already seen me. Days blurred into a hazy nightmare of fear and sleeplessness. I could not bring myself to leave the apartment. Food deliveries became my lifeline. Left outside my door, a tiny barrier between me and the unknown. I spent hours staring at the camera, then at my phone, waiting for the next message, dreading it, yet morbidly compelled to see what fresh horror she would unleash. Alara did not disappoint. The text started again, not immediately, but after a tormenting silence of 2 days. "Did you like the camera? It was yours, you know. I kept it safe for you. You always loved taking pictures of the sunrise from your window. Do you still? Remember that little cafe we used to go to? The one with the mismatched chairs and the terrible coffee, but you loved their almond croissants." Each text was a fresh stab, a reminder of a life I did not recall, a life she seemed to possess in vivid detail. She was not just guessing, she was recalling specific, Mundane facts that felt too real to be fabricated. The almond croissants. I used to love almond croissants. Had I ever told anyone that? I could not remember. My paranoia intensified to an unbearable degree. I stopped showering, afraid to be vulnerable. I ate standing up, constantly scanning the windows, jumping at every shadow. I started to talk to myself, whispering desperate questions into the empty air. Who are you? Elara, what do you want? What did I forget? The worst part was the insidious doubt that began to worm its way into my mind. What if she was telling the truth? What if I had known her? What if I had forgotten her, not just once, but multiple times? The thought was more terrifying than any stalker. It meant my identity was a house of cards, constantly collapsing and rebuilding, each time with a crucial piece missing. It meant I was not just losing my memory, I was losing myself. I tried to search for her online. I typed Elara and Tinder into the search bar, but nothing specific came up. No social media profiles that matched the woman I would met. It was as if she existed only in my fractured reality, a phantom tormentor. I even tried searching for Sarah again, hoping for some connection, some explanation for why Elara knew about her. But all I found were old news articles about a missing persons case from years ago, a case eerily similar to my own, but with no resolution, no names connected to my experience. My escape from Sarah had been so messy, so traumatic, that I would never fully reported it, too scared and too damaged to relive it. One evening, as dusk settled, casting long, eerie shadows across my apartment, I heard a faint scratching sound at my door. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. It sounded like a fingernail lightly tapping. I held my breath, straining to hear over frantic thumping in my chest. Silence. Then, again, a soft, deliberate tap. I crept to the peephole, my body rigid with fear. My eye pressed against the cold metal. I peered out into the dim hallway. Nothing. Just the empty, beige wall. My breath hitched. Had I imagined it? Then my gaze dropped. On my doormat lay a single, perfect white rose, and tucked beneath its petals, a small, folded note. I did not open the door. I could not. I just stared at the rose, a symbol of beauty twisted into a harbinger of dread. After what felt like an eternity, I carefully slid a thin letter opener under the door and hooked the note, pulling it into my apartment. My hands trembled as I unfolded the paper. It was a drawing. A crude, childish sketch of two stick figures holding hands, standing under a lopsided sun. One figure had long, wavy hair Elara. The other had short, messy hair me. And scrawled underneath, in a familiar, elegant script, remember our first picnic. I miss us. Come find me. You know where I am. You always do. The last sentence. You always do. Hit me with the force of physical blow. It was not just a threat, it was a prophecy. She expected me to come. She knew I would. And the implication that I had always found her in this terrifying cycle of forgetting and rediscovering was enough to push me to the brink. My fear, which had been a paralyzing force, suddenly shifted. It morphed into a desperate, frantic need for answers. I could not live like this, trapped in my apartment, haunted by a past I did not own and a present I could not escape. I had to know. I had to confront her, or at least find the truth. You know where I am. What did that mean? Was it a riddle? A place we had, supposedly shared. I racked my brain, trying to conjure any memory, any flicker of recognition from her texts. The cafe with the mismatched chairs. The park where we had a picnic. My mind was a blank. Then, I looked at the antique camera on my table. It was old, a beautiful piece of engineering, but it felt heavy with unspoken history. I picked it up, running my thumb over the worn leather casing. As I did, my finger brushed against a small, almost invisible inscription on the bottom plate. I squinted, holding it closer to the light. It was a series of numbers and letters, so faded they were barely legible. Not a serial number. It looked like an address. An old address, perhaps. My heart began to pound with a new kind of dread, mixed with a strange, terrifying resolve. This had to be it. This had to be where she wanted me to go. The place where I would find the answers, or lose my mind completely. I typed the address into my phone's GPS. It was in an older part of the city, a neighborhood I vaguely remembered passing through once or twice, but never lingering. It was not far, maybe a 20-minute drive. The decision to go was not born of bravery, but of sheer, utter desperation. I was teetering on the edge of sanity, and the only way to pull back, or to finally fall, was to face Alara. I showered quickly, the cold water doing little to calm my racing heart. I dressed in dark, practical clothes, grabbed my keys and a small, heavy wrench from my toolbox. It was a pathetic weapon, but it was all I had. I left my phone behind. I did not want to track me or to use it against me. If I was going to walk into her trap, I was going to do it on my own terms, however naive that might be. The drive was a blur of hyper-awareness. Every car that passed me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, seemed to be watching. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. The city lights blurred to my peripheral vision, a distorted kaleidoscope of my own fear. I found the street easily enough. It was lined with old Victorian houses, some well-maintained, others showing signs of neglect. The address led me to a large, imposing house, its paint peeling, its windows dark and curtained. A single, ancient oak tree stood in the overgrown front yard, its branches gnarled and skeletal against the twilight sky. My stomach churned. This was it. I parked a block away, hoping to avoid immediate detection, though I knew it was probably useless. Alara was always one step ahead. I got out of my car, the wrench heavy in my hand, and started walking towards the house. The air was still and heavy, the only sound the frantic rhythm of my own footsteps. As I approached the house, a faint light flickered in one of the upstairs windows. A single warm glow, like a beacon in the encroaching darkness. It beckoned me, drew me in, despite every fiber of my being screaming at me to turn and run. The gate creaked open under my touch, revealing a cracked concrete path leading to the front door. Weeds sprouted through the gaps, reclaiming the walkway. The porch light was off, casting the entrance into deep shadow. I hesitated at the bottom of the steps, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure Alara must be able to hear it. Then, I saw it, tucked into a crevice in the stone step, a single perfect white rose, identical to the one she had left on my doormat. A chilling confirmation. I was in the right place. I ascended the steps, each one a monumental effort. My hand hovered over the doorbell, but I did not press it. I did not want to announce my arrival. I wanted to be silent, to observe, to understand. The front door was old, heavy wood, with an ornate, tarnished brass knocker. I tried the handle. To my surprise, it turned. The door swung inward with a low groan, revealing a pitch-black entryway. A wave of stale, musty air washed over me. Hello. My voice was barely a whisper, a pathetic attempt at bravado. Only silence answered. I stepped inside, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. The wrench felt like a feather in my shaking hand. I fumbled along the wall, searching for a light switch. My fingers brushed against a cold metal plate, and I flicked it. Nothing. The house remained shrouded in gloom. I took a tentative step forward, my foot landing on a creaky floorboard. The house felt ancient, alive with its own dark history. I could smell dust, old wood, and something else, something faintly sweet, like dry flowers. Alara. I called out again, a little louder this time, my voice trembling. Still no answer. I moved slowly, my hands outstretched, guiding myself through the darkness. I found myself in what felt like a living room, judging by the shape of a large, shrouded piece of furniture that might have been a sofa. Moonlight filtered weakly through a gap in the heavy curtains, casting ghostly patterns on the floor. As my eyes adjusted further, I started to make out shapes, objects. A tall, narrow bookshelf filled with old, leather-bound books. A small, round table with what looked like an antique gramophone on it. The room felt frozen in time, like a museum of forgotten lives. And then I saw it. On the far wall, illuminated by that sliver of moonlight, was a collage. Not just any collage, a collage of photographs. My breath hitched in my throat. I stumbled closer, my legs feeling like jelly. It was me. Hundreds of photos. Small ones, large ones, some faded, some recent. Photos of me I did not even remember existing. There was a picture of me laughing, hair blowing in the wind, standing by a lake. A picture of me in a cafe, head bent over a book, a half-eaten almond croissant on the table beside me. A picture of me sketching in a park, sunlight dappling through the trees. A picture of me, much younger, holding a camera, my old camera, the one Alara had sent me, a wide, innocent smile on my face. And then the truly horrifying ones. Photos of me through my apartment window, some from years ago, some recent, even the ones she would text at me. Photos of me walking down the street, unaware. Photos of me sleeping, a chilling, intimate violation. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was different. It was not just fear, it was profound, soul-crushing horror. This was not just a stalker. This was a chronicler, a historian of my forgotten life. My eyes scanned the wall, darting from image to image, each one a piece of evidence, a proof of Alara's impossible knowledge. And then I saw her, Alara, in some of the older photos. She was there, a shadowy figure in the background, sometimes smiling, sometimes just watching. In one, she was standing beside me, her arm linked through mine, both of us laughing, looking genuinely happy. A wave of nausea washed over me. It was not just a delusion. She had not just fabricated a past. She had been in my past. She had been there, a part of my life, before Sarah, before the memory loss, before fragments. You always forget, but I always find you. The words echoed, no longer a threat, but horrifying truth. This was not the first time. This was a cycle. I had lived a life with Alara, and then something had happened, something that made me forget, and she had patiently, relentlessly found me again. My gaze fell on a particularly large photo, centrally placed on the wall. It was a close-up of my face, tears streaming down my cheeks, my eyes wide with terror. I remembered all too well. It was a photo of me, taken during my captivity with Sarah. My stomach lurched. How? How could Alara have a photo of that? Below it, pinned to the wall with a rusty thumbtack, was a faded newspaper clipping. I pulled it off, my fingers shaking so violently I almost dropped it. The headline read "Woman Missing After Apparent Kidnapping." The article detailed the disappearance of a young woman, matching my description, from several years ago. It mentioned a person of interest who was never apprehended, a woman named Sarah. But there was another detail that made my vision swim. A small, blurry photo of Sarah, taken from an old ID, perhaps, and in the background, barely visible, a shadowy figure just out of focus. Alara. A cold, heavy dread settled in my chest. Alara was not just a stalker. She was not just a forgotten lover. She was connected to Sarah. She knew about Sarah, not because she would research me, but because she had been there. Was she Sarah's accomplice? Had she been involved in my kidnapping? Or was she something else entirely? Someone who had been trying to find me even then, someone who had seen what Sarah did and somehow, through some twisted logic, believed she was rescuing me or reclaiming me. My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together, but they would not fit. The horror was too vast, the implications too terrifying. This was not just about my memory loss, it was about the very fabric of my reality being a lie. You found me. The voice came from behind me, soft and melodic, yet it sent a jolt of pure terror through my body. I spun around, the wrench slipping from my numb fingers and clattering to the floor. Ilara stood in the doorway, a faint smile playing on her lips. She was holding a single candle, its flickering flame casting dancing shadows across her face, making her eyes seem impossibly deep and dark. She looked the same as she had at the coffee shop kind, almost ethereal. But now, that kindness was a mask for something ancient and deeply unsettling. "I knew you would," she said, her voice a gentle murmur. "You always do, no matter how many times you forget. What is this?" I stammered, my voice hoarse, barely audible. "Who are you? How do you know all this?" She took a step closer, the candlelight illuminating the room more clearly. I saw other walls now, covered in more photos, more clippings, more mementos of my life. A small, framed drawing of a cat I would have had as a child. A faded concert ticket from a band I would loved in high school. A lock of hair which I recognized with a sickening lurch as my own. "I am Ilara," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "And I am your best friend, your soulmate. We have been together for so long, darling. Longer than you can imagine." She gestured to the wall of photos. "This is our story. The story you keep, forgetting. But I keep it safe. I keep you safe." "Sarah," I choked out, pointing to the photo of my captivity. "You were there. You knew her." Ilara's smile faltered, a flicker of something dark crossing her face. "Sarah, she was a mistake. A disruption. She tried to take you from me. She tried to break you, to make you forget me forever. But I would not let her. I never do. My blood ran cold for the 100th time. You saved me." The words felt wrong, twisted, in a way. Ilara said, her gaze intense, almost possessive. "I helped you escape her. I made sure you found your way back to me. Even if it meant you had to forget everything else again. Forget everything else again." My head swam. How many times has this happened? She chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, many times, my love. Many, many times. Sometimes it is an accident, a trauma that wipes your slate clean. Sometimes I have to help you forget. For your own good, of course. To protect you from the pain of remembering. But do not worry. I always find you. I always bring you home." The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. This was not just a stalker. This was a controller, a manipulator of my very existence. She was not just finding me after I forgot. She was actively involved in the process of my forgetting and rediscovering. She was the architect of my cyclical amnesia, the keeper of my forgotten lives. And Sarah had just been another obstacle in her twisted game. "No," I whispered, shaking my head, backing away slowly. "No, this is not real. You are crazy." Ilara's smile vanished. Her eyes, once warm, now held a cold, unwavering intensity. "I am not crazy, my love. I am devoted. I am the only one who truly knows you. The only one who remembers everything." She took another step towards me, the candlelight illuminating her face from below, making her look demonic. "You can try to run. You can try to forget again. But you know what happens. Do not you?" She extended a hand, her fingers long and slender, beckoning me. "You always find me, and I always bring you back." I turned and bolted. My feet pounded on the old floorboards, the sound echoing through the silent house. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from Ilara, away from the walls covered in my stolen life, away from the horrifying truth that she had woven herself into the very fabric of my identity. I burst out of the house, gasping for air, the night air cold against my face. I ran blindly, not looking back, not daring to. My car was still there, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly, I almost dropped them. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and sped away, leaving the silent, ominous house behind. I did not know where I was going, but I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would not be enough. Ilara's words echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy, a sentence I could not escape. You always forget, but I always find you. I was trapped in a loop, a horrifying, endless cycle of amnesia and rediscovery, orchestrated by a woman who claimed to love me, but who had stolen my past, my present, and my future. My sanity was shattered, my reality fractured beyond repair. The horror was not just that she knew me, but that she knew me in a way I could not comprehend, a way that made me question everything I thought I was. And I knew, deep in my bones, that no matter how far I ran, no matter how much I tried to forget, Ilara would be waiting. She would always find me. And the next time, I might not remember even a fraction of what had happened. I would just be a blank slate, waiting for her to fill in the horrifying details of a life I would live countless times before, a life I was doomed to repeat forever. The thought was worse than death. It was the absolute annihilation of self. The world exploded in a blinding white flash, then dissolved into a swirling vortex of black. The cool air of freedom, the promise of escape, vanished, replaced by a crushing weight, a silent scream that tore through my throat, but made no sound. I did not know how long I was out. It could have been seconds, minutes, a lifetime. All I knew was a dull throb that resonated deep within my skull, a persistent reminder of the blow that had stolen my consciousness. When I finally clawed my way back to awareness, it was not Sarah's sickly sweet perfume I smelled, nor the stale, musty air of the room where I would have been held captive. Instead, there was the antiseptic scent of a hospital, a clean, almost sterile smell that pricked at my nose. My eyelids felt heavy, glued shut, but I forced them open, squinting against the harsh fluorescent lights above. A blur of white, a kind face, a nurse, leaning over me. She is awake, a voice exclaimed, muffled and distant. My tongue felt thick, cottony. I tried to speak, but only a dry rasp escaped. Easy, honey, the nurse said, a gentle hand on my arm. You are safe now. You are in the hospital. Can you tell me your name? My name. It felt like a foreign word, an echo from a life I barely remembered. Chloe. I croaked, the sound rough and unfamiliar. Over the next few days, the pieces slowly came together, like shards of a broken mirror being carefully reassembled. The police told me what happened. A neighbor, alerted by strange noises and a lack of activity from Sarah's usually meticulous home, had called them. They found me, barely conscious, on the floor of the entryway, a small, intricate locket clutched in my hand, David Miller's locket. Sarah was gone, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the sickening evidence of her monstrous hobby. The trauma was a living thing inside me, a shadow that clung to my every thought, every waking moment. The faces in the shoebox, the cold glint in Sarah's eyes, the metallic taste of fear, they were etched into my memory. I went through the motions, talking to therapists, trying to process it all, but the world felt different now. Every shadow held potential threat, every stranger a hidden monster. Sleep was a battle, haunted by nightmares of chains and whispers. Months passed. I moved to a new city, a fresh start, or so I hoped. I changed my hair, my routine, anything to shake off the ghost of Sarah. I got a small apartment, a job at a coffee shop, trying to rebuild a semblance of normalcy. My friends, those who stuck around, encouraged me to get back out there, to live, to stop letting what happened define me. It was a slow, agonizing process. Trust was a foreign concept. Every man I met, every friendly glance, was filtered through a lens of suspicion. But loneliness, a different kind of monster, began to gnaw at me. I saw couples laughing, holding hands, living lives I felt were forever out of my reach. One night, after a particularly bad dream where Sarah's face morphed into a grotesque parody of my own, I downloaded Tinder. It felt like a monumental step, a defiant act against the fear that caged me. I swiped through faces, a mixture of boredom and trepidation. Most profiles were forgettable, some outright alarming. Then I saw Mark's profile. He had a kind smile, crinkling at the corners of his eyes, and a picture of him hiking in a national park. His bio was simple: love the outdoors, good food, and interesting conversations. He seemed normal, safe. We matched. His first message was polite, engaging. We chatted for a few days about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite movies. He seemed genuinely interested, not just looking for a hookup. He asked me out to dinner, suggesting a popular Italian place downtown. It felt right. A simple, public dinner. I told my roommate. Sarah, an ironic coincidence that still made me shiver, where I was going and with whom. A safety precaution, a small defiance against a lingering fear. The day of the date. I felt a nervous flutter in my stomach, a sensation I had not experienced in what felt like years. It was not the terror of captivity, but the anxious excitement of a first date. I picked out a simple black dress, something elegant but not too flashy, and did my makeup carefully. I wanted to feel attractive, normal, for just one night. Mark arrived promptly at 7 p.m., ringing my doorbell. I took a deep breath, reminded myself that this was okay, that I was safe, and opened the door. He was even better looking in person, taller than I expected, with kind, dark eyes and a genuine smile. He held out a small bouquet of wildflowers. "For you, Chloe," he said, his voice warm and smooth. "Thought they would brighten your evening." My heart gave a little lurch. It was a sweet, old-fashioned gesture. "Thank you, Mark," I said, a genuine smile finally reaching my eyes. "They are beautiful." He opened the passenger door of his dark SUV for me, a newer model, clean and well-maintained. The interior smelled faintly of pine and something else, something metallic, like old coins. I brushed it off as my imagination. We chatted easily as he pulled away from the curb. He asked about my day, told me a funny anecdote about his dog. It was all so normal, so reassuring. "So, the Italian place, right?" I asked, glancing out the window as we drove. We were heading away from the downtown area, taking a route I did not recognize. Mark chuckled. "Actually, I was thinking of a different spot. It is a little out of the way, but the food is incredible and the atmosphere is really unique. Trust me, you will love it. It is my go-to for special occasions." My stomach tightened, just a fraction, out of the way. The words echoed in my mind, a faint alarm bell. But then I chided myself. I was being paranoid. It was just a different restaurant. He was trying to be thoughtful, to impress me. "Oh," I said, trying to sound casual. "Okay, what kind of food is it?" "It is a farm-to-table place, really fresh ingredients," he replied, his eyes on the road. "They have incredible homemade pasta, even better than the place we talked about." I tried to relax, to push down the rising tide of anxiety. He was just being spontaneous. It was probably fine. The city lights began to recede, replaced by rows of suburban houses, then larger properties with more space between them. The streetlights grew farther apart, casting long, eerie shadows. "We are going a bit further out than I expected for a restaurant," I commented, my voice a little higher than I intended. Mark glanced at me, his smile still in place, but something in his eyes seemed unreadable. "It is worth the drive. I promise. Best kept secret in the county." He turned onto a smaller road, one that was barely paved, lined with tall, dense trees. The air grew cooler, heavier. The GPS signal on my phone, which I had been subtly checking, flickered and then died. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at my skin. This was not right. This was not a special occasion restaurant route. This was the kind of road you took to get lost. "Mark," I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. "I am not comfortable with this. Can we just go back to the Italian place?" He laughed, a low, unsettling sound that sent a shiver down my spine. Do not be silly. Chloe, we are almost there. Just a little further. His hand reached over, resting briefly on my knee, a gesture that was supposed to be comforting but felt utterly predatory. I flinched, pulling my leg away almost imperceptibly. The road narrowed further, becoming a dirt track, pocked with potholes. The trees pressing on either side, their branches intertwining overhead, creating a tunnel of deepening gloom. The last vestiges of twilight were swallowed by the encroaching forest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear. Every horror story I would ever heard, every nightmare I would relive from Sarah's captivity, screamed in my head. Mark, stop the car. I demanded, my voice trembling now. I want to get out. He ignored me, his jaw set, his gaze fixed on the winding track ahead. The smile was gone, replaced by an expression I could not quite decipher. But it was not friendly. It was determined and cold. Mark, I am serious. I practically yelled, my hand reaching for the door handle. It was locked. Of course it was locked. My breath hitched in my throat. This was happening again. The feeling of being trapped, the rising dread, the realization that I had made a terrible, fatal mistake. You really should not have done that. Chloe, Mark said, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. It was a chilling echo of Sarah's words. My blood ran cold. The metallic smell in the car seemed stronger now, almost sickening. The car lurched to a stop, tires crunching on gravel. We were in a small clearing, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees. There was no restaurant, no lights, just the oppressive darkness of the woods and the oppressive silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my own heart. He turned to me, and the mask finally slipped. His eyes, which had seemed so kind in his profile picture, were now devoid of warmth, glittering with something ancient and predatory. See, Chloe, he began, his voice surprisingly calm, almost conversational. I knew you would be perfect. You have that certain look in your eyes. That vulnerability. That history. My stomach lurched. What are you talking about? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Oh, I have been following your story, he said, a slow, terrible smile spreading across his face. The whole Sarah ordeal. Very captivating. Very tragic. Perfect for my collection. My mind reeled. He knew about Sarah. He had been following me. The thought was more terrifying than anything I would experience. This was not a random encounter. This was deliberate. I was targeted. Do not bother with the door, he said, as I fumbled desperately with the handle again. It is child-locked. And your phone. Oh. I jammed the signal miles back. You are all mine now. Chloe. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I had to get out. I had to fight. My eyes darted around the confined space, searching for anything, any weapon. My hand instinctively went to my purse, hoping for a key, a pen, anything sharp. Looking for something, he asked, his voice laced with amusement. Before I could react, he lunged, his hand a blur. He snatched my purse from my lap, tossing it into back seat. Then, with surprising speed and strength, he grabbed my arm, twisting it behind my back. A searing pain shot through my shoulder. Get out, he snarled, shoving me roughly. I stumbled out of the car, landing hard on the dirt. The chain from my ankle in the previous story, the ceramic shard, the desperate struggle, it all flashed through my mind, a horrifying premonition of what was to come. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain. Run. That was my only thought. I bolted into the darkness of the woods, pushing through thorny bushes, tripping over roots, the rough bark of trees scraping against my skin. The fear was a tangible thing, a cold hand squeezing my throat, urging me onward. Oh, Chloe, Chloe. Mark's voice echoed through the trees, surprisingly close. You really think you can outrun me? In these woods, I know these woods like the back of my hand. His words, calm and confident, filled me with even deeper terror. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and relentless. I did not know where I was going, just away, away from him, away from the car, away from the awful, suffocating dread. A branch whipped across my face, stinging my eye. I stumbled, falling to my knees. Before I could get up, a heavy hand clamped down on my shoulder, spinning me around. Mark's face, illuminated by the faint glow of the distant car headlights, was a mask of cold satisfaction. Gotcha, he breathed, his grip like steel. He dragged me back towards the clearing, my feet scuffing against the forest floor. I struggled, kicked, screamed, but it was useless. He was too strong, too determined. My screams were swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. He pulled me past his SUV, toward a narrow, overgrown path I had not noticed before. It led deeper into the woods, into an even darker, more secluded part of the forest. My heart sank. This was not just a random abduction. This was planned. He had a destination. We walked for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only 15 minutes. The path grew steeper, more treacherous. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and every muscle screamed in protest. He never loosened his grip, never allowed me a moment to gather my bearings or attempt another escape. Finally, a faint glow appeared through the trees. As we drew closer, I saw a small, dilapidated cabin, almost swallowed by the surrounding foliage. It looked like something out of a horror movie, weathered wood, a sagging porch, and a single, flickering lantern casting an eerie light from inside. A wisp of smoke curled from a stone chimney. Someone had been here recently. Someone was here. He shoved me toward the rickety wooden door, which creaked open with a groan that seemed to echo my own despair. The interior was small, cluttered, and surprisingly tidy for its rustic appearance. A rough-hewn table dominated the center of the room, surrounded by two chairs. A cot covered with a thin blanket sat in one corner. On the wall, above a small, crackling fireplace, hung an array of tools, knives, saws, a heavy-looking mallet. My stomach churned, but it was not the tools that truly horrified me. It was the other wall, adorned with photographs, dozens of them, all women, some smiling, some looking apprehensive, some with eyes wide with terror. And beneath each photo, a small handwritten tag, a name, a date, and a chilling, cryptic phrase. My eyes scanned the wall, my breath catching in my throat. My gaze landed on one photo in particular. A young woman, maybe early 20s, with bright, hopeful eyes. Beneath it, the tag read Emily R. June 12th, met on flirtatious fates. Too trusting. My blood ran cold. This was not just a cabin. This was a trophy room, a gallery of his victims. And I was about to become the newest addition. Mark pushed me towards one of the chairs at the table. Sit, he commanded, his voice devoid of any warmth. I hesitated, my eyes darting toward the door, then back to the array of tools. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Do not even think about it. Chloe, you are not going anywhere. He reached behind a chair, revealing a heavy iron chain bolted to the floor. Before I could react, he grabbed my wrist, pulling it toward the chain, and expertly snapped a thick, rusty padlock around it. The cold metal bit into my skin. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a loophole. But there was none. I was back in a cage, a different one, but a cage nonetheless. The memories of Sarah's chains, the suffocating helplessness, washed over me, threatening to drown me. Mark pulled up the other chair, sitting opposite me, his elbows on the table. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine. You see, Chloe, he began, his voice taking on a strangely academic tone. I have always been fascinated by fear, the raw, primal instinct. And you, my dear, had a unique kind of fear, a refined terror forged in the fires of past trauma. He gestured vaguely at the wall of photos. Most of them, he said, a hint of disdain in his voice, they are easy. Simple fear, the shock of betrayal, the sudden realization of danger. But you've been through it. You know what it is like. That makes you special. A true connoisseur of dread. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, worn leather-bound journal. He flipped through the pages, stopping at a blank one. I like to document my experiences, the nuances of each individual's journey, what makes them tick, what finally breaks them. He pulled a pen from his other pocket. So, Chloe, let us begin. Tell me about the locket. David, Miller. What was it about him that piqued your interest? My mind screamed. He was not just a killer, he was a twisted psychologist, dissecting his victims' fears, savoring their unraveling. The thought was more horrifying than any physical threat. He wanted to break me, not just kill me. I refused to answer, my lips pressed into a thin line. I would not give him the satisfaction. He smiled, a slow, patient smile that sent shivers down my spine. Stubborn, are we? That is fine. We have plenty of time. Days, perhaps weeks, if you are particularly resilient. I find that hunger and thirst tend to loosen the tongue quite effectively. He stood up, walked over to a small, dusty shelf, and picked up a clear glass jar filled with something dark and viscous. Or, he continued, holding the jar up, we can try a more direct approach. This is a special blend, my own concoction. It induces vivid hallucinations, distorts reality, and amplifies fear to an almost unbearable degree. I find it especially useful for those who have a strong grip on their sanity. My eyes widened in terror. He was not going to kill me quickly. He was going to play with me, break me down piece by agonizing piece. The memories of Sarah's taunts, her psychological games, flooded back. It was happening again, but this time it felt even more sinister, more calculated. He set the jar down, then picked up a small, sharp-looking surgical scalpel from the table of tools. He ran his thumb along the blade, a faint metallic glint catching the lantern light. Or, we can always start with a little physical discomfort. Nothing permanent. Of course, just enough to remind you of your predicament. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the image of the scalpel, the photos, Mark's chilling smile. I concentrated on my breathing, trying to find a sliver of calm amidst the rising panic. I had survived Sarah. I could survive this. I had to. Days blurred into a horrifying haze. Mark kept his promises. He starved me, dehydrated me, and subjected me to endless psychological torment. He would sit across from me, reading passages from his journal, detailing the final moments of his previous victims, describing their fear, their pleas, their eventual silence. He would play recordings of their last whimpers, their broken cries, sometimes even their frantic heartbeats. Each sound was a fresh stab of terror, a grim reminder of my own impending fate. He never touched me, not with the scalpel, not with a strange concoction. He did not need to. He knew my past, he knew my fears, and he wielded them like a master puppeteer. He talked about Sarah, about David Miller, about the locket. He even hinted that he knew Sarah, that they were part of some twisted network, though I could not tell if he was lying to further break my spirit or if there was a terrifying truth to his words. Sleep, when it came, was a torture. Nightmares of Sarah, of Mark, of all the faces on the wall, merged into a single, terrifying tableau. I saw myself, a blank tag beneath my photo, a chilling phrase yet to be written. My body grew weak, my mind foggy with exhaustion and hunger. My resolve, once a steel-hard fortress, began to crumble. I found myself answering his questions, providing details about Sarah, about my life, anything to make him stop talking, to make him pause his cruel game. But each answer only fueled his twisted curiosity, giving him more ammunition, more ways to dissect my fear. One evening, As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the cabin's walls, casting long, distorted shadows, Mark was unusually agitated. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a restless energy. "Someone's asking too many questions," he mumbled, running a hand through his hair, poking around. Too close for comfort. He stopped, his eyes fixed on me. "I have to go, just for a little while. Do not try anything stupid. Chloe, I will be back." He walked over to the door, his hand on the latch. He paused, then looked back at me, a strange, almost regretful expression on his face. "It is a shame, really. I was just getting to the good part." He stepped out, and the door creaked shut behind him. The sound of his footsteps faded into the rustling of the leaves. Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. And then, I heard it. A faint click. The door had not been locked. My heart leaped into my throat. He had left it unlocked. Was it a test? Another one of his games. The memory of Sarah's key, the failed escape, the industrial chains had flashed through my mind. But this was different. He was agitated. He was gone. This felt like a genuine oversight, or at least a genuine opportunity. My body was weak, but a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins, pushing away the exhaustion. I had to try. I had to. I tugged at the chain binding my wrist to the chair. It was thick, rusty, but the padlock seemed old. I strained, pulled with all my might, testing its strength. It held fast. I could not break it. My eyes scanned the room, desperately searching for anything. A tool. A weapon. My gaze landed on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. Among the dusty trinkets, a small, ornamental ceramic bird sat perched. It looked fragile. With a desperate effort, I lunged forward, stretching my chained arm as far as it could go. My fingers brushed against the ceramic bird. I swiped at it, sending it tumbling to the floor with a satisfying crack. Shards of pottery scattered across the rough floorboards. I focused on the largest piece, a curved, sharp edge. It was not ideal, but it was something. I lowered my chained hand to the floor, careful not to cut myself on the jagged edges, and picked up the shard. My fingers, numb and clumsy, struggled to get a good grip. The chain was thick, but the leather cuff around my wrist, though strong, was still leather. Slowly, painstakingly, I began to saw at the cuff, the ceramic shard scraping against the tough material. It was agonizingly slow work. My muscles screamed, my wrist chafed, and the tiny cuts I inflicted on my own skin stung with every movement. But I kept going, driven by a primal need for freedom. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My vision blurred, sweat stung my eyes, but I did not stop. Finally, with a soft snap, the leather gave way. My wrist, raw and bleeding, was free. I pulled my hand out of the broken cuff. Trembling, relief, pure and unadulterated, washed over me. But the fight was not over. The heavy iron chain was still bolted to the floor, a constant reminder of my captivity. I looked at the chain, then at the chair. The chair leg itself was sturdy, but it was only wood. If I could get the chain off the chair with renewed determination. I began to saw at the wooden leg, where the chain was secured. The ceramic shard was dulling quickly, but it was still sharp enough to gouge at the wood. Saw, scrape, saw, scrape. Splinters flew, and the wood slowly began to give way. It was an even slower process than cutting the leather, each movement a test of endurance. My arms ached, my head throbbed, and the cabin was growing darker as the last light faded. Panic began to creep back in. What if he came back? What if he heard me? I pushed the thoughts away, focusing only on the task at hand. One more cut. Just one more. Finally, with a groan of tortured wood, the chair leg splintered. The chain, still attached to the floor, clanked loudly as the leg broke free. I was free from the chair. The heavy iron chain still dangled from my ankle, an unwelcome appendage. But I could move. I could stand. My legs, weak from disuse and starvation, wobbled beneath me. I pushed myself up, using the table for support. Every muscle screamed in protest, but I ignored the pain. Freedom was within reach. I stumbled toward the door, the chain clanking with every step, a metallic rhythm against the silence. My hand reached for the latch, pushed down and pulled. The door groaned open, revealing the inky blackness of the forest. The cool night air washed over me, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was a symphony of freedom, a stark contrast to the stale air of the cabin. I stepped out, my bare feet sinking into the soft soil, the chain dragging heavily behind me. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the sweet air of the wilderness. I was out. I was free. I had survived. But as I stepped out, a new sound cut through the night. Not Mark's footsteps. Not a wild animal. It was a distinct rumble of an engine, growing louder, closer. Headlights, two piercing beams, cut through the darkness, illuminating the clearing. My heart plummeted. Mark was back. I had only seconds. I bolted, ignoring the pain, ignoring the heavy chain on my ankle, plunging deeper into the unforgiving embrace of the woods. The trees, once a terrifying barrier, were now my only hope, my only shield. I ran, not looking back, the sound of the approaching vehicle and Mark's furious shout echoing behind me, a chilling promise of pursuit that had only just begun. The game was not over. It had only just entered its most brutal, desperate phase. All right, so you know that feeling when you're watching a horror movie and the main character does something incredibly stupid and you just want to scream at the screen. Yeah, that was me. Except I was the main character and there was no screen. Just my life, slowly turning into a nightmare I could not wake up from. After Julian, after the gilded lens. I did not just move. I vanished. I scrubbed my online presence, changed my name on every document I could, got a new phone number, and packed up my entire life into a tiny U-Haul. I drove hundreds of miles, crossing state lines, until the landscape around me was entirely alien. I picked a city I would never been to, a place without a single memory of my old self. I found a small apartment on the outskirts, paid cash for a few months' rent, and got a remote job that required minimal interaction. I became a ghost, but the paranoia, that did not move out with me. It nested deep in my bones, a constant tremor just beneath the surface. Every shadow was Julian. Every car that slowed down on my street was Julian. Every anonymous email or wrong number was a ping, a signal that he was still out there, still watching. And then the river stones started appearing. The first one was on my new windowsill, a smooth, gray oval, utterly out of place amongst my sparse, carefully chosen new decor. My breath hitched in my throat when I saw it. It was identical to the one I would found in my old apartment, the one I would try to dismiss as a coincidence. This time, there was no dismissing it. He knew. He would follow me. He would found me. I threw it into the nearest dumpster, scrubbing my hands raw afterwards, as if the stone itself carried his touch, his infection. I triple-checked my locks, bought a security camera for my front door, and started sleeping with a heavy wrench beside my bed. But the stones kept coming. Sometimes on my porch, sometimes tucked into the spokes of my bike, once even on the driver's seat of my car, a cruel, silent message. Each one was a fresh wound, a reminder that my efforts were futile. I was still his muse, still his project, forever observed. The isolation became unbearable. I was a prisoner in my own apartment, venturing out only for essentials, always looking over my shoulder. I miss human connection so desperately it ached. I miss casual conversations, shared laughter, the simple comfort of another person's presence. My old friends were a distant memory, sacrificed for my safety. My family, I would cut ties with, fearing Julian would use them to get to me. I was utterly alone. One particularly bleak Tuesday evening, after staring at the same four walls for what felt like an eternity, something in me snapped. I was tired of being afraid, tired of living like a hunted animal. I deserved a life, even a semblance of one. Maybe, just maybe, I could find some sliver of normalcy. I downloaded Tinder. I know, stupid, dangerously stupid, but my desperation outweighed my common sense. I created a new profile, using a new name, a new set of photos that showed me smiling in generic park settings, carefully curated to give away absolutely nothing about my actual location or life. I tried to project an image of a normal, happy woman, someone without a shadow lurking just out of frame. The first few matches were, well, they were Tinder, awkward conversations, bad jokes, unsolicited shirtless pics. I was about to delete the app when his profile popped up. Liam. He was handsome in a rugged, outdoorsy way. A kind smile, intelligent eyes, and a bio that spoke of hiking, reading, and a love for old movies. No red flags. In fact, he seemed almost too good to be true. My internal alarm bells, dulled by loneliness, barely registered. We matched. His first message was witty and engaging, a refreshing change in the usual hey. We chatted for hours, then days. He seemed genuinely interested, not just in my carefully constructed persona, but in the deeper parts of me I tentatively revealed. He was a landscape architect, he said, new to the city, looking to explore. He understood my love for quiet evenings, my slight shyness, my desire for meaningful connection. He listened intently, remembered small details I would mention, and made me laugh, truly laugh, for the first time in months. He was the opposite of Julian, where Julian was intense. Liam was gentle, where Julian was possessive. Liam was respectful, where Julian was a predator. Liam felt like a safe harbor. I told myself I was being too cautious. That not everyone was Julian, that I deserve a chance at happiness. The river stones had not appeared in a few weeks, which I took as a sign. Maybe Julian had given up. Maybe he had moved on to a new muse. The thought was both terrifying and liberating. After a week of non-stop texting and a couple of video calls, which I insisted on, checking for any familiar background details, Liam asked me out for coffee. We met at a bustling cafe downtown, a place with plenty of people and exits. He was even better in person. His laugh was infectious, his eyes sparkled when he talked about his work, and he had a way of making me feel completely at ease. My guard, which had been up for so long it felt like a part of me, slowly began to lower. We went on a few more dates, a walk in the park, a casual dinner, a trip to a local farmer's market. Each time, I felt a little lighter, a little more hopeful. He never pushed, never made me uncomfortable. He was everything I would ever wanted in a partner. It felt like a miracle. Then, one Saturday evening, after a lovely day exploring a nearby nature preserve, he invited me back to his place for dinner. He wanted to cook for me, he said, a special recipe he would learn in Italy. My heart fluttered. This was a big step. My paranoia screamed at me, a faint echo in the back of my mind. But the siren song of normalcy was louder. I wanted this. I wanted to trust. Just for a little while. I told myself. His apartment was on the third floor of an old brick building, charming and full of character. It was tastefully decorated, with a minimalist aesthetic that still felt warm. Bookshelves lined one wall, filled with a mix of literature, design books, and travel guides. There were plants everywhere, testament to his landscape architect background. It felt safe. Real. He poured us both a glass of wine and put on some soft jazz. The aroma of garlic and herbs wafted from the kitchen. I sat on his comfortable sofa, admiring a large, abstract painting on the wall opposite me. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt a genuine sense of peace. Make yourself at home, he said, emerging from the kitchen with a cutting board full of freshly chopped vegetables. I will be just a few more minutes with dinner. I smiled, feeling a blush creep up my neck. It smells amazing. Liam. He winked and went back to the kitchen. I picked up a book on the coffee table, a collection of poetry, and flipped through it idly. My eyes scanned the room, taking in the details. A small collection of interesting rocks and shells on a side table. A framed photo of him with what looked like his family. Everything was perfectly normal. Then my gaze fell on a corkboard, tucked away in a corner of the living room, partially obscured by a tall fern. It was small, no bigger than a placemat, and seemed to be where he pinned various notes, receipts, and a couple of postcards. My eyes drifted over it, casually at first. A dry cleaning ticket. A reminder about a dentist appointment. A postcard of a mountain range. And then I saw it. It was a flyer, tacked to the corkboard with a bright red thumbtack right in the center. My breath hitched. My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against my eardrums. It was a missing person flyer. The usual format, a large, clear photograph at the top, bold letters screaming missing person underneath. My eyes, almost against my will, focused on the photo, and that is when the world tilted on its axis. It was me. Not me now. Not the carefully constructed version of myself I would present it to Liam. It was an older photo, from before I fled, before the terror had etched itself into my features. A photo from my old life, my old city. It was a picture of me smiling, probably at some casual get-together with friends, my hair a little longer, my eyes a little brighter, a little less haunted. My name, my old name, was printed clearly beneath the photo. My date of birth, my height, my weight, my color. All the details of the person I used to be, the person I had desperately tried to erase. Below that, in stark, unforgiving black letters, last seen in Old City on date. Approximately when I fled. Believed to have vanished without a trace. A contact number. A reward offer. My vision blurred. The jazz music, which had been so soothing moment before, now sounded like a discordant, mocking dirge. The aroma of garlic and herbs turned sickly sweet, cloying. I felt a cold, paralyzing dread spread through my veins, colder than anything I would ever experienced, even in Julian's gallery. This was not just Julian observing me. This was Julian making me officially disappear. This was a step beyond stalking. This was erasing my existence. And Liam had it. Liam, my perfect, gentle Liam, had my missing person flyer pinned to his corkboard. My mind raced, spinning through 1,000 horrifying possibilities. Was he Julian? No, impossible. He looked nothing like him. His mannerisms, his voice, everything was different. Was he an accomplice? Had Julian sent him? Was this an elaborate trap, a psychological torture designed to break me? Or was he just someone who had found the flyer, someone who genuinely cared and was trying to help? No, that made no sense. Why would he have it pinned in his living room, casually like a grocery list? Why had not he mentioned it to me, the person whose face was on the flyer, the person he was dating? The silence in the kitchen stretched, punctuated only by the sizzle of something in a pan. Every nerve ending in my body screamed. I had to get out. Now, I needed an excuse. Something believable. My heart hammered. So loud I was sure Liam could hear it over the jazz. Everything all right in here, my new name. Liam's voice, so warm and inviting moments before, now sounded like a predator's purr. He was standing in the archway to the kitchen, a spatula in one hand, a concerned look on his face. I forced a smile, a shaky, brittle thing. Oh, yeah, just admiring your art. And realizing, oh God, I completely forgot. I have a really important video call for work in about 10 minutes. It completely slipped my mind. It was a terrible lie. My remote job had flexible hours, and I had not had a scheduled video call in weeks. But it was all I could think of. Liam's expression did not change. He just looked at me, his head tilted slightly. A video call. Now. Yes, it is with a client in a different time zone, and it is super urgent. I am so sorry. Liam, I feel terrible. I stood up, my legs trembling. My eyes darted back to the corkboard, to the flyer. It felt like it was staring back at me, mocking me. He slowly put the spatula down on the counter. You know, I do not think you have a video call. My blood ran cold. He knew. He absolutely knew. What do you mean? I tried to sound indignant, but my voice cracked on the last word. He walked slowly towards me, his eyes never leaving mine. His perfect, kind smile was gone, replaced by an unervingly neutral expression. I mean, you have been looking at that corkboard since I went back into the kitchen. Have not you? My breath hitched. I took an involuntary step back, bumping into the coffee table. You saw the flyer. He stated, not asked. His voice was calm, almost soothing, which only made it more terrifying. Did not you, my old name? The use of my old name was a hammer blow. It shattered the last vestiges of my composure. My carefully constructed new identity, my new life, was a flimsy veil that had just been ripped away. Who are you? I whispered, my voice barely audible. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape route. The door was behind him, further down the hallway. He stopped a few feet from me, blocking my path to the door. I am Liam, just like I told you. A small, unsettling smile played on his lips. But I know who you are, or rather, who you were, and who you became. My mind flashed to Julian, to his chilling words, you are my muse. A story waiting to be told. Was Liam another one of Julian's actors? A new layer to his twisted game. Why do you have that? I pointed a trembling finger at the corkboard. Why do you have my missing person flyer? He chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Because I found you, just like Julian asked me to. My blood froze. Julian. He was connected to Julian. My worst fears confirmed. Julian. I choked out, a wave of nausea washing over me. What are you talking about? Liam's smile widened, no longer unsettling, but openly malicious. Julian's a busy man. He has many muses, many projects. But you, my old name, you were special. You were his masterpiece. And when his masterpiece ran away, well, he was quite upset. He sent you. My voice was barely a whisper. The reality of it, the sheer audacity of Julian's reach, was suffocating. He did not send me. Exactly. Liam corrected, taking another step closer. He posted the flyer. He wanted to see if anyone would find you. A little experiment in human nature. You know, see who would be drawn to a mystery. And you, my dear, you were quite the mystery. A woman who vanished without a trace. A fascinating challenge. He gestured around the apartment. I have been here for months, waiting, studying the flyer, imagining who this woman was. And then there you were on Tinder. A new name, a new face, but those eyes Julian always talk about, your eyes. He said they held a story. My stomach churned. This was not just a trap, it was a psychological torture chamber. He had deliberately reeled me and played the role of the perfect man, all while knowing my deepest, darkest secret. What do you want? I demanded, trying to find some strength in my voice. Oh, nothing much, Liam said, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity. Just to bring you back to your artist. He misses you, you know. He has been waiting. I shook my head, tears welling in my eyes. No, you won't. I am not going anywhere with you. Oh, but you are, he said, and his voice hardened, losing all pretense of gentleness. He is very particular about his projects. And you, my old name, are still his project. He never truly lost you. He just gave you a long leash to see where you would run. And you ran right into my arms. Did not you? He took another step, and I instinctively backed away, my hand reaching behind me, searching for anything. My fingers brushed against the cool metal of a small, decorative vase on a shelf. It was heavy, He wants to photograph you again. Liam continued, oblivious to my desperate search. Capture the fear, the desperation. He says it makes your eyes truly captivating. A muse in her rawest form. My fingers closed around the vase. It was not ideal, but it was something. And the river stones. I managed to ask, my voice trembling. He smirked. A little reminder, a breadcrumb trail, to let you know he was still watching, and to ensure you did not get too comfortable. He looked around the room, a possessive glint in his eyes. He was quite pleased when you started dating me. Said it was poetic, the lost muse, seeking solace in the very hands that would deliver her back to him. My mind raced. Escape. Now, I need to go. I said, my voice firmer, clutching the vase. I do not think so. Liam replied, his perfect smile returning, but this time it was chilling. He took another step, closing the distance between us. Julian's waiting, without thinking, driven by pure terror and a surge of adrenaline. I swung the vase. It connected with the side of his head with a sickening thud. He grunted, staggering back, a hand flying to his temple. For a split second, he looked genuinely surprised. That was all I needed. I bolted. I pushed past him, scrambling toward the front door. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, turning it frantically. It clicked open. Get back here. Liam roared, his voice no longer calm or collected, but filled with rage. I heard his heavy footsteps behind me. I burst out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind me, not bothering to lock it. I raced down the 3 flights of stairs, my heart pounding like a drum solo. I could hear Liam's footsteps thundering behind me, closer than I wanted. I hit the ground floor, burst through the main entrance, and sprinted out into the cool night air. The street was dimly lit, mostly empty. I did not care where I was going, just away. Away from Liam, away from Julian, away from the nightmare they had conjured. I could hear him shouting my old name, his voice echoing in the deserted street. You can't escape him. He will always find you. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I thought I would collapse. I did not stop until I was miles away, hiding in the shadows of an alleyway, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. I was free, for now, but the freedom felt hollow. It felt like a temporary reprieve, not an escape. Julian had not just observed me, he had orchestrated my disappearance, made me officially missing, and then used that as bait to lure me into a new trap. He had not lost me, he had simply relocated me, like a chess piece on his board. The river stones, the missing person flyer, Liam. It all clicked into place, a horrifying tapestry woven by a madman. I was more alone than ever before. My identity was gone, replaced by a ghost story. My past was a weapon in Julian's hands. My future was a perpetual flight. He had twisted my life into a narrative of his own design, and I was trapped within its pages. I wiped my tears, the cold night air chilling my skin. I could not go back to my apartment. I could not trust anyone. I was a phantom, hunted by an artist who saw my terror as his greatest inspiration. And somewhere, I knew Julian was watching, waiting for the next click of a hidden camera, ready to capture the next agonizing chapter of his muse's story. I was still his muse, forever observed, forever running. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the river stones would start appearing again soon. All right, so you remember me. Alex, 32, living that city life. Stable job, decent apartment, the whole 9 yards. But beneath all that stability, there was this dull, persistent hum of monotony. My friends, bless their intrusive hearts, had been on my case for months. Alex, you need to get out there. You are going to end up a crazy cat lady. Not that there is anything wrong with cat ladies, mind you, but I was not quite ready to embrace that particular destiny. So, against my better judgment, and fueled by a particularly depressing Tuesday night spent scrolling through Netflix, I caved. Hinge. Yeah, I know. It is supposed to be the relationship app, a step above the casual chaos of Tinder. My hopes were not exactly sky high, though my previous attempts at online dating had been well. Let us just say they mostly confirmed that a pretty picture does not guarantee a personality, or even a basic grasp of conversational etiquette. Most dates felt like job interviews where neither of us really wanted the position. Awkward silences, forced laughs, and the ever-present internal monologue screaming. Can I just go home and watch true crime documentaries now? I was ready to delete the app after about 2 weeks. Another string of polite but utterly forgettable encounters. One guy spent 20 minutes explaining the intricacies of his exotic fish tank. Another asked if I believed in aliens, then proceeded to tell me, with absolute conviction, that the moon landing was faked by a cabal of lizard people. I mean, I appreciate passion, but come on. My thumb was hovering over the uninstall button, a sense of weary resignation washing over me. Maybe my friends were right. Maybe I was destined for a life of solo Netflix binges and very specific cat food preferences. But then, just as I was about to tap that final button, a new profile popped up. His name was Julian. Now, I have seen my share of profiles. Most are a mix of gym selfies, blurry group shots where you can't tell who the actual person is, or the dreaded "I am looking for someone who does not take life too seriously, but also has their cot together" cliche. Julian's was different. His photos were artful, not overly posed, but clearly taken by someone who knew how to use a camera. One was of him laughing candidly in front of a vibrant street art mural in what looked like Mexico City. Another was a thoughtful, slightly pensive shot of him reading in a sun-drenched cafe. He was handsome, no doubt dark, intelligent eyes, a strong jawline, a smile that looked genuinely warm. He had a good job, something in architecture, and his prompts were actually clever. He talked about his love for indie films, obscure jazz, and hiking. He mentioned wanting to find someone who appreciated the quiet beauty of a rainy afternoon and the thrill of discovering a new hidden gem of a restaurant. My cynical defenses, usually impenetrable, started to crack. It felt too good to be true, like someone had designed a profile specifically to appeal to my very specific brand of introverted, slightly artsy sensibilities. Still, I figured, what is the harm? I sent a like, commenting on his photo from Mexico City. His reply came quickly, and it was not a generic hey. He picked up on my comment, asked if I would ever travel there, and shared a brief, engaging anecdote about his trip. The conversation flowed effortlessly from there. We talked about books, music, our favorite coffee shops in the city. He seemed genuinely interested in my answers, asking follow-up questions that showed he was actually listening, not just waiting for his turn to talk. He was witty, intelligent, and best of all, he did not immediately launch into a monologue about lizard people. After a few days of exchanging increasingly engaging messages, he suggested coffee. No pressure, he wrote, just a chance to see if our virtual chemistry translates to real life. My treat. It was perfect. Low-key, safe, and exactly what I needed after the parade of awkward dinners and forced drinks. The coffee shop he suggested was one I knew well, a cozy little place with exposed brick and a perpetually steaming espresso machine. I got there a few minutes early, nursing a nervous flutter in my stomach that I had not felt in years. When he walked in, I recognized him instantly from his photos, but somehow he was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with a confident but not arrogant stride. He was wearing a simple, well-fitting dark sweater and jeans, and he smelled faintly of something clean and woodsy. He spotted me, and that warm smile from his profile blossomed. "Alex," he asked, his voice a smooth baritone. "Julian, it is really great to finally meet you." We settled into a small corner booth, and the conversation picked right back up. He had this incredible knack for making me feel completely at ease, like we would have known each other for ages. We talked about our jobs, our families, our dreams. He asked me about my favorite authors, and when I mentioned a relatively obscure one, his eyes lit up. Ah. A fellow connoisseur of the melancholic prose, he chuckled, and then proceeded to discuss the author's thematic elements in a way that genuinely impressed me. It was not pretentious, it was just knowledgeable and passionate. He asked about my hobbies, my passions. I found myself opening up more than I usually would on a first date, talking about my love for urban exploring, my attempt at learning a new language, the satisfaction I got from a particularly challenging work project. He listened intently, his dark eyes never leaving mine, a slight, almost imperceptible tilt to his head. It was almost too good. That little voice of cynicism, usually so loud in my head, was starting to get drowned out by a growing sense of genuine excitement. This was not just a pleasant date, this felt like a connection. But amidst the easy flow of conversation, there were these tiny, almost imperceptible moments that, in hindsight, felt like static on a perfect radio signal. He mentioned my apartment building. "Is not your place near the old bookstore on Elm Street?" He asked casually, taking a sip of his latte. I blinked. "Yeah, actually it is." "How did you know that?" I had not mentioned my address, only the general neighborhood on my profile. He just waved a hand. "Oh, I think I saw it on your Hinge profile, one of your photos. You had a picture of your balcony. Did not you recognize the architecture?" I vaguely remembered a photo of a plant on my balcony, but I did not think it showed enough of the building for someone to pinpoint it so accurately. I brushed it off. He was observant. I thought, a good quality, right? Then he commented on my outfit. "That shade of green really suits you. Alex, it brings out the flecks in your eyes." It was a nice compliment, but the way he said it, almost as if he had been studying me, lingered a little, and the flecks in your eyes part felt a bit intimate for a first meeting. He also seemed to pick up on my subtle nervous habits. "You tend to fiddle with your coffee cup when you are thinking," he observed, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It is endearing." Again, a compliment, but it made me feel a little exposed, like he was seeing through me, dissecting my mannerisms. Toward the end of our 2-hour coffee date, yes. 2 hours flew by. He leaned forward slightly. "You know, Alex," he said, his voice dropping a little. "I told you I dabble in photography, right? I am always looking for interesting subjects, interesting stories. And you have a really captivating presence. A story waiting to be told." It was a strange thing to say, but I interpreted it as a compliment, a slightly artistic way of saying he found me interesting. I just smiled a little flustered. "Oh, I did not know about all that." I demurred. When we finally stood up to leave, he walked me to my car, which was parked just down the street. He opened the door for me, a genuinely old-fashioned gesture. I had a wonderful time. "Alex," he said, his hand lingering on the car door frame, "I would really love to see you again. How about dinner later this week?" My heart was doing a little happy dance. "I would like that very much." "Julian." We exchanged a polite, brief hug, and then I drove away, a mix of elation and a tiny, almost imperceptible whisper of unease swirling in my mind. The date had been fantastic, truly, but those little moments, they nag at me. I chalked it up to my own cynicism, my inability to accept something genuinely good without looking for the catch. He texted me that evening, just as he promised, still smiling from our conversation today. "Alex, you are a truly captivating woman. Looking forward to dinner." My friends were ecstatic when I told them. Finally, "Alex, a good one." They cheered. I agreed, outwardly, but that whisper of unease persisted. I could not shake the feeling that Julian had seen more of me than I had shown, or even intended to show. The next few days passed in a blur of anticipation, and a growing, unsettling feeling I could not quite place. I found myself replaying our conversation, trying to pinpoint exactly what had felt off. Was it the intense gaze? The casual mentions of things he should not have known? The way he seemed to dissect my personality and habits? I rationalized it away. telling myself I was overthinking, that he was just a very perceptive, charming guy. Maybe I was just unused to someone paying that much attention. I decided to do a quick social media check, just to make sure. My Instagram was private. My IU2B pretty locked down. My LinkedIn was public, but that was just professional stuff. Nothing that would give away my exact apartment building or my nervous coffee cup fiddling. I tried to find him online. Just a quick gut goose search of his name and architecture firm. Nothing unusual popped up, just professional profiles and a few articles about his firm's projects. He seemed perfectly legitimate. The second date was planned for Friday night at a new Italian place downtown. I was actually looking forward to it, despite the lingering unease. Maybe dinner would clear things up, prove my worries were unfounded. Wednesday afternoon, I decided to take a longer lunch break. The weather was unusually pleasant for late autumn, and I needed to clear my head. I decided to walk a few blocks over to a part of the city I did not frequent often, near some of the older, more historic buildings. I was browsing in a small, independent bookstore, enjoying the scent of old paper and fresh coffee, when something across the street caught my eye. It was a storefront I would never notice before. The sign above it was hand-painted, in elegant, slightly Gothic script the gilded lens curiosities captures. It looked like a cross between an antique shop and an art gallery, with an eclectic display in the window, a taxidermied raven, an antique brass telescope, and several framed black and white photographs. My interest, always piqued by the unusual, drew me across the street. The bell above the door jingled softly as I stepped inside. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of dust, old wood, and something metallic like developing chemicals. The shop was dimly lit, filled with shelves crammed with peculiar objects, vintage cameras, faded postcards, old maps, and dozens upon dozens of framed photographs. Some were clearly antique, faded sepia portraits of stern-faced Victorians. Others were more modern, abstract landscapes or striking street photography. It was a fascinating place, a true hidden gem. I wandered deeper into the shop, my eyes scanning the walls. There was a section dedicated to portraits, a collection of faces from different eras. Some were professional studio shots. Others looked like candid snapshots. I found myself drawn to a particular wall, bathed in the soft glow of a strategically placed spotlight. On this wall, the photographs were arranged in a grid, each one framed in simple, dark wood. They were all color photographs, modern, and they seemed to tell a story. A story that, with a sickening jolt, I realized was horrifyingly familiar. The first photo was of a woman laughing, her head tilted back, framed by a vibrant street art mural. My breath hitched. It was me. It was my Hinge profile picture. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I stared at it, a cold wave washing over me. No, it could not be. It had to be a coincidence. Maybe a stock photo that looked like me. But then I looked closer. The exact angle, the specific shades of the mural, the way my hair fell. It was unequivocally me. My eyes darted to the next photo. It was a close-up of my face, a slight, pensive expression, as if I was lost in thought. This one was not from Hinge. This was I remembered taking a selfie, like that once, but I never posted it. It was still in my phone's camera roll. How could it be here? Panic began to coil in my stomach. I scanned the rest of the wall, my gaze flying from one frame to the next, each one twisting the knife deeper. There was a photo of me on my balcony, watering my plants. The exact photo I had taken to show off my new basil plant. The one I had shared with only a handful of close friends on a private group chat. The architecture of my building was clearly visible in the background. Another photo showed me walking my dog in the park, my hair tied up in a messy bun, wearing an old sweatshirt. I distinctly remembered that morning. I had not seen anyone with a camera. I was sure of it. Then, the most recent ones. A shot of me, just last week, leaving my apartment building, coffee cup in hand, squinting slightly in the morning sun. I had not even been looking at the camera. It was a candid, taken without my knowledge or consent. And then the final, most horrifying image. A photo of me sitting in the coffee shop just 2 days ago on my date with Julian. I was laughing, my head tilted back, my hands fiddling with my coffee cup. Julian was visible in the corner of the frame, his back to the camera, but his distinctive sweater and dark hair were unmistakable. The photo was taken from across the room, at a slight angle, clearly zoomed in. It captured the exact moment he had commented on my endearing habit. My blood ran cold. The air in the shop, which had felt cool, now felt suffocating. My vision tunneled. This was not a coincidence. This was not abstract art. This was me. My life, my privacy, splayed out on a wall in a strange, silent gallery. Alex, what a surprise. I did not expect to see you here. The voice, smooth and familiar, came from behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. It was Julian. He was emerging from a back room, wiping his hands on a rag. He was wearing a dark apron over his sweater, and there was a faint smudge of what looked like photographic developer on his cheek. His smile, which had seemed so warm and genuine just 2 days ago, now seemed to stretch too wide, revealing a flash of something predatory in his eyes. The charming facade was gone, replaced by a cold, knowing amusement. Julian, I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. My mind raced, trying to process what I was seeing, what this meant. My entire body was trembling. He walked towards me, slowly, deliberately, like a hunter approaching cornered prey. "What brings you to my humble establishment?" he asked, his gaze drifting to the wall of photographs, then back to my face, lingering there, taking in my terror. He knew. He knew I knew. "What are these?" I finally managed to stammer, pointing a shaking finger at the wall. My voice cracked. He followed my gaze, then turned back to me, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Ah, those," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. "My latest collection. The Muse observed. I told you I dabble in photography. Alex. And I told you I found you captivating. A story waiting to be told." He did not deny they were me. He did not even try to lie. He just owned it. And in that moment, the terror intensified, because the composure, his complete lack of remorse, was far more chilling than any frantic excuse. "You took these," I whispered, my voice thick with horror, "without my knowledge, my consent." He chuckled softly, a low, unsettling sound. Knowledge and consent are such quaint concepts, are not they, for true art? The most authentic moments are those untainted by self-awareness. You were perfect, Alex, so naturally expressive, so unaware. He took another step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. The metallic scent in the air suddenly felt oppressive, like the smell of blood. "I have been working on this series for a while," he continued, completely ignoring my fear, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity, studying the nuances of human expression, the unconscious gestures. "And then I found your profile. You were an ideal subject. Everything I would have been looking for. You found my profile." I stammered, my mind struggling to keep up. "You mean you chose me from Hinge because you wanted to photograph me?" He shrugged, a casual gesture that made my blood run cold. "Among other reasons, the app was merely a convenient access point, a way to get closer, to observe you in your natural habitat, as it were. I already knew your routines, your preferences, your general vicinity. Our coffee date just confirmed my initial assessment. You truly are fascinating. Alex." My stomach lurched. He knew my routines, my preferences. How? How long had he been watching me? The old bookstore on Elm Street comment. The flecks in my eyes had all clicked into place, a mosaic of insidious observation. He had not just studied my profile, he had studied me. This is harassment. I managed to say, my voice trembling but trying to find some semblance of strength. This is illegal. He simply smiled, a condescending, pitying smile. Is it? Artist objective. Alex, and I have not done anything to harm you. Yet, these are merely observations. A celebration of your unique beauty. Think of it as a very personal portrait series. His gaze swept over the photos again, then back to me, lingering on my face. Though, I must say, your current expression is rather striking. Fear becomes you. I felt bile rise in my throat. I had to get out. Now, I need to go. I said, my voice firmer, though my legs felt like jelly. I took a step back, then another, tried to put distance between us, between me and that horrifying wall. He did not move to stop me physically, but his presence felt like a solid wall. Our dinner date is still on for Friday, is not it? He asked, his voice still calm, but with an underlying current of menace that sent shivers down my spine. I was really looking forward to getting to know you better. Alex, we have so much more to discuss, and so many more moments to capture. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, there is no dinner. There is nothing. I turned and bolted. I did not care about politeness, about making a scene. The jingling of the bell as I burst out of the shop sounded like a scream in my ears. I did not look back. I just ran blindly through the unfamiliar streets, my heart hammering, every nerve ending screaming in primal terror. I did not stop until I reached a busy intersection, gasping for breath, tears blurring my vision. I hailed the first cab I saw, practically throwing myself into backseat. Just drive. I choked out to the bewildered driver. Anywhere, just drive. I finally made it home, adrenaline still coursing through my veins, leaving me shaky and nauseous. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped them. Inside, I slammed the door shut, locking every deadbolt, every chain. I ran to the windows, yanking the blinds down, peering through the slats, convinced I would see his face staring back at me from the street. Nothing. Just the usual city bustle. I deleted Hinge, blocked Julian's number, blocked him on every social media platform I could think of. But it felt like a futile gesture. He knew where I lived. He knew my routines. He had photos of me that I had not even known existed. Photos taken from the shadows, from a distance, without my consent. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every shadow seemed to stretch too long. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like footsteps. I jumped at every unexpected sound, every notification on my phone. I kept the lights on, even at night. I slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares of his calm, knowing smile, of my face staring back at me from a gallery wall. I called my best friend, Sarah, trying to explain the horrifying encounter. She was shocked, outraged. Alex, you have to go to the police, she insisted. But what would I say? A guy, I went on one coffee date with his photos of me, some from my public profile, some from my private social media, and some candidates I did not know where they came from in his art gallery. It sounded flimsy, like the ramblings of a paranoid woman. They might take a report, but what could they actually do? He had not physically harmed me. He had not threatened me, not explicitly. He had just observed and collected. The police would tell me to block him, change my locks, be more careful. All things I was already doing. And I knew, deep down, that would not be enough. Julian was not a simple stalker. He was an artist, a collector, and I was his latest, most prized subject. And artists do not just abandon their masterpieces. I started noticing things. Small, almost imperceptible shifts in my environment. A single, wilting white rose left on my doorstep, tucked beneath the doormat. It was not there when I left for work. A small, smooth river stone placed on the hood of my car. I never parked under trees, so it could not have just fallen. I tried to convince myself it was just coincidence, that I was imagining things. But the cold knot of fear in my stomach told me otherwise. I started taking different routes to work, varying my schedule, even changing my usual coffee shop. But the feeling of being watched never left. I would catch glimpses of unfamiliar cars parked on my street for too long, their windows tinted. I would hear faint noises outside my window at night, sounds that did not quite fit the usual urban symphony. Then, one evening, while I was trying to distract myself by scrolling through a local online art forum, I saw it, a new post, under an anonymous username, a series of photographs titled City Life the Unseen. And there, nestled among abstract shots of rain, slick streets, and blurred city lights, were new photos of me. One was of me walking my dog, taken from a high vantage point, almost like a drone shot. Another was of me sitting alone in a cafe, reading a book, clearly taken through the window. And the most chilling one, a photo of my apartment building at night. My window clearly visible, a faint light emanating from inside. It was not a close-up, but it was undeniable. He was still watching. He was still collecting. And he was sharing his art with the world. My phone rang. Unknown number. I stared at it, my hand trembling. After 3 rings, it stopped. A moment later, a text message came through from a number I did not recognize. It was just a single word. Muse. That was it. That was the breaking point. I could not live like this. I could not live with the constant gnawing fear, the feeling of being a character in someone else's twisted narrative. I was no longer Alex, the 32-year-old with a stable job and a decent apartment. I was Alex the observed, Alex the collected, Alex the muse. I decided then and there that I had to disappear. Not just block him, not just change my locks. I had to vanish. It took weeks, months even of meticulous planning. I told my job I was taking extended leave, then resigned. I broke my lease, sold most of my belongings, and packed what little I had left into my car. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, even the private ones. I told my closest friends I was moving out of state, going off grid for a while, just to reset. I made them promise not to tell anyone where I was going, not even vague hints. It has been 6 months now. I am in a new city, hundreds of miles away. A smaller city, one where I feel less like a tiny, anonymous fish in a vast, predatory ocean. I have a new job, a new apartment, a new life. I have even changed the way I look, a different haircut, a new style of clothes. I try to be less noticeable, to blend into the background, but the fear never truly leaves. It is a phantom limb, an ache that flares up at unexpected moments. Every time I see a new art gallery, every time a stranger looks at me for a second too long, every time a notification pops up from an unknown number, my heart leaps into my throat. I still check the art forum sometimes, under a burner account, just to see if the City Life the Unseen series has any new additions. So far, nothing that looks like me. But the other day, I was walking through a small local park, enjoying the quiet. I sat on a bench, watching the leaves fall, trying to find some peace. When I stood up to leave, I noticed something tucked into the rough bark of the bench, almost invisible. It was a small, smooth river stone, the exact same kind I would found on the hood of my car, hundreds of miles away, months ago. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was cold, smooth, and utterly out of place. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat, the blood draining from my face. He knows. He has found me. Or maybe he never lost me. Maybe I was never truly gone. Maybe I am still his muse, and this new life, this new city, is just another canvas for his next collection. And I am just waiting for the next click of a hidden camera, the next photo to appear, the next subtle reminder that I am, and always will be, observed. The cold hit me like a physical blow when I burst out of Liam's apartment building. Not just the night air, but a deeper, more profound chill that settled in my bones and would not leave. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and the taste of bile was in my mouth. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The image of that corkboard, my old face staring back at me, my missing person flyer, it was seared into my brain. And Liam's calm, almost clinical explanation, Julian's masterpiece. His experiment. I ran until my chest screamed, until the city lights blurred into streaks, until I was sure I was far enough from that place. Then I hailed a taxi, gave the driver a random address miles away, and just sat there, shaking, trying to breathe, trying to make sense of a world that had, once again, tilted on its axis. It was worse this time. So much worse. With Julian, there was always a chance, a sliver of hope that if I just ran far enough, scrubbed my identity clean enough, he would eventually get bored. But Liam showed me the truth. Julian was not bored. He was watching. He was orchestrating. My terror, my desperation, my attempt at a normal life, it was all part of his twisted performance. And I was the unwilling star. The river stones were not just reminders, they were applause. I spent the next few days in a fugue state, holed up in a cheap motel, staring at the peeling wallpaper. Every shadow was Julian. Every creak of the floorboards was him coming for me. I could not eat, could not sleep. The thought of starting over again was a lead weight in my stomach. What was the point? He would just find me. He always did. He would just set up another pawn, another trap, and watch me walk right into it. But then the sheer primal instinct to survive kicked in. I was not going to let him win. Not like this. Not by giving up. I was going to run again. I was going to disappear so completely this time that even Julian, with all his twisted genius, would not be able to find me. So I did it. Again. I emptied my bank account, bought a burner phone, and drove until the landscape changed, until the air felt different. I landed in a small, unassuming city 1,000 miles from anywhere I would ever been, a place that felt utterly anonymous. I found a job waiting tables in a diner, paid cash under a new name, a name so bland and forgettable it felt like a disguise in itself. I rented a tiny apartment above a convenience store, its windows perpetually grimy, its walls thin as paper. It was not much, but it was mine. Or at least, it was the closest thing to mine I could hope for. Months bled into each other. The paranoia was a constant companion, a dull ache beneath my ribs. I avoided mirrors, hated my reflection, always scanning crowds, always checking behind me. I did not download Tinder. I did not even think about dating. The idea of letting anyone close, of trusting anyone, was a distant, terrifying fantasy. My only human connection was a casual banter with regulars at the diner, the polite nods to my landlord. It was lonely, yes, but it was safe. Or so I told myself. Then I met Mark. He was a regular at the diner, a quiet guy who always ordered the same thing, black coffee, and a slice of AP bow pie. He had kind eyes. I noticed the kind that crinkled at the corners when he smiled. He was a software engineer. He told me once when I refilled his coffee, working remotely new to the city. He seemed normal, unremarkable, in the best possible way. He started staying a little longer after his pie was gone, just talking. About the weather, about the local sports team, about nothing much at all. I found myself looking forward to his visits, a tiny, guilty pleasure. He never pushed, never pried. He just listened, and he smiled. One evening, after the diner closed, I was walking home, my head down against the biting wind, when I heard his voice. "Hey, you heading home?" I jumped, startled, my heart leaping into my throat. Old habits, you know, but it was just Mark, walking out of the convenience store below my apartment, a bag of groceries in his hand. He looked a little embarrassed. "Oh, hey." I managed, trying to sound nonchalant. "Rough night?" he asked, nodding toward the diner. I just shrugged. Every night's a rough night when you are on your feet for 10 hours. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. "Tell me about it." My back's usually screaming after a day hunched over a keyboard. He paused, then took a breath. Listen, this might be a little forward, and I totally understand if you say no, but would you ever want to? I do not know. Grab dinner sometime. Somewhere that is not the diner. My stomach clenched. Dating. Letting someone in. It was everything I swore I would not do. But then I looked at his face, so open, so hopeful, and something in me, something deep and starved for connection, just softened. He was not Julian. He was not Liam. He was just Mark, a guy who liked AP bow pie and had kind eyes. Yeah, I heard myself say, yeah, I would like that. Mark. The first date was surprisingly easy. We went to a small Italian place, the kind with checkered tablecloths and red sauce. We talked for hours about our jobs, about the city, about silly things like our favorite movies. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh that felt foreign on my lips. He did not ask about my past, did not try to dig. He just focused on now. We went on a few more dates after that. Each time, a little piece of my guard chipped away. It was slow, agonizingly slow, but it was happening. I found myself thinking about him during my shifts, wondering what he was doing, smiling at the thought of his quiet humor. It was a dangerous feeling, this fragile hope, this yearning for a normal life. But I wanted it so badly. I craved it like air. One Friday night, after a particularly lovely dinner and a walk through a brightly lit park, Mark walked me back to my apartment. We stood outside, the streetlights casting long shadows, and there was that familiar, hesitant moment, the unspoken question hanging in the air. He looked at me, his kind eyes searching mine. Do you want to come up for a bit? I could put on some music. Maybe we could just talk. My heart hammered. This was it. The moment of truth. The moment where I either retreated back into my shell or took a terrifying leap of faith. The logical, paranoid part of my brain screamed no, absolutely not, never. But the other part, the part that was so tired of being alone, so desperate for something real, whispered yes. I looked at him, really looked at him. He seemed so earnest, so genuine. There was no hint of anything sinister in his gaze, no calculating glint like I was seeing in Liam's eyes. He was just a nice guy. Okay, I said, my voice a little shaky. Okay, Mark. He smiled a genuine, relieved smile and reached out to gently take my hand. His touch was warm, comforting. We walked up the street to his building, a nondescript brick structure, just like mine, just like 100 others in this city. He unlocked the door, and we stepped inside. The hallway was dimly lit, smelling faintly of old carpet and something vaguely metallic. We took the elevator up to the 3rd floor. My stomach fluttered with a mix of nerves and a tiny spark of excitement. Maybe, just maybe this could be good. Maybe this could be my new beginning. He fumbled with his keys, found the right one, and pushed open the door. Welcome to my humble abode, he said, stepping aside to let me in. I walked in, taking a breath, ready to smile, ready to relax. And then I stopped. The smile died on my face. The breath caught in my throat. The air in the apartment hit me first. Not a particular smell, not a bad one, just a familiar one. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of old wood, dust, and something else, something metallic and sharp, like a whisper of ozone. It was a smell I had not consciously remembered, but my body knew it. My eyes swept across the living room. It was a standard, slightly cluttered bachelor pad. A worn couch, a coffee table covered in books and empty mugs, a TV on a stand. Nothing unusual. But then my gaze snagged on a detail. The light fixture. A simple, frosted glass globe hanging from a ceiling. Nothing special. Except I remembered it. I remembered the way the light diffused through it, casting soft shadows on the walls. My heart started to thump, a slow, heavy drumbeat against my ribs. No, it can't be. I took another step, my eyes darting around. The layout, the exact placement of the archway leading into the kitchen, the faint discoloration on the wall near the window, a ghost of where a picture had once hung. My mind was screaming. A cold dread, colder than any winter night, was seeping into my veins, freezing me from the inside out. Something wrong. Mark asked, his voice gentle, oblivious. He was closing the door behind us. I could not answer. My throat was tight, my tongue a dry, useless thing. I walked further into the room, my movement stiff, like a marionette. I passed the couch, then the coffee table. My eyes were wide, unblinking, taking in every detail. The kitchen, a small galley kitchen. The chipped tile backsplash, the specific shade of faded yellow paint on the walls. And then there it was, on the counter, tucked away near the sink, a small ceramic owl figurine. A cheap kitschy thing. My breath hitched. The owl. I remembered the owl. A fragmented image flashed in my mind, a blurred window, a sense of being trapped, the silence. The owl had been there then, too, watching. This was not just déjà vu. This was real. I had been in this apartment before. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. How? When I had not lived in the city until a few months ago. I had not met Mark until a few months ago. Then the memories, once fractured and hazy, started to coalesce, like pieces of horrifying puzzle snapping into place. The initial days after Julian had first made me disappear. The confusion, the terror, the disorientation. He had not taken me straight to that isolated cabin. No, there had been a series of stops. Temporary holding places, he would call them. Places where he could observe me, break me down, before moving me to the next stage of his twisted game. This apartment. This was one of them. I remembered the dull ache of despair, the feeling of being utterly alone. I remembered staring out that window, watching the street below, wondering if anyone would ever find me. I remembered the quiet, the oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the building or the distant hum of traffic. I remembered the sensation of being utterly, completely trapped. And the owl. Julian had placed it there on the kitchen counter. He had a strange fascination with owls, always calling them watchers of the night, silent observers. He would told me once, with a chilling smile, that the owl was there to keep me company. My blood ran cold, turned to ice in my veins. My gaze snapped back to Mark, who was now standing a few feet away, a concerned frown on his face. "Hey, are you okay? You look like you have seen a ghost," he said, taking a step towards me. A ghost. That is what I was. A ghost in Julian's endless play. The terror that had been simmering beneath the surface erupted. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated fear. This was not just a coincidence. This was not some random apartment. This was his apartment. Not Mark's. Julian's. He had owned it, used it, and now he had brought me back to it. Mark was reaching out, his hand hovering near my arm. "You are really pale. Maybe you should sit down." "No." I choked out, the word barely a whisper. My eyes were still scanning the room, searching, desperate. Where was it? I knew what would confirm it. My gaze landed on the small, built-in bookshelf next to the TV. It was filled with books, CDs, and a few knickknacks. And there, tucked between a paperback novel and a framed photo of a scenic landscape, was a small, smooth, gray river stone. Just one, but it was enough. My breath hitched, my vision blurred. The river stone, Julian's signature, his twisted calling card. He had known. He had known I would eventually end up here. He had orchestrated this, every single step. My escape from Liam, my desperate attempt at a new life, my meeting Mark, my slow, hesitant decision to trust him to come back to his apartment. It was all a meticulously planned trap. Julian was not just watching me, he was directing me. He was moving the pieces on his chessboard, and I was just a pawn dancing to his tune. My terror, my hope, my despair was all fuel for his sick gratification. Mark took another step, closer now. What is it? What is wrong? There was genuine worry in his voice. He was innocent. He had to be. He was just another unwitting pawn in Julian's game. Another kind soul Julian had used to reel me back in. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Julian had found me again. He had not just found me, he had lured me with the promise of normalcy, with the bait of a kind stranger. He had used this apartment, a place of my past confinement, to remind me that I was never truly free. My eyes were locked on the river stone, then on Mark's bewildered face. I could not speak, could not scream. The sheer, overwhelming horror of it all paralyzed me. He was always there, always watching, always one step ahead. I wanted to run, to scream, to break something. But I was frozen, trapped in the nightmare. This apartment, this seemingly innocuous place, was a tomb of my past, a monument to Julian's control. Then a flicker of movement caught my eye. On the coffee table, among the clutter, a small white envelope. My breath hitched. It was not there before. I knew it was not. Mark would have mentioned it, or I would have seen it. My eyes, wide with terror, met Mark's. He looked confused, then followed my gaze to the envelope. "What is that?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. He picked it up, his brow furrowed. It was sealed. No stamp, no address. Just a blank white envelope. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. I knew what it was. I knew. He started to open it, his fingers fumbling slightly. "No." I shrieked, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. I lunged forward, grabbing his arm, trying to snatch the envelope. He cried out, startled, dropping the envelope. It fluttered to the floor, spilling its contents. Not a letter, not a note, just a handful of small, smooth, gray river stones. Dozens of them. They scattered across the wooden floor, glinting dully in the dim light. Mark stared at them, then at me, his face a mass of utter confusion and fear. What is this? What is going on? But I did not answer. I could not. My mind had snapped. The air felt thick, suffocating. Julian. He was here. He was always here. My gaze darted around the room, frantic, searching for an escape. The door. It was still open a crack. Without another thought, without another word, I spun around. I did not care about Mark's questions, his fear, his bewilderment. He was just another unfortunate soul caught in Julian's web. I ran. I sprinted out of the apartment, down the hallway, my feet pounding, my breath ragged. I did not wait for the elevator. I flung myself down the stairwell, taking the steps two at a time, a frantic, desperate escape. I burst out of the building and into the night, gasping for air, the cold wind whipping my hair around my face. I did not look back. I just ran. Ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the city lights blurred into streaks. I am free, for now, but the escape feels hollow. More hollow than ever before. Julian still sees me as his muse, his project. I am a ghost, forever running, forever observed. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that the river stones will appear again. They always do. They are just waiting for the next scene in his masterpiece. And I am still the star. I arrived early for our coffee date. As always, it was a habit born of anxiety and a need to scope out the place, pick the right table, and mentally prepare myself for what usually ended up being another disappointing hour of forced small talk and awkward silences. Dating apps, man, they are a special kind of hell. But Sarah felt different. Her blurry photo, that cryptic bio that hinted at a wicked sense of humor without giving anything away, her witty messages, they would all wove in a little spell around me. I actually felt a flutter of something other than dread in my stomach. Hope, maybe. The cafe was one of those places that try a little too hard to be cozy, all exposed brick and mismatched furniture, but it smelled good, like roasted coffee beans and cinnamon. I ordered a black coffee, found a corner booth, and pulled out my phone, pretending to be engrossed in something important while secretly checking the door every 30 seconds. Then she walked in, even from across the room. I knew it was her. There was a confidence in her stride, a certain way she held her head, a smile that seemed to be just for herself until she looked up and her eyes met mine. And then that smile, it widened genuinely, warmly, and my heart did a little flip-flop. Her blurry profile picture had not done her justice. Not even close. Sarah was stunning. Dark, curly hair that framed a face with high cheekbones and eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets, yet sparkled with an undeniable warmth. She was wearing a simple, dark sweater and jeans, but she carried herself like she was walking a runway. "Alex," she asked, her voice a low, melodic hum as she approached my table. "Sarah," I replied, standing up, feeling suddenly clumsy and a little breathless. She offered me a hand, and her grip was firm, warm. "You found a great spot," she said, sliding into the booth opposite me. Her eyes, I noticed, were a deep, intense hazel, and they seemed to take in everything, missing nothing. "Sorry if I'm a little late. Traffic was a nightmare." She was not late at all, actually. She was exactly on time, but I just nodded, grateful for the small talk to get my bearings. We ordered, and then the conversation just flowed. You know how sometimes on a first date, it feels like an interview, like you are both ticking boxes, trying to figure out if the other person is worth a second hour of your life. This was not like that. It was effortless. We talked about everything: books, movies, our ridiculously demanding jobs, the absolute absurdity of modern dating. She laughed at my jokes, and her laugh was infectious, a bright, clear sound that made the cafe feel a little less stale. She was incredibly intelligent, too, quick-witted and articulate. There were moments, though, when her gaze would intensify, and it felt like she was looking right through me, not just at me, like she was dissecting my thoughts, understanding things I had not even put into words. It was not creepy, not exactly. More magnetic. It made me feel seen, in a way I had not felt in a long time. It was exhilarating. "You know," she said, leaning forward slightly, her voice dropping a little lower, "I had a feeling about you, even from your profile. Something about your bio, it resonated." I chuckled. Mine was pretty generic. "I thought," she smiled, a knowing, almost mischievous smile. "Not to me." It said just enough. "And your pictures, you have a really natural smile. Alex, it is rare to see that on these apps." My pictures, I had like 4, all pretty standard, nothing special. Yet she made it sound like she would study them, found some hidden meaning. Again, it was not creepy. It felt flattering, like she truly noticed me. By the time we left, hours later, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. I walked out of that cafe feeling lighter than I had in years. This was it. I thought this was finally it. The one. The universe had finally thrown me a bone after all those duds. We had a second date, then a third. Each one was better than the last. We went for dinner, saw a terrible indie film that we both loved to hate, spent an afternoon walking through a park, just talking. Every time we were together, I felt this incredible connection, like we would known each other forever. Sarah was everything I would ever wanted in a partner: charming, funny, smart, adventurous, and incredibly attentive. She remembered little details I would mention in bed, brought me my favorite coffee without asking, and always knew how to make me laugh when I was stressed. She never really talked much about her past, though, or her family. When I would ask, she would give vague answers, deflect with joke, or turn the conversation back to me. It was a minor thing. I told myself, Everyone has boundaries. Maybe she just was not close with her family. I was so wrapped up in the whirlwind of our blossoming romance. I barely even registered it as a red flag. I was too busy floating on cloud nine. A month passed, then two. We were inseparable. We talked about moving in together eventually, about trips we wanted to take. I was falling fast and hard, and it felt incredible. I trusted her completely. I felt safe with her. One Friday night, after a particularly grueling week at work, Sarah suggested we just stay in. I will cook, she offered, her eyes sparkling. You just bring yourself and a bottle of wine. Her apartment was about a 30-minute drive from mine in a quieter, tree-lined neighborhood. I had not been there yet, mostly because we always ended up at my place or out. I was excited. It felt like another step, a deeper level of intimacy. When I arrived, the building was an old Victorian, converted into several units. Sarah's was on the second floor. The interior was tastefully decorated, minimalist yet cozy, with warm lighting and a faint scent of something delicious already cooking. Make yourself at home, she said, taking the wine bottle from my hand. I am just finishing up the sauce. Feel free to explore if you like. I put my bag down on the small, stylish couch in the living room and smiled. Smells amazing. What are you making? My grandmother's famous bolognese, she replied, her voice drifting from the kitchen. It takes a while, but it is worth it. I wandered around a bit, admiring her taste. There were bookshelves overflowing with books, a few interesting art pieces, and a record player with a stack of vinyl. Everything felt curated, intentional. It was so her. I walked toward the back of the apartment, drawn by the faint sound of music coming from what I assumed was her bedroom. It was not a loud sound, more like something playing softly in the background. As I passed what looked like a small study or office, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. Curiosity, that age-old human curse, tugged at me. Sarah had said explore, right? I pushed the door open a little further. The room was dark, the blinds drawn, but a sliver of light from the hallway illuminated a corner. It was definitely an office. There was a desk, a computer, and another bookshelf. But what caught my eye, what made me pause, was a wall covered in corkboard. That seemed a little out of place for Sarah's otherwise sleek, modern aesthetic. I stepped inside, my hand reaching for the light switch. I flicked it on, and the room was bathed in a harsh, fluorescent glow. And then I saw it, the corkboard wall. It was not just one. There were three of them, stretching across the entire back wall of the office. And they were covered, absolutely covered, with pictures. My heart gave a little lurch. A strange, cold sensation began to spread through my chest. I took a step closer, my eyes scanning the hundreds of images tacked to the boards. And then I saw myself. It was a picture of me, laughing, my hair a mess, holding a coffee cup. I remembered that moment. It was from about 6 months ago, at my favorite coffee shop, the one near my apartment. I had not seen Sarah then. We had not even matched on the app. My breath hitched. My eyes darted to another picture. Me, walking out of my gym, my hair still damp from a shower, looking tired but determined. Another one, me at the grocery store, pushing a cart, my face bare of makeup. Me, sitting on a park bench, reading a book, a slight frown on my face as I concentrated. These were not selfies. These were not pictures I had ever posted online. These were candid shots, taken without my knowledge. A sick, twisting feeling began to churn in my stomach. I felt lightheaded, like the air had been sucked out of the room. My hands started to tremble as I reached out, my fingers brushing against one of the photos. It was me, standing on my tiny balcony, watering my plants. That was from last summer, before Sarah, long before Sarah. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. This was not just a few pictures. This was an entire wall, a shrine of me. My eyes moved frantically across the boards, trying to make sense of the horrifying tableau. There were dates scrawled beneath some of the pictures, neat, precise handwriting, locations, times. It was a timeline, a meticulously documented chronicle of my life, my unaware life. And then I saw it, a picture of me sitting in that very cafe where Sarah and I had our first date. I was there early, just like I always was, looking at my phone, waiting. The picture was taken from across the room, slightly blurred, but undeniably me. And beneath it, in that same neat handwriting, match accepted, first contact initiated. My blood ran cold. The blurry profile picture, the cryptic bio, her knowing smile, her intense gaze, her remembering every small detail, her saying my generic profile resonated. It was not intuition. It was not a connection. It was data. Information she had gathered. She had not found me on a dating app. She had hunted me. The sound of sizzling in the kitchen, the clatter of a pot, suddenly brought me crashing back to present. Sarah, she was still out there, cooking, humming, probably. And I was in her office, staring at a wall that proved everything I thought I knew about her, about us, was a lie. My mind raced, trying to process the sheer enormity of it. How long? How had she found me? Why? My stomach clenched, a wave of nausea washing over me. I felt violated, exposed. Every private moment I thought was mine, now twisted into a chilling trophy. I heard footsteps approaching, light and quick. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I spun around, my eyes wide with terror, looking for an escape. The office door. Too late. Sarah was standing in the doorway, a soft, fond smile on her face. Her hands were still slightly flour dusted from the kitchen. Everything all right? Alex, she asked, her voice calm, a little too calm. Dinner's almost ready. Her eyes drifted to the wall behind me. The smile did not falter, not even a flicker. It was still there, warm and inviting, but now I saw the cold, calculating glint behind it. My voice was a strangled whisper. Sarah, what is this? I gestured weakly towards a wall of horrors. She took a step into the room, then another. Her eyes, those intense hazel eyes, met mine, and this time there was no warmth, no sparkle. Only a chilling, unwavering focus. Oh, she said, her voice still soft, almost regretful. You found my little project. Project. That word, so innocuous, sounded utterly monstrous coming from her lips. My pictures. I stammered, my voice trembling. How, why? She walked past me, stopping in front of the wall, her gaze sweeping over the images with an almost proprietary air. She reached out, her fingers gently touching a picture of me sleeping on my couch, a book fallen open on my chest. It was a picture I did not even know existed, because I had to know you. Alex, she said, her voice still calm, almost conversational, as if she were explaining a recipe. I saw you almost a year ago, at the farmer's market. You were buying those organic blueberries. Remember, you had a stain on your shirt, right here. She pointed to her own chest, and you laughed at something the vendor said. I knew, right then, that I had to have you. My blood ran cold. The farmer's market. I remember that day. A year ago. A year. She had been watching me for a year. I followed you home that day, she continued, her back still to me, her voice a low murmur. It was not hard to find out your name, your address, your job, your routine. She chuckled softly, a sound that made my skin crawl. You are surprisingly predictable. Alex, in the best way, of course. I could not breathe. My entire world, everything I thought was real, was crumbling around me. She was not charming. She was not witty. She was a predator, and I was her prey. The dating app I whispered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. You matched with me on purpose. You knew who I was. She turned, her smile still in place, but it was a shark smile now. Of course. How else was I going to get close to you? You are very careful. Alex, you do not let just anyone in. I had to create the perfect scenario. The blurry photo, the cryptic bio, it was all designed to pique your interest, to make you think you were the one discovering me. Oh, you like that? Did not you? The mystery. My knees felt weak. I stumbled backward, hitting the desk, sending a stack of paper scattering. The noise was jarring in the suffocating silence of the room. You are sick. I choked out the words barely audible. Her smile finally dropped, replaced by a look of hurt, a shadow of genuine pain in her eyes. It was a terrifying transformation, like watching a mask melt away to reveal something monstrous beneath. Sick, she repeated, her voice losing its calm, a sharp edge creeping in. I love you. Alex, I have loved you for a year. I have known you better than anyone else ever has. Better than your friends, your family. Better than you know yourself sometimes. I know what makes you laugh, what makes you cry, what scares you, what you dream about. I know the way you bite your lip when you are concentrating, the way you hum softly when you are happy. I know you. Alex, all of you. Her eyes burned into mine, and I felt a primal terror. This was not love. This was obsession. This was madness. I need to go, I said, my voice shaking, trying to sound firm, but failing spectacularly. I took another step back, my hand reaching for the doorknob. She moved, suddenly, swiftly, blocking the doorway. Her movements were fluid, graceful, terrifyingly efficient. She was no longer the charming woman I would spend the last 2 months falling for. She was something else entirely. Go, she asked, a frown creasing her brow. But dinner's almost ready. We have so much to talk about, so much to plan. She gestured vaguely to the wall of photos. I was going to wait, of course, for the right moment. But now that you know we can be honest with each other, can't we? No more secrets. Let me out, Sarah. I demanded, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a desperate plea. Her eyes hardened. Why would you want to leave? We are perfect together. I have worked so hard for this. Alex, to make you happy, to make you mine. You stalked me. I cried, the words bursting out of me. You lied to me. Everything was a lie. It was a means to an end, she said, her voice rising slightly, a hint of steel beneath the calm. And it worked, did not it? You fell for me. You loved me. You said you did. Alex, just last night, tears welled in my eyes, blurring her terrifying face. I did. I had. And the betrayal, the sheer depth of it, was a physical pain. That was not real. I sobbed. It was based on a lie. Her expression shifted again, becoming cold, almost menacing. It was real to me. It is real. And you are not going anywhere. She took a step towards me, her hand reaching out. I recoiled instinctively. Do not touch me. I screamed, my voice cracking. Her hand froze in midair. Her eyes narrowed. You are scared, she observed, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. That is okay. You will get over it. You will understand. We belong together. Alex, I have known it for a year. And now you know it too. My gaze darted around the room. There was a window, but it was on the second floor. Too high. The door was her. I had to get past her. Sarah, please. I begged, my voice hoarse. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I can't be here. She let out a soft, humorless laugh. Not tell anyone. Alex, you think I am stupid. You think I've gone to all this trouble, only to let you walk out that door and call the police. No, Alex, we're gonna work this out. Just you and me. We will talk. We will understand each other. She took another step, closing the distance between us. Her eyes were fixed on mine, unwavering, intense. I could feel the heat radiating off her. She was taller than me, stronger. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. I had to get out. Now, as she reached for me, her hand extending, I reacted purely on instinct. I ducked under her arm, a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I bolted for the door, my fingers fumbling for the doorknob. Alex. Her voice was sharp, a command. I twisted the knob, pulling. It was locked. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating wave. My mind went blank. Locked? How? When looking for this. Her voice was right behind me, a chilling whisper in my ear. I spun around. In her hand, dangling from her index finger, was a small, ornate key. The key to the office door. She must have locked it when she came in, without me noticing. My eyes darted from the key to her face. Her smile was back, triumphant, chillingly serene. "Do not worry," she said, her voice still a whisper. "It is just for your safety. To make sure no one else comes in while we are discussing things." My heart was racing, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I felt trapped, utterly, completely trapped. The smell of the bolognese, once appetizing, now filled me with dread, a scent of domesticity twisted into something sinister. "You are not going to hurt me," I said, trying to sound defiant, but my voice was barely above a croak. She tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "Hurt you? Alex, I would never hurt you. I love you. I just need you to understand that we are meant to be. And sometimes, people need a little convincing." She took another step, then another, slowly, deliberately cornering me against the wall. The pictures of my life, my stolen life, were all around me, silent witnesses to my terror. I pressed myself against the corkboard, the rough texture digging into my back. Her hand reached out, not for my arm, but for my face. Her touch was soft, gentle, almost tender. It made my stomach churn. "You will see," she murmured, her thumb tracing the line of my jaw. "We are going to be so happy together. Alex, forever." Her eyes, those deep, intense hazel eyes, held mine. And in them, I saw not love, not affection, but a terrifying, unyielding possessiveness. A madness so profound, it stole my breath. I was just another one of her carefully curated possessions, another picture on her wall. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that getting out of that room, out of that apartment, was going to be the hardest thing I would ever had to do. Or maybe the last. The smell of bolognese was getting stronger, mingling with the metallic tang of fear in my mouth. My entire world had just shrunk to this one room, this one terrifying woman, and the horrifying realization that my nightmare had only just begun. The blurry photo, the cryptic bio, the witty messages, they were not hints of a mystery to solve. They were bait, and I, like a fool, had swallowed it whole. I was just Alex, and I was trapped, and Sarah, my charming, witty Sarah, was finally ready to stop pretending. The last thing I remember clearly, before the real nightmare began again, was the clinking of Alex's fork against his plate. Lobster ravioli, my favorite. He ate it with a casual, almost serene enjoyment, each bite a deliberate, sickening torment. He was Julian's messenger, his disciple, and he spoke of Julian's disappointment that I was not eating. His chilling knowledge of my nature a wild bird always fluttering, he would said, but always returning to the nest. My pleas to be let go had been met with his vacant blue eyes and a small, unsettling smile. He claimed Julian knew my deepest desires, my fears, what made me compliant. He would dissect my carefully constructed new life, exposing my loneliness and vulnerabilities, confirming that Julian had not just been watching me, he had been inside my head. I would try to lie, to say I was happy and free, but Alex had merely chuckled, calling my new life another cage. He offered a river stone, Julian symbol, urging my return. I recoiled, refusing to go back to him. What happened next is a blur of adrenaline and desperation. I remember a window, a broken pane, the sharp sting of glass on my skin, and the cold night air hitting my face. I remember running, not caring where, just away. Away from the cabin, away from Alex, away from Julian. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing somewhere deep in the woods, listening to the night, sounds that suddenly felt less threatening than the silence of that house. I did not know how long I hid. Days, maybe weeks. I was a ghost, moving from one forgotten place to another, scavenging, always looking over my shoulder. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every unfamiliar face became a threat. Julian was a shadow, omnipresent, breathing down my neck even when he was not there. Alex's words echoed in my mind, a wild bird always fluttering, but always returning to the nest. I vowed I would never return. I would die first. Eventually, the hunger for something more than survival, the gnawing ache for human connection, started to outweigh the terror. Alex had been right about my loneliness, about my vulnerabilities. Julian knew them, and so did his cronies. I hated that they knew me so well. I hated that I was predictable. I ended up in a new city, hundreds of miles from where I would have been trapped. I changed my name again, dyed my hair a shocking red, and tried to build another life, another cage, as Alex would say. This time, I tried to make it a cage of my own design. I got a dead-end job, rented a tiny apartment in a faceless building, and tried to disappear into the anonymity of urban life. But anonymity is a double-edged sword. It protected me from Julian, but it also isolated me. The loneliness grew a heavy, suffocating blanket. I would spend evenings staring at my phone, scrolling through social media, seeing other people living their lives, laughing with friends, finding love. I craved it, even though every fiber of my being screamed danger. One night, after a particularly soul-crushing shift, I found myself downloading Tinder. It felt reckless, stupid, like dangling bait for a shark. But the craving was too strong. I figured, worst case scenario, I would get a few awkward conversations, maybe a bad date. Best case, well, I did not even dare to dream of a best case. I made a new profile with my new name, a few carefully curated photos that did not show too much, and a bio that was just vague enough to be intriguing without giving anything away. Then I saw Mark. His profile picture was striking. Dark, intelligent eyes, a kind smile, a hint of stubble that made him look rugged but still approachable. His bio was witty, charming, and listed interests that perfectly mirror my own obscure indie films. Hiking, a particular niche genre of literature. It was almost too perfect. My internal alarm bells, dulled by months of loneliness, gave a faint, almost imperceptible ping. Too perfect. But then I saw his job something stable, respectable. His age, late 30s, same as me. He seemed normal, safe. We matched. His first message was genuine, not a cheesy pickup line. He referenced something specific in my bio, asking a thoughtful question. I replied, cautiously at first, but his responses were so easy, so engaging. He seemed to get me. He would make a witty comment that would have me laughing out loud in my empty apartment. He would ask about my day, and actually listen to my answers, offering insightful observations that made me feel seen, truly seen, for the first time in what felt like forever. This was dangerous. This was how Julian worked, how Alex had worked. They found the cracks, the vulnerabilities, and then they filled them with exactly what you needed, exactly what you craved. But Mark felt different. He felt safe. I told myself I was being paranoid. This was a normal guy on a normal dating app. I deserve a chance at normalcy. After a week of non-stop texting, he asked me out. How about coffee this Saturday? Somewhere public, of course. No pressure. He added a winking emoji. He even anticipated my need for safety. My guard dropped another notch. The coffee date was wonderful. He was even more handsome in person, his dark eyes sparkling when he laughed. He had a rich, warm voice that made me feel instantly at ease. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. He remembered small details I would mention in our chats, bringing them up naturally in conversation. He listened intently when I spoke, his gaze never wavering. He made me feel like the most interesting person in the room. There were a few tiny things, almost imperceptible, that pricked at the back of my mind. He knew my coffee order before I told him a specific blend, with a very particular amount of cream. He brushed it off as a lucky guess, or maybe he would see me waiting in line before. He also seemed to know my opinion on a certain political topic, even though I had not expressed it to him. When I questioned him, he just smiled charmingly and said, "I just had a feeling about you. We seem to be on the same wavelength." I dismissed them. I wanted to dismiss them. After so long alone, after so long fearing everyone, the warmth of his attention was intoxicating. It was like a drug, making me forget the cold, hard lessons I would learn. Over the next few weeks, we went on several more dates. Each one was better than the last. He took me to a small, hidden Italian restaurant that served, you guessed it, lobster ravioli. "I have a feeling you will love this," he would said, watching my face as I took the first bite. It was delicious, comforting, and terrifyingly familiar. I tried to push away the memory of Alex, of Julian, of the cabin. This was different. This was Mark. He started referring to my past in vague, almost poetic terms. "You have been through a lot. Have not you?" he would say, his eyes full of what looked like genuine empathy. Or, "You have this resilience. Like you have had a fight for everything you have." Each time, a jolt of ice would shoot through me, a whisper of Alex's voice. "Julian knows your nature." But Mark would always follow it up with something reassuring, something that made me feel understood, not exposed. He would say, "It is okay, we all have our scars. They make us who we are." I found myself confiding in him, slowly, cautiously. Not about Julian, never about Julian, but about the loneliness, the feeling of being untethered, the struggle to build a new life. He listened without judgment, offering comfort and understanding. He made me feel safe. He made me feel like I could finally stop running. One evening, after a particularly lovely dinner, he asked me back to his place. "I have got a fantastic bottle of wine, and I would love to just relax, maybe watch that obscure French film we talked about," he said, his hand gently touching mine across the table. My heart pounded. The alarm bells were blaring now, a deafening cacophony in my head. Go to his house. Alone. Are you insane? But the other voice, the one that craved connection, that yearned for a normal life, was louder. "He is a good guy. You deserve this. Stop being so paranoid." I hesitated. "I do not know." Mark, he squeezed my hand. "Hey, no pressure. I totally get it. You are cautious, and that is a good thing. But I really like you, and I want you to feel comfortable with me. My place is safe. You can leave anytime you want. I promise." His eyes were earnest, sincere. He even seemed to anticipate my fear. He was so understanding. Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I agreed. The desire to believe him, to believe in the possibility of a normal, happy future, was too strong. His house was beautiful. A charming, older home on a quiet, tree-lined street, a little outside the city center. It was tastefully decorated, filled with books and art, reflecting the refined taste he would show me. It felt warm, inviting. Too inviting. He led me to the living room, poured us both a glass of wine, and put on the movie. We sat on his plush sofa, talking in hushed tones, the soft glow of the screen illuminating our faces. It felt domestic, normal. I almost let myself relax completely. As the movie played, I started to notice things, small things, A specific brand of herbal tea in a ceramic jar on his kitchen counter. The exact brand I drank every morning. A first edition of a book I would mention loving, displayed prominently on his bookshelf. A framed print of a painting I would once seen in a museum and raved about to a friend years ago. Each detail sent a tiny shiver down my spine, a familiar prickle of unease. Coincidence? I told myself. He has good taste. We just have a lot in common. But the sheer volume of coincidences was starting to feel less like shared interests and more like curation. I needed a moment, a breath of fresh air, a chance to clear my head. I just need to use the restroom. I murmured, excusing myself. Down the hall, second door on the left, he said, without looking away from the screen, but I felt his eyes on my back as I walked away. The hallway was dimly lit. His house was quiet, almost eerily so. My footsteps echoed faintly on the hardwood floor. I passed what looked like a home office or study, its door slightly ajar. A corkboard was visible on the wall inside, covered with various papers, notes, and photos. My gaze snagged on something familiar. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I should not look closer. But I could not help myself. It was like a slow-motion car crash, my eyes drawn to the inevitable horror. I pushed the door open a little wider, stepping into the room. It was neat, organized, but in a way that felt almost clinical. My eyes went straight to corkboard, and there it was, faded, yellowed at the edges, tacked up next to what looked like old newspaper clippings and handwritten notes. A missing person flyer. My blood ran cold. The world tilted on its axis. The photo, it was me, younger, with my natural hair color, a slightly different haircut. But it was undeniably me, my old self, the face I would tried so hard forget, to erase. Below the photo, my old name, the name I would shed like a snake sheds its skin twice over. And the date of disappearance. It was from years ago, right after my first disappearance, before Alex, before Julian had me truly in his clutches, before I would even known the full extent of his obsession. It was from a time when I would just vanish without a trace, and my family, my old friends, had frantically searched for me. I stared at it, numb with shock. My fingers trembled as I reached out, tracing the outline of my own face on the brittle paper. It was not a mistake. It was not a coincidence. This was me. I pulled back my hand as it burned, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. I looked around the study with new, terrified eyes. The books on the shelves, meticulously organized. Some of them were titles I would only ever mention to Julian, or to Alex. The desk, with its neat stack of papers. A discreet security camera, barely visible, mounted high in the corner of the room, pointed directly at the corkboard. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. This was not just a missing person flyer. This was evidence. This was a trophy. And Mark was not just a charming Tinder date. He was not just a good guy. He knew. He knew everything. He knew my past, my real past, the one I would tried so desperately to bury. He would orchestrated this entire elaborate charade, from the perfect profile to the shared interests, the perfectly chosen restaurants, the specific brand of tea, the lobster ravioli. He would studied me. He would hunted me. My mind raced back to Alex's words. Julian's knowledge of my deepest desires, my fears, what made me compliant. My loneliness, my yearning for connection, my desperate hope for a normal life, he would use it all. He would build another cage, a more beautiful, more insidious one. My new life was not just another cage, as Alex had said. It was a bait trap, and I, the foolish wild bird, had flown straight into it. The sound of footsteps in the hallway snapped me out of my horrified trance. Mark, he was coming. I spun around, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. The door to the study was still ajar. I had to pretend I had not seen it. I had to get out. I darted out of the study, trying to compose my face, to force a casual expression. I walked quickly toward the bathroom, pushing the door open, shutting it behind me, and locking it with a trembling hand. Inside, I leaned against the cool tile wall, gasping for air. My reflection stared back at me from the mirror, pale and wild-eyed. The red hair, the new name, the new city, none of it mattered. Julian had found me, or someone working for him had. Mark. I splashed cold water on, my face trying to clear the fog of terror. Think. I had to think. How do I get out? The windows in the bathroom were small, high, and likely locked. The front door. My phone. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. It was there, blessedly. But what could I do? Call the police. What would I say? My Tinder date has my missing person flyer on his wall, and I think he is part of a cult that has been hunting me for years. They would think I was crazy. And even if they believed me, Mark would likely deny. Everything played the charming, concerned host. He was too good at this. A soft knock on the bathroom door. My blood froze. Everything okay in there? New name. Mark's voice. Calm. Concerned. But I heard the subtle shift in it now, the underlying current of something cold and predatory. I took a deep, shaky breath. Yeah, just splash some water on my face. Be right out. My voice sounded thin, reedy. Okay, he said. I heard his footsteps retreat, back towards the living room. This was my chance. I had to go. Now. I unlocked the door, my hands slick with sweat. I walked out, trying to appear nonchalant, as if I had not just discovered the horrifying truth. He was sitting on the sofa, still watching the movie, but I felt his eyes on me the moment I re-entered the living room. He smiled, a small, knowing smile that made my stomach churn. It was the same unsettling smile Alex had worn. Feeling better, he asked, his voice smooth as silk. Much? I lied, my voice wavering slightly. Listen, Mark, I just realized how late it has gotten. I really should head home. He paused the movie. His dark eyes, which I once found so kind, now seemed to pierce right through me. They were no longer warm, they were cold, calculating, and held a glint of something I could not quite name, but it made my skin crawl. Already, he said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. But we were just getting to the good part. I forced a laugh. I know, but I have an early start tomorrow. I tried to move towards the front door, which was visible from the living room. He stood up slowly, gracefully. He was taller than I remembered, his frame suddenly imposing. He walked towards me, his gaze never leaving mine. You know, he began, his voice dropping to a lower, more intimate tone. I have been watching you for a long time. Old name. My breath hitched. The blood drained from my face. He said my old name, the one on the flyer, the one I had not heard spoken aloud in years, with such casual ease, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I do not know what you are talking about. I whispered, trying to sound defiant, but my voice was barely audible. He chuckled, a soft, dry sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, I think you do. You are a resilient one. I will give you that. Always fluttering, always trying to escape. But a wild bird always returns to the nest. Does not it? Alex's words. Exactly Alex's words. The river stone. Julian's symbol flashed in my mind. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling. What do you want? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone. He held it up, letting it catch the dim light. Julian wants you to be compliant, he said, his blue eyes suddenly, unmistakably blue, like Alex's vacant and unblinking. He knows your deepest desires, your fears. He knows what makes you compliant. He took a step closer. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. He knows you crave connection. Old name. He knows you yearn for a normal life. He knows you are lonely. And he knows that every time you try to build a new life, it is just another cage. A cage you will eventually try to escape, only to find yourself back where you belong. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an escape route. The front door was too far. The windows were surely locked. You are not going back to Julian. I spat, fear giving way to a desperate surge of defiance. Never. He smiled then, a wide, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. Oh, but you are. You see, this is not just a house. Old name. This is the nest. And you have finally returned. He lunged. My scream was cut short, a choked gasp as his hand clamped over my mouth. His grip was surprisingly strong, his body solid and unyielding. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, but he held me effortlessly. He was so much stronger than he looked, than he would pretended to be. I bit down hard on his hand, tasting blood. He did not even flinch. His eyes, those vacant blue eyes, just stared into mine, devoid of emotion, full of a chilling certainty. That is your nature, he whispered, his voice dangerously close to my ear, his breath warm and fetid. Always fighting, always fluttering. But the nest is secure now, and Julian is very much looking forward to your return. He lifted me effortlessly, as if I weighed nothing. My struggles grew weaker, my vision blurring. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a terrifying realization that this was not just a recapture. This was a deeper, more profound horror. He had not just found me, he would draw me in. He would play it on my deepest needs, my most desperate hopes, and use them to lure me into his trap. The last thing I saw before everything went black was a river stone, still clutched in his other hand, glinting in the dim light of the living room, a cold, hard symbol of my inescapable fate. The wild bird had flown, but the hunter had waited patiently, knowing she would always, eventually, return to the nest. And this time, there would be no escape. The moment Alex pointed to the river, a cold, hard knot of dread tightened in my stomach. So intense it felt like my organs were seizing up. The car's headlights cut through the inky blackness, reflecting off the rushing water, a ribbon of silver against the dark, ominous trees. It was not just a river, it was a river. The one Julian had taken me to on our first date years ago. The one where he would give me the first smooth, gray stone, telling me it was a symbol of our unbreakable connection. My breath hitched. I felt a scream claw in my throat, but was trapped, suffocated by the sheer, overwhelming terror. My vision blurred at the edges, the world tilting precariously. This was not happening. It could not be. I had run. I had hidden. I had become someone else. But Julian always knew. Recognize it. Alex's voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it sliced through the silence of the car like a razor. It was the same calm, controlled tone Julian often used right before he delivered a psychological blow. My head snapped towards him. His face, illuminated by the dashboard lights, was unreadable. The kind, normal man from Tinder had vanished, replaced by a ghost of Julian's malice. What is this? I managed to choke out, my voice a thin, reedy sound I barely recognized as my own. My hands were shaking so violently I had to clench them into fists, digging my nails into my palms to anchor myself to reality. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. What do you think it is? Sarah. Sarah. My new name. The name I would carefully chosen. The one I would build a new, fragile identity around. He knew it. Of course he knew it. Julian knew everything. You are Julian's messenger. I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. It was not a question. It was a statement of horrifying fact. He nodded slowly, still looking at the river. Among other things. He paused, then turned to face me fully. His eyes, dark and unsettling, held a strange, knowing glint. You look surprised. Did you really think you could escape him? Did you really think he would let you go? My chest felt like it was caving in. The air in the car was suddenly thick, suffocating. Why? I pleaded, my voice cracking. Why are you doing this? Julian wants you back, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. He misses you. He wants to reconnect. The word reconnect hung in the air, a chilling euphemism for the twisted games Julian played. He shifted the car into park. The engines hummed dying down, leaving us in an oppressive silence broken only by the distant rush of the river and the buzzing of insects in the night. The cabin, I now realized, was just beyond the tree line, a dark silhouette against the barely lighter sky. It was the same cabin, the one where Julian had taken me for our first weekend getaway, the one where he would first show me the extent of his possessiveness, his control. Come on, Alex said, unbuckling his seatbelt. Julian's waiting. My blood ran cold. Julian's waiting. Was he here? Was he in the cabin? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, so potent it made my head spin. I could not move. My limbs felt like lead. Alex reached over and gently but firmly unbuckled my seatbelt. His touch was cold, impersonal, yet filled with an implicit threat. Do not make this harder than it has to be. Sarah, I scrambled out of the car, my legs wobbly beneath me. The air outside was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a smell that used to be comforting but now felt like a shroud. The cabin loomed dark and silent, a gaping maw in the woods. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee back into the darkness. But Alex was right behind me, his presence a heavy weight. He opened the cabin door with a key he produced from his pocket. The interior was pitch black. He reached inside and flipped a switch, bathing the rustic living room in a warm amber glow. It was exactly as I remembered it. The rough-hewn wooden walls, the stone fireplace, the worn leather couch. Even the faded throw blanket on the armrest looked familiar. It was a perfect, horrifying recreation of memory I had tried so desperately to bury. No one else was there, just Alex and me. The relief that Julian was not physically present was fleeting, immediately replaced by the chilling realization that Alex was simply an extension of him. Make yourself comfortable, Alex said, gesturing vaguely at the couch. He moved with an unnerving grace, as if he owned the place, as if he belonged here. He walked over to the small, unlit fireplace, picked up a poker, and idly stirred the cold ashes. I remained standing, frozen in the middle of the room, my eyes darting around, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. My mind was racing, a frantic hamster on a wheel. How did he find me? How did he know my new name? How did he orchestrate this entire, elaborate trap? Alex turned to me, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. You know, it is funny. Being here with you again, it feels incredibly familiar. My heart hammered against my ribs. Again, I have never seen you before tonight. Alex, he chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Have not you? I think you have. Or at least parts of me. Julian told me all about your first time here. The way you looked at the stars from the porch. The way you traced patterns on the condensation of your wine glass. He remembers everything. Sarah, and so do I. A chill deeper than the night air snaked down my spine. This was not just a messenger. This was something far more sinister. He was embodying Julian's memories, Julian's presence. He was trying to make me believe that he was there, that he was part of those memories. It was a psychological assault designed to shatter my sense of reality. You are wrong, I insisted, trying to inject defiance into my voice, but it came out weak, trembling. I have never met you. He walked towards me, slowly, deliberately. Each step echoed in the silent cabin. But you have met him. And Julian and we are very much connected. More than you could possibly imagine. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze intense, probing. Do you remember the wildflowers? Sarah, The ones he picked for you on that first day, just before you came here. My breath hitched. He had given me wildflowers tonight. The same wildflowers Julian had given me on our first date. A detail from my old profile that had been a red flag I would desperately try to ignore. Julian told me you always loved them. Alex continued, his voice a low, hypnotic drone. He said you treasured them, even pressed them between the pages of your favorite book. Do you still have that book? Sarah, my blood ran cold. Only Julian and perhaps one other person knew about that book. It was a detail so intimate, so specific. It could not have been a guess. He knew. Julian had been watching me, observing my every move, even my attempts to build a new life. How do you know that? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Alex's smile widened, showing just a hint of teeth. Julian has eyes everywhere. Sarah, he has been very interested in your journey. Your new city, your new job, your new name. He knows all about Sarah Jenkins, the quiet graphic designer who avoids eye contact and drinks her coffee black. My carefully constructed world, my safe haven, shattered around me. The paranoia I would live with for days after fleeing Mark's apartment. The fear I thought I would outrun was suddenly justified, amplified 1,000 times over. Julian had been a silent observer, a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He said you would try to find normalcy. Alex went on, his voice a chilling echo of Julian's analytical tone. That you would eventually crave connection, despite your fear. That you would turn to something like Tinder. He knew you would. He knew you would match with someone like me. You are saying, this whole thing was planned. I asked, the absurdity of it almost making me laugh. If I were not so terrified. Every detail. Alex confirmed, his eyes never leaving mine. From the wildflowers to this cabin. Julian wanted a reunion. A proper one. He gestured around the room. He wanted you to remember the good times, before things got complicated. The good times with Julian were a dangerous illusion, a thin veneer over a foundation of control and manipulation. My stomach churned. I felt like a puppet, my strings being pulled by an invisible hand. Why? I demanded, my fear giving way to a desperate anger. What does he want from me? Alex walked to a small, built-in bookshelf by the fireplace. He ran his fingers along the spines of the books, then pulled one out. It was a collection of poetry, one Julian had given me. He opened it, flipping through the pages. He wants you to understand. Sarah, to understand that you belong to him, that you always have and you always will. He stopped at a page, and my blood ran cold. Pressed between the leaves was a faded, dried wildflower. The one I would press from our first date. He took it. I whispered, horrified. He took my book. He merely collected a memento. Alex corrected, his voice flat. He closed the book and placed it back on the shelf. He keeps track of everything that is important to you, everything that connects you to him. He turned back to me, his gaze piercing. Julian also said you would deny it, that you would insist you had never met me before. But he said that deep down, you would recognize the feeling, the familiarity of the game, the anticipation, the dread. He said you would feel like you've been on this date before in some form or another. That is when it hit me, the core of his twisted game. He was not just Julian's messenger. He was Julian. In a way, he was Julian's memory, Julian's presence, Julian's cruel signature. Every word he spoke, every gesture he made, was designed to evoke Julian, to blur the lines between them, to make me question my own memories. He was trying to make me believe that I had been on this date before, with him, because he was so completely imbued with Julian's essence. You are trying to make me crazy, I said, my voice rising. Alex simply smiled. Am I simply reminding you of what you already know? That Julian is inescapable. That he knows you better than you know yourself. He knows your fears, your desires, your weaknesses. He took a step closer. He knew you would eventually seek out a connection, a semblance of normalcy, and he knew exactly how to hijack it. He walked over to the small, rustic dining table in the corner of the room. On it sat a bottle of red wine, 2 glasses, and a plate of Italian food, still covered with foil. My heart lurched. This was the new Italian place he would promised, the one that was secluded cabin in the woods. "Dinner's ready," he announced, pulling out a chair at the table. "Julian insisted on your favorite, lobster ravioli." My stomach churned. Lobster ravioli. It was my favorite. Another intimate detail Julian had meticulously remembered and now weaponized. I felt like I was suffocating under the weight of his surveillance, his control. "I am not hungry," I said, my voice flat. Alex shrugged, unconcerned. "Suit yourself. But Julian expects you to at least try." He put a lot of effort into this evening. He poured himself a glass of wine, then held up the bottle, offering it to me. "Care for some?" I shook my head, my eyes scanning the room frantically. There had to be a way out. A window, a back door. But the cabin felt like a fortress, designed to keep me in. He took a sip of wine, his gaze never leaving me. "You know, Julian always admired your resilience, your ability to adapt, to survive. He said it was one of the things that made you so captivating." He paused and added, "He also said you were predictable, that you would always run, but you would always, eventually, come back to the river, to him. And here you are, just like he knew you would be." My blood ran cold. The river, his signature, the river stones. I looked around the room again, my eyes searching, and then I saw them on the mantelpiece, above the fireplace, nestled among some dried flowers and a few decorative candles. A small collection of smooth, gray river stones. Julian's calling card. My breath hitched. He was here, or his presence was. "He is not here, is he?" I said, my voice barely a whisper, my eyes fixed on the stones. "He sent you. He is watching. He is enjoying this." Alex took another sip of wine. "Julian is everywhere. Sarah, in your memories, in your fears, in the very air you breathe. He is always with you. He always has been." He leaned back in his chair, a look of almost paternal understanding on his face. "He wants you to accept it, to stop fighting, to come home." Home. I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "This is not home. This is a prison of your own making. Perhaps," Alex countered calmly. "You chose to run. You chose to deny your connection to him. But some bonds, Sarah, are unbreakable." I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate need to break free. I could not stay here. I could not let him win. I could not let Julian win. "I am leaving," I declared, my voice trembling but firm. I took a step toward the front door. Alex did not move. He simply watched me, his expression unreadable. "You can try, but Julian would not be happy. I do not care what Julian wants." I yelled, my fear finally exploding into anger. "He is a monster. He ruined my life. He loves you," Alex said, his voice flat, emotionless, in his own way. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking. It was cold under my touch. I twisted it. Locked. Of course. My heart sank. I tried again, rattling the knob frantically. It would not budge. "The doors are locked." "Sarah," Alex said, his voice still calm, as if we were discussing the weather. "And the windows. Julian is very thorough." Despair washed over me, thick and suffocating. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, but I blinked them back. I would not cry. Not in front of him. Not in front of Julian's puppet. "What do you want from me?" "Alex," I pleaded, turning back to him, my voice hoarse. "What does Julian want?" He stood up from the table, slowly, deliberately. He walked towards me, his eyes fixed on mine. Julian wants you to remember everything. The good, the bad, the ugly. He wants you to realize that you are an extension of him, and he is an extension of you. He wants you to stop running from who you truly are. He reached out a hand, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to touch me. I flinched, stepping back. He lowered his hand, a slight frown on his face. You are scared. Julian said you would be. But he also said you are strong, that you will eventually see the truth. The truth, I scoffed. The truth is that he is a psychopath, and you are his enabler. Alex's expression hardened slightly. Julian sees things differently. He sees himself as a sculptor, and you as his masterpiece. He is simply refining his work. He walked past me, toward the fireplace, and picked up one of the river stones from the mantel. It was smooth, dark, and perfectly oval. He held it in his palm, turning it over and over. This one, he said, his voice almost wistful. He found it near the old mill, where you two had your first picnic. Do you remember? My mind flashed back to that day. The sun, the laughter, the naive belief that Julian was the man of my dreams. The memory was tainted, twisted by the horror of the present. He collected them all for you. Alex continued, his gaze distant, as if he were seeing the past. Each one a marker, a reminder of a moment, a place, a feeling, a reminder of him. He extended his hand, offered me the stone. Take it, Sarah. It belongs to you. I stared at the stone, then at his outstretched hand. It was a test, a demand for compliance, a symbolic surrender. No, I said, my voice barely a whisper, but firm. I do not want it. I do not want any of it. Alex's hand remained extended for a long moment. Then he slowly retracted it. His expression was unreadable again. Julian will be disappointed, he said, his voice flat. He truly believes you will come around, that you will eventually understand that you belong with him, that this is your destiny. My destiny is to be free of him. I retorted, my voice gaining strength. And I will find a way. He smiled a slow, unsettling smile that did not reach his eyes. You are welcome to try, Sarah. But Julian has a very long reach, and a great deal of patience. He placed the stone back on the mantelpiece, then turned to face me fully. His eyes held that same unsettling glint I would seen earlier. He knows you are tired of running. He knows you are lonely. He knows you yearn for normalcy. He knows you will eventually realize that the only true normalcy for you is with him. He walked back to the dining table, sat down, and calmly began to peel back the foil from a plate of lobster ravioli. The rich, buttery scent wafted through the air, clashing grotesquely with the terror in my heart. Dinner's getting cold, he said, picking up a fork. Julian would not want you to starve. I stood there, frozen, watching him eat, his movements precise and unhurried. The cabin, once a place of stolen intimacy, was now a cage. The man who sat across from me, calmly eating my favorite dish, was not Alex. He was Julian's shadow, Julian's voice, Julian's cruel, inescapable will. And in his eyes, I saw the terrifying promise that this was just the beginning. The game had not ended, it had merely evolved. And Julian, somewhere out there, was watching, waiting, and enjoying every single horrifying moment. After the world exploded in a blinding flash, I awoke in a hospital, my memory fragmented. I learned I would escape Sarah's monstrous captivity, but the trauma clung to me like a shadow. Months later, trying to rebuild my shattered life, I moved to a new city and cautiously downloaded Tinder. I met Mark, who seemed kind and normal, offering a flicker of hope. Our first date began innocently, but his detour to a well, that is when the first cracks in my carefully constructed new reality started to show. We would have a pleasant dinner at a little Italian place, the kind with checkered tablecloths and red wine stains on the menu. Mark was charming, maybe a little too charming But after Sarah, I was so desperate for normalcy that I overlooked the small things. He laughed at my jokes, listened intently when I spoke, and even seemed genuinely interested in my vague explanations of why I would move to a new city and was starting over. I kept the Sarah stuff locked away, of course. No need to scare him off on the first date. After dinner, as we walked back to his car, he suggested we grab a nightcap. There's this cool spot a little out of the way, but the drinks are amazing, he said, flashing that easy smile. I hesitated. My gut, still frayed from the past, was already tightening. Oh, I do not know. Mark, I started. It is getting pretty late. But he was already opening the passenger door for me, his hand on the small of my back, guiding me in. Come on, it will be fun. Just one drink. And like an idiot, I went. He drove us away from the brightly lit downtown area, past a familiar, comforting glow of streetlights, and into a part of the city I did not recognize. The buildings became older, darker, and more spread out. Soon, we were on a road with no streetlights at all, just the occasional glint of moonlight reflecting off something metallic in the distance. My heart started to hammer. This felt wrong. It felt familiar in the worst possible way. The isolated roads, the feeling of being taken somewhere I did not want to go. My breath hitched. So, where exactly are we going? I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but it came out tight and strained. Mark chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that did nothing to soothe my nerves. Almost there. It is a bit of a hidden gem. You will love it. He glanced at me, his eyes catching the dashboard light for a split second, and for the first time, I noticed something unsettling in their depths of glint that was not quite friendly. He pulled off the main road, onto a gravel path that wound through what looked like an abandoned industrial park. Crumbling brick buildings loomed in the darkness, their windows like vacant eyes. My hands were sweating. I gripped the door handle, my mind screaming at me to jump out and run. But where would I go? He finally stopped in front of a particularly dilapidated warehouse, its corrugated metal siding rusted and peeling. No lights anywhere. No other cars. Just us, the car engine ticking in the oppressive silence of the night. Here we are, Mark announced too cheerfully. He killed the engine, plunging us into total darkness, save for the faint glow of the city lights far in the distance. Mark, I said, my voice barely a whisper. There is no bar here. This is an abandoned warehouse. He turned to me, his smile still plastered on his face, but it did not reach his eyes. Oh, there is a bar. It is inside. Super exclusive. You have to know the password. My blood ran cold. This was it. This was another Sarah. My body was screaming, every nerve ending firing, telling me to get out, to fight, to run. I could feel the panic rising, a tidal wave threatening to drown me. I do not think so. Mark, I stammered, fumbling for the door handle. It was locked. Mark's smile faltered, replaced by a look of mild annoyance. What is wrong? Do not you trust me? No, I said, my voice gaining strength, fueled by terror. Unlock the door. Now, he sighed, a long, exasperated sound. Look, I just wanted to show you something cool. Something different. You seem like the adventurous type. I am not. I hissed, and this is not cool. This is terrifying. Unlock the damn door. Mark, or I swear to God I will scream. His expression darkened. The charming facade cracked completely, revealing something cold and calculating beneath. You really do not appreciate the effort, do you? I thought you were different. I thought you were open-minded. He stared at me for a long moment, and I could feel the way of his gaze, the predatory intensity of it. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a weapon, anything. I thought of Sarah, of the horrors I would endured, and a fierce surge of defiance, born from trauma, pushed through the fear. I would not let this happen again. Not ever. Then, to my utter surprise, He reached over and unlocked the door. "Fine," he said, his voice clipped and resentful. "If you're going to be like that, then fine. Get out." I did not need to be told twice. I practically threw myself out of the car, my legs shaky beneath me. I did not look back, just started walking, stumbling in the direction I thought we would come from. I could hear Mark's car engine roar to life behind me, and then the crunch of tires on gravel as he sped away, leaving me alone in the oppressive darkness. I walked for what felt like an eternity, my phone dead, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold night air was a shock to my system, but the fear was a far colder thing. Eventually, after what felt like miles, I saw the faint glow of distant streetlights, then a gas station, a beacon of safety. I called a cab, my voice trembling as I gave the address. The next day, I blocked Mark on everything. He tried calling from a different number, leaving a voicemail saying, "I just wanted to apologize. I really did not mean to scare you. I just had a bad idea." But I did not believe him for a second. That look in his eyes, that cold, calculated anger was too familiar. He was not just a guy with a bad idea. He was something else, and I was lucky to have escaped. The incident with Mark threw me back into a spiral of paranoia. For weeks, I barely left my apartment, convinced I saw his car parked down the street or a silhouette in a crowd. My therapist assured me it was a normal reaction to trauma, a hypervigilance. I tried to believe her, but the shadow of Sarah and now Mark loomed large. I deleted Tinder, swore off dating, and focused on work, on therapy, on simply existing. Months passed. The hypervigilance slowly receded, replaced by a lingering weariness. I was still lonely, though terribly lonely. My new city still felt foreign, and I had not made any real connections. My therapist gently suggested that maybe, when I felt ready, I could try putting myself out there again. Not everyone is like Sarah, she would said, and not everyone is like Mark. I hesitated for a long time. The thought of another date, another stranger, filled me with dread. But the alternative, a life of complete isolation, felt just as terrifying. So, one rainy Tuesday night, fueled by a potent cocktail of loneliness and a desperate hope for normalcy, I re-downloaded Tinder. I scrolled through profiles, my finger hovering over the X button more often than the heart. Everyone seemed either too perfect, too aggressive, or too normal, which somehow felt suspicious after my recent experiences. Then I saw her profile. Elara. She had kind eyes and a genuine smile. Her bio was witty and self-deprecating, mentioning a love for old movies and hiking. She looked like someone who could be a friend, someone who could bring a little light into my life. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. We started chatting. Her messages were warm and engaging, and our conversation flowed easily. We talked about our favorite books, our jobs, our hopes for the future. I felt a flicker of something I had not felt in a long time: genuine ease, a sense of connection. I even found myself cautiously sharing a few snippets about my past, vague references to a difficult period, without going into detail. She listened, offering empathy and understanding. After a week of back and forth, I finally asked her out. She agreed, suggesting a quiet coffee shop downtown, the kind with soft lighting and comfortable armchairs. It felt like the perfect, low-pressure first date. My anxiety was still there, a low hum beneath the surface, but it was overshadowed by a fragile sense of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. I arrived at the coffee shop a few minutes early, my heart thumping a nervous rhythm against my ribs. I picked a table in a corner, near the window, giving myself a clear view of the entrance. Old habits die hard. I ordered a black coffee, trying to appear nonchalant, but my gaze kept darting towards a door. Then she walked in. She was even more beautiful in person, with her dark, wavy hair and those kind eyes. She spotted me, a warm smile spreading across her face, and started walking towards my table. My stomach did a little flip. This was good. This felt good. "Hey," she said, her voice soft and melodic as she reached the table. "You made it." I stood up, pulling out the chair for her. "Hey, Elara." "Yeah, of course. Thanks for meeting me." She sat down, her smile still lingering. She looked around the coffee shop, then back at me, her eyes twinkling. "It is good to see you again," she said. My smile faltered, my brow furrowed in confusion. "Again?" I asked, a slight laugh escaping me, thinking she was making a joke. "Oh, you mean like, it is good to see me in person for the first time, right?" She tilted her head, her smile softening, but not disappearing. "No, I mean again. Like, we have been here before. This place, this table. Do not you remember?" A chill snaked down my spine. The coffee shop suddenly felt colder. The background chatter seemed to fade. "Elara," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I think you have mistaken me for someone else. This is our first time meeting. We just matched on Tinder last week." Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. "Oh, you are funny," she said, but her tone was a little off, a little too forced. "No, really. Do not you remember our first date? It was right here. You were wearing that dark blue shirt, and you spilled a little coffee on your sleeve when you got excited talking about that old photography hobby you used to have." My blood ran cold. I was wearing a dark blue shirt. I did have an old photography hobby, one I had not talked about with anyone in this city, let alone on Tinder. My mind raced, trying to process her words. This was not a joke. Her expression was serious, almost hurt. "Elara," I started again, my voice trembling slightly. "I promise you, I have never been on a date with you before. I have only been in this city for a few months. My first Tinder date was with a guy named Mark. Before that, I was not dating anyone. I am positive." She leaned forward, her expression morphing from gentle amusement to a strange blend of concern and disbelief. "You are serious, are not you?" she whispered. "You really do not remember?" "No," I insisted, my heart now pounding a frantic rhythm. "I absolutely do not. And I am starting to get really uncomfortable. But we had such a great time," she continued, her voice growing softer, almost pleading. "We talked for hours. You told me all about your old job and that crazy ex you had, the one who put you through so much. I remember you saying you were trying to rebuild your life, that you had just moved here. The words hit me like a physical blow. That crazy ex you had, the one who put you through so much. Sarah, how could she possibly know about Sarah? I had not mentioned Sarah to her in our Tinder chats. I had not mentioned her to Mark, not explicitly. Only my therapist knew the details. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was impossible. My memory, fragmented as it was clear on this. I had never met Elara before today. "How do you know about that?" I demanded, my voice sharp, laced with fear that was quickly escalating into full-blown panic. "I did not tell you any of that." Her eyes welled up slightly. "You told me everything," she said, her voice barely audible. "You even walked me home that night. We almost kissed at my doorstep, but you got nervous. You said you were not ready, but you promised to call me for a second date. I waited and waited, and then nothing, until you popped up on Tinder again last week. I thought you were finally ready." My mind reeled. This was a nightmare. A terrifying, elaborate hoax. Or worse. I was losing my mind. The trauma of Sarah had left me with gaps. Sure, but never a complete fabrication of an entire date. And the details, the blue shirt, the photography hobby, the crazy ex, the walk in her home, the hesitation to kiss, these were things I would have done, things I would have said. But I knew I had not done them with her. "Elara, please." I pleaded, my voice cracking. "This is not funny. You are scaring me. I have never met you before. I swear to God. Are you messing with me? Is this some kind of sick joke? Her face hardened. The kindness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a deep, unsettling hurt. A joke, she scoffed, her voice rising slightly. You think this is a joke? You are sitting here, pretending you do not know me, after everything we talked about, after you poured your heart out to me, after I waited for your call for months. The other patrons in the coffee shop were starting to glance our way. I could feel their eyes, their judgment. My carefully constructed sense of normalcy was crumbling around me. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back, the legs scraping loudly against the floor. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly. Wait, she cried, reaching out and grabbing my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Do not you dare walk away from me again. Not this time. I flinched, pulling my arm away as it burned. The touch, the unexpected aggression, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It was too close to Sarah, too close to Mark. My fight or flight response kicked in with a vengeance. Let go of me, I yelled, my voice loud and desperate. I did not care who heard me. I just needed to escape. I stumbled backward, knocking over my coffee cup. Black liquid splattered across the table, across Alara's sleeve. She did not seem to notice. Her eyes were fixed on me, wide and accusing, a strange mix of hurt and something else, something possessive. You always do this, she whispered, her voice chillingly calm now, despite the tear tracks forming on her cheeks. You always forget, but I always find you. I did not wait for another word. I turned and ran, pushing past tables, ignoring the stares, ignoring the protests of a barista. I burst out of the coffee shop and onto the street, gulping down lungfuls of the cold, damp air. I ran without looking back, my heart threatening to explode from my chest, my mind a swirling vortex of fear and confusion. I did not stop running until I was blocks away, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming. I ducked into a small, crowded grocery store, trying to blend in, to disappear. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. I scrolled through my Tinder messages with Alara. There was our entire chat history, from the initial match to my asking her out. Nothing, absolutely nothing, indicated a previous meeting. It was all new. I checked her profile again. It was still there. Her pictures, her bio. Everything seemed normal. Too normal. Was I going insane? Was this a symptom of my trauma? Some kind of elaborate delusion? But the details she would mention, the blue shirt, the photography. Sarah, how could I conjure those details in a delusion and then have her parrot them back to me? I tried to search for her on social media. I typed her name into IU2B, Instagram, LinkedIn, nothing. No one matching her description. Her photos, her name. It was as if she existed only on Tinder, and only my memory or lack thereof. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I barely slept. Every shadow seemed to hold her form. Every distant siren sounded like it was coming for me. I called my therapist, trying to explain what happened, but my words came out in a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. She listened patiently, gently suggesting that perhaps my mind was creating connections where there were none, a coping mechanism for the deep-seated fear of betrayal and manipulation I would experience. She even suggested I might have met someone similar in the past, and my mind was conflating the two experiences. But I knew, deep down, that was not it. This felt too real, too specific. I deleted Tinder again, this time for good. I changed my routines. I started taking different routes to work, avoiding the coffee shop district entirely. I felt like I was being watched, constantly. Every unfamiliar car, every person who lingered too long on the street sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Then, about a week after the disastrous date, something truly unsettling happened. I came home from work one evening, exhausted and still on edge, to find a small package on my doorstep. It was not in a box, just a carefully wrapped bundle, tied with a simple twine. No name, no address, just sitting there, my heart hammered. I hesitated, my hand hovering over it. Every instinct screamed at me not to touch it, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, compelled me. I picked it up. It was surprisingly heavy. I took it inside, locked the door, and slowly, carefully unwrapped it. Inside, nestled on a bed of tissue paper, was a small, antique camera. It was an old rangefinder, the kind my grandfather used to own, the kind I would use when I was first getting into photography years ago. The exact kind I had described to Alara as my old photography hobby. My blood ran cold. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. This was not just a coincidence. This was impossible. I had not owned a camera like this in years. It was a deeply personal detail, something I would only ever share with a handful of people, and certainly not with a stranger on Tinder. Underneath the camera, there was a small, folded note. My name, written in elegant cursive, was on the front, with trembling fingers. I opened it. The note read, "Remember this. You always loved capturing moments. I remember the way your eyes lit up when you talked about it. I found this one and thought of you. It is exactly like the one you used to have. Maybe it will help you. Remember us. I am still waiting for our second date. With love, Alara." I dropped the camera, the metal clattering against my wooden floor. A guttural cry escaped my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. She was not just delusional. She was not just mistaken. She knew things that no stranger could possibly know. How did she get my address? How did she know about the camera? How did she know about us? The phrase you always forget, but I always find you echoed in my mind. It was not a threat, not exactly. It was something far more insidious. It was a statement of fact, a declaration of an inescapable, terrifying truth. I stared at the camera, then at the note. A chilling thought began to form in my mind, a thought so horrifying it made the Sarah incident seem almost mundane by comparison. What if she was right? What if I had met her before? What if I had dated her, poured my heart out to her, walked her home? What if I had simply forgotten? My memory was already fractured. What if this was another, deeper layer of the trauma? Or worse, what if she was somehow involved in the original trauma? What if she knew Sarah? Or what if she was something else entirely? Something that fed on memory, that erased and rewrote the past, always leaving her as a constant. I started to check my old emails, old photos, anything that could give me a clue. I found nothing. No pictures of Alara, no mentions of a date with her. It was as if she had been meticulously scrubbed from my past. The next few weeks were a descent into a living nightmare. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I saw her everywhere. A woman with dark, wavy hair on the bus. A fleeting glimpse of her kind eyes in a passing car. A silhouette that was just a little too familiar in a crowded cafe. Each time, my heart would leap into my throat, convinced it was her. Each time it was not. Or was it? My mind was playing tricks on me, or she was playing a far more elaborate game. I started leaving my apartment only for essentials, my blinds drawn, my doors double locked. I tried to convince myself it was just paranoia, a residual effect of Sarah's captivity, amplified by Alara's strange claims. But the camera, the note, the impossible knowledge they were tangible. They were real. One night, I was sitting in my living room, the only light coming from the television, trying to distract myself from a gnawing fear. My phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. My hand shook as I picked it up. It was a photo of me. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, through a window. It was me, sitting on my couch. Exactly as I was at that moment, staring at the TV. The angle, the lighting, it was my living room, my apartment. Beneath the photo, a single line of text, "You look so lonely. I miss you. Come find me. You know where I am." My breath caught in my throat. She was here. She was outside. She was watching me, right now. I scrambled off the couch, my eyes darting towards a window, toward the blinds. I did not dare pull them open. I did not dare look out. I could feel her presence, a suffocating weight pressing in on me. I ran to the farthest corner of my apartment, clutching my phone, my body trembling uncontrollably. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and disbelief. This was not just a stalker. This was something far more sinister. How long had she been watching? How did she get so close? You always forget, but I always find you. Her words echoed, not just in my head, but in the very air around me. It was not just about a forgotten date. It was about a forgotten history, a forgotten cycle. What if this was not the first time? What if I had met her, forgotten her, and she had found me again over and over? Was my life just a series of loops with her as a constant, patient observer, waiting for me to remember? The horror was not just that she knew me, but that she knew me in a way I could not comprehend, a way that shattered my perception of my own past, my own sanity. The world had exploded once, and I had survived. But this new reality, crafted by Alara, felt like a slow, agonizing implosion of my mind. I still do not know who Alara is, or how she knows what she knows. I still do not remember any past dates with her. But I know she is out there. And I know she is waiting. Waiting for me to forget again. Or perhaps waiting for me to finally remember. And every time my phone buzzes with an unknown number, or a shadow shifts in my peripheral vision, I can still feel the chill of her words, a cold, inescapable truth you always forget. But I always find you. All right, so let me just start by saying that dating apps, they are a special kind of hell. I mean, I am not exactly a social butterfly, and my friends kept telling me I needed to put myself out there. So eventually, after one too many nights scrolling through Netflix feeling sorry for myself, I caved and downloaded Tinder. Big mistake, right? Or so I thought. Most of my experiences were, well, they were exactly what you would expect. Guys who looked nothing like their photos. Guys who only wanted to talk about crypto. Guys who thought a first date was the perfect time to share their entire life story, including the traumatic parts. I was ready to throw in the towel, delete the app, and embrace a future surrounded by cats and takeout menus. My thumb was literally hovering over the uninstall button when I saw his profile. Mark. His photos were good, not like model good, but genuinely attractive. A warm smile, kind eyes, a little scruff. His bio was witty, intelligent, and did not contain a single emoji. He listed hobbies that actually sounded interesting: hiking, indie films, cooking, even volunteering at an animal shelter. I usually swipe left on anyone who seems too perfect, because, let's be real, they never are. But something about Mark felt different. I do not know, call it gut feeling or maybe just extreme desperation, but I swipe right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. And then the messages started. And guys, this is where it got weird. He did not just ask, "How are you?" or "What are you up to?" He asked thoughtful questions, referencing things from my profile I would almost forgotten I would put there. He seemed genuinely interested in my answers, and his replies were insightful, funny, and engaging. We talked for hours, sometimes late into the night, about everything from our favorite obscure bands to our deepest fears. It felt like I would known him forever. Eventually, he asked me out. Coffee, he suggested, because it was low pressure. I agreed, my heart doing a nervous little flutter I had not felt in years. The first date was perfect. I know. I sound like I am setting myself up for a fall, but it truly was. He looked even better in person, smelled amazing, and his conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about our shared love for old horror movies, our surprisingly similar political views, and even our weird pet peeves. He remembered tiny details I would mention in our chats, like my favorite kind of tea or the name of my childhood dog. He even brought up a specific obscure author I loved, one I had not mentioned to him, but had admittedly posted about on a long forgotten blog years ago. I remember thinking, wow, he really did his homework. I found it endearing, a sign of genuine interest, not creepy at all. At the time, after coffee, we went for a walk in a nearby park, and by the end of it, I felt a connection I had not experienced with anyone in a very long time. It was like we were two halves of a whole, finally finding each other. He walked me to my car, and before I could even process what was happening, he leaned in and kissed me. It was not a passionate movie-style kiss, but soft, sweet, and full of promise. My cheeks were burning, and I felt like I was floating. Over the next few weeks, things moved quickly. We went on more dates, dinner, a concert, a day trip to a charming little town an hour away. Every single date was incredible. He was always attentive, always knew exactly what to say to make me laugh, or comfort me when I was stressed about work. He would surprise me with my favorite snacks, or show up with flowers just because. He seemed to anticipate my needs before I even voiced them. If I mentioned I was tired, he would suggest a cozy night in. If I was feeling adventurous, he would already have tickets to something exciting. It was almost unsettling how perfectly he fit into my life, like he would have been tailor-made for me. My friends loved him. My cat even warmed up to him, which, for anyone who knows my cat, is nothing short of a miracle. I found myself falling deeply in love with him, a feeling I honestly thought I would never experience again. But there were these tiny, almost imperceptible cracks in the facade. Things I brushed off at the time, but which, in retrospect, sent shivers down my spine. Sometimes he would finish my sentences with an uncanny accuracy, not just guessing, but knowing the exact words I was about to say. He would reference conversations we had not had, or details about my past that I could not recall ever telling him. Like the time he mentioned my old high school art teacher, Mr. Harrison, saying he remembered me talking about him. I never talked about Mr. Harrison, not to anyone, really. I just shrugged it off, assuming I must have, perhaps in a passing comment I would have forgotten. Another time, we were driving, and I pointed out a small, out-of-the-way cafe I used to frequent in college. Oh, the daily grind, he said. They make a killer cold brew, right? You used to study there for hours, always with that worn-out copy of Wuthering Heights. I froze. I did used to study there, and I did always have that specific book with me. But I would never told him that. Not even my closest friends knew that detail. I asked him how he knew, and he just laughed it off, saying, "Oh, I must have seen you there once, or maybe you mentioned it. You know how these things stick in your head." I let it go, chalking it up to a strange coincidence, or maybe my own faulty memory. I would always been a bit forgetful, especially about mundane details. There was also this constant, nagging feeling, a whisper at the back of my mind that I was being watched, even before I met him. Like a pair of eyes were always on me, just out of sight. I would dismiss it as paranoia, a side effect of living alone and watching too many true crime documentaries. I told myself I was finally happy, finally in a good place, and that I should not let my imagination ruin it. After about 2 months of what felt like a whirlwind romance, Mark invited me to his place for dinner. "It is about time you saw my humble abode," he would said with that charming smile. I was thrilled. This felt like a big step, a sign that our relationship was truly serious. I spent hours picking out the perfect outfit, agonizing over what to bring, feeling a mix of excitement and butterflies. His house was in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood a little outside the city center. It was a beautiful place, a modern craftsman style, with a well-maintained garden and a welcoming front porch. Inside, it was immaculate, clean, tastefully decorated, with minimalist aesthetic that somehow still felt warm and inviting. There were books everywhere, just like in my apartment, and art on the walls that seemed to perfectly reflect his sophisticated taste. He would clearly put a lot of effort into making it feel like a home. He cooked dinner, a delicious pasta dish I would once mention was my favorite, served with a bottle of wine from a region I would always wanted to visit. We talked, we laughed, we shared stories. It was everything I could have hoped for. The perfect evening with the perfect man in the perfect setting. At some point during the evening, after we would finished eating and were just lingering over the wine, I needed to use the restroom. I excused myself, and he pointed me down a short hallway. The bathroom was just as immaculate as the rest of the house. As I was washing my hands, I noticed a small corkboard tucked away on a shelf above the toilet, almost hidden by a decorative plant. It was a strange place for a corkboard. I thought, but did not pay it much mind. On my way back to the living room, I noticed a door ajar at the end of the hallway, a door I had not seen open before. Curiosity, that dangerous human trait, got the better of me. I glanced back, confirming Mark was still in the kitchen clearing plates, humming a tune. I pushed the door open a little further. It led to what looked like a home office or a study. The room was neat, organized, with a large desk, a comfortable-looking armchair, and a wall of bookshelves. There was a computer screen glowing faintly and a few framed photos on the desk. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then, my eyes landed on a smaller corkboard, similar to one in the bathroom, tacked to the wall beside the desk. This one was more prominent, covered with various notes, printouts, and what looked like old newspaper clippings. I took a step inside, my heart doing a strange little skip. There was a photo of a lighthouse, a receipt from a hardware store, a drawing that looked like a child's rendition of a cat. And then, right in the center, held up by two pushpins, was a large, brightly colored flyer. Missing person. The words hit me like a physical blow. My breath hitched in my throat. I could not look away. My eyes scanned the text, the bold letters, the description, and then I saw the face. My face. The photo was a candid shot, a bit blurry of me laughing, my hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing that old faded blue hoodie I loved. It was unmistakably me. My stomach dropped. I felt a cold dread spread through my veins, chilling me from the inside out. Below the photo, the details were etched into my brain name, Chloe Miller. Age 28, my exact age. Height 5 feet 4 inches, my exact height. Last seen October 14th. 2 years ago. Description brown. Hair, blue eyes. Last seen wearing a blue hoodie, jeans, and white sneakers near the old pier downtown. October 14th. 2 years ago. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. 2 years ago, that was around the time I would had that accident. The one where I would hit my head and had a minor concussion. The one where I would woken up in a hospital with a fuzzy memory of the day before and a general feeling of disorientation that had lasted for weeks. Everyone had said I was lucky, that it could have been much worse. I would dismiss the lingering gaps in my memory as a side effect of the trauma. But a missing person flyer. For me, from that time, my hands started to tremble. My vision blurred around the edges of the flyer, but the terrifying image of my own face, smiling innocently, remained sharp and clear. This was not a joke. This was not a coincidence. This was real. All those little red flags, those moments I would dismiss as charming quirks or my own paranoia, came flooding back with sickening clarity. His uncanny knowledge of my past, the way he would finish my sentences, the feeling of being watched, the way he just knew things. It was not endearing. It was terrifying. He had not done his homework. He had been studying me for years. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I needed to get out. Now, I instinctively reached for my phone, wanted to take a picture to have proof, but my hand was shaking so badly I could not even unlock it. I just stared at the flyer, my mind screaming. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming down the hallway. My blood ran cold. I spun around, my eyes darting toward the door. Mark. He was standing there, leaning against the doorframe, a faint smile playing on his lips. His eyes, usually so warm and kind, held a strange, knowing glint. Find anything interesting? Chloe. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it sounded like a roar in my ears. I tried to compose myself, to act normal, to pretend I had not seen anything. Oh, no, just admiring your office. I stammered, my voice betraying me with its tremor. It is very organized. He pushed off the doorframe and walked slowly into the room. My eyes were glued to him, but my periphery was still screaming about the flyer behind me. He moved with a strange, predatory grace. You like it? He asked, his eyes sweeping over the room, then settling on my face. I wanted to make sure it was perfect. He walked past me, closer to the desk, closer to the corkboard. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. He reached out a hand, casually, almost lazily, and pulled the flyer down. He did not even look at it. He just folded it neatly, once, twice, and slipped it into a drawer on his desk, all without breaking eye contact with me. That old thing, he chuckled, a hollow, humorless sound. Just some old neighborhood bulletin stuff. I meant to take it down. My mind was reeling. He was not even trying to deny it. He just dismissed it, like it was nothing. Mark, I managed, my voice barely a whisper. What was that? He walked around the desk, leaning against it, crossing his arms. He was between me and the door. Chloe, my love, he said, his voice dropping to a lower, more intimate tone that suddenly felt sickeningly sinister. We need to talk. I felt a cold dread grip me. I knew, with absolute certainty, that my life was about to change in the most horrific way imaginable. I think I should go, I said, trying to sound firm, trying to inject some authority into my voice. But it came out as a desperate plea. He shook his head slowly, his smile widening, but there was no warmth in it now. It was a chilling, possessive grin. Oh, no. Chloe, you just got here, and we have so much to discuss. He took a step towards me. I instinctively took a step back, bumping into the wall. My breath caught in my throat. You see, he began, his voice still soft, but with an edge of something truly terrifying. I have been looking for you for a very long time. Since we were kids, really. I always knew we were meant to be together, but you kept getting lost. He paused, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. That accident you had 2 years ago, it was a blessing in disguise. You were struggling, were not you, with your old life. You were so unhappy. My mind flashed back to that period, the vague sense of discontent I would felt before the accident, the feeling of being adrift. He knew everything. I knew I had to act. I mean, you were practically begging to be found. And so, I helped you. I helped you forget all that unpleasantness. All those people who did not appreciate you. I helped you become ready for me. My blood ran cold. You caused my accident. I whispered, the words barely forming. He chuckled again, a low, unsettling sound. Not directly, darling. But I was there. I was the one who found you. I was the one who called for help. And when you woke up, so beautifully blank, so perfectly ready for a new beginning, I knew it was our chance. He took another step, closing the distance between us. I was pressed against the wall, my entire body rigid with terror. I had spent the last 2 years getting everything ready, he continued, his voice full of a sickening pride. This house, it is exactly what you always wanted. The perfect life, the perfect partner. All designed for you, based on everything I have learned about you. Everything you love, everything you hate. He reached out and his hand, which had once felt so gentle and loving, now felt like a vice as it clamped onto my arm. That flyer, he said, his eyes locking onto mine, was from before. From your old life. The life you have forgotten. But now you are here. With me. And you won't be going missing again. Chloe. Not ever. He pulled me away from the wall, his grip surprisingly strong. My mind was screaming, but no sound came out. My perfect boyfriend, the man I loved, was a monster. A stalker. A kidnapper. He had orchestrated my entire life for the past 2 years, pulling the strings, molding me into his ideal partner, all while I was oblivious, recovering from trauma he had either caused or exploited. I tried to fight, to pull away, but he was too strong. His eyes, devoid of any warmth now, were fixed on me, a chilling combination of adoration and possessiveness. "Do not worry, my love," he murmured, his face close to mine, his breath warm against my ear. "It might take a little time for you to adjust again, but you will remember how perfect we are. You always do. And if you do not well, we can always start over." Again, the last word, again, echoed in the silent room, a horrifying promise of an endless cycle. My vision swam. The perfect house, the perfect man, the perfect life. It was all a cage, meticulously built around me, brick by terrifying brick. And I was already trapped inside. The world exploded around me the moment I saw those river stones. 1 second. I was standing in Mark's apartment, heart thrumming with a tentative, fragile hope. The next, it was a mausoleum of my past, a monument to Julian's endless cruelty. That specific light fixture, the chipped tile, the ceramic owl, they were not just familiar, they were imprinted on my soul, scars from a time I thought I would outrun. Then the envelope, the cascade of smooth, gray stones. Julian's insidious signature, mocking me from the coffee table. A shriek tore from my throat, raw and animalistic, the sound of a trapped creature. I do not remember grabbing my purse, or even opening the door. All I know is that my legs were moving, a blur of panicked adrenaline, carrying me away from that apartment, down the stairs, and out into the anonymous city night. My lungs burned, each breath a ragged gasp, but I could not stop. The pavement blurred beneath my feet, the streetlights streaking into distorted halos as I ran, propelled by a primal terror that eclipsed everything else. He knew. He always knew. The horrifying truth clawed at me with icy talons. Mark was not just a kind regular. He was a carefully selected piece in Julian's elaborate, sadistic game. His gentle nature, his quiet charm, the way he made me feel safe, it was all a meticulously crafted illusion, a lure to pull me back into the abyss. I was not just missing, I was a puppet, dancing on strings only Julian could see, forever the unwilling star in his twisted masterpiece. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a gasping heap in a deserted alleyway, the stench of stale garbage and damp concrete filling my nostrils. Tears streamed down my face, hot and furious, but they were not just tears of fear. They were tears of utter, soul-crushing despair. I had tried so hard. I had rebuilt myself piece by agonizing piece, only for him to smash it all again with a single, chilling gesture. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and frantic movement. I did not go back to my apartment, did not contact anyone. I knew better. Julian's reach was boundless, his patience infinite. He had probably been watching me the entire time, chuckling from the shadows, as I dared to dream of a normal life. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every passing car felt like a surveillance vehicle. Every stranger a potential accomplice. I bought a cheap burner phone, destroyed my old one, and drained my meager savings, buying a one-way bus ticket to the farthest city I could afford. This time, the escape felt different. It was not just fleeing, it was shedding my skin, burying myself alive. I changed my hair color again, cut it short, bought new clothes that were deliberately drab and forgettable. I avoided eye contact, walked with a hunched posture, trying to make myself invisible, a ghost haunting the edges of society. The new city was sprawling and unforgiving, a concrete jungle that swallowed individuals whole. I found a tiny room in a rundown boarding house, paid cash, and started working under a new name at a late-night convenience store. The fluorescent lights hummed a constant, sickly tune, illuminating rows of processed food and empty shelves. My interactions were transactional, fleeting, safe. I spoke only when necessary, my voice flat, devoid of any inflection that might betray the vibrant, hopeful person I once was. Months bled into lonely safety. The dull ache of isolation became a constant companion, a dull throb behind my ribs. I ate instant noodles, read tattered paperbacks from a free library, and watched the world from behind a self-imposed cage. The terror of Julian was a constant, low-level hum in the background of my life, a silent sentinel that never truly slept. But the immediate, gut-wrenching panic had subsided, replaced by a weary resignation. I was alive, yes, but I was not living. I was merely existing, a shadow of my former self, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. The silence, however, was deafening. The emptiness of my small room, the absence of any genuine human connection, began to chip away at my resolve. I would see couples laughing in the park, friends sharing a meal, and profound, aching loneliness would wash over me. I missed the simple intimacy of shared laughter, the comfort of a friendly touch, the feeling of being truly seen. After all this time, after everything, was I truly doomed to live out my days as a paranoid hermit? One night, after a particularly grueling shift, I found myself staring at my phone, a relic of a past life that still held the apps I once used. Tinder. It felt like an ancient artifact, a relic from a time when I believed in happiness. My finger hovered over the icon, a battle raging within me. Do not do it, the voice of terror screamed. He will find you. He always finds you. But another voice, a quieter, more desperate whisper, countered, what if he does not? What if this time is different? What if you can just be normal? The whisper won. I created a new profile using a heavily filtered photo, a generic name, and a deliberately vague description. I swiped cautiously, my heart in nervous flutter. Every profile felt like a potential trap. Every smile a possible deception. I screened relentlessly, looking for any hint of familiarity, any subtle sign that this person might be connected to my past, to him. It was exhausting, but the yearning for connection, however fleeting, however dangerous, was a powerful current pulling me under. Then I matched with Alex. His profile was straightforward, a kind smile. Pictures of him hiking and with a dog, a job description that sounded mundane and respectable. He seemed normal. Too normal, perhaps, which immediately set off alarm bells. But his messages were warm, engaging, and devoid of any red flags I could detect. He asked about my interests, shared anecdotes about his day, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. I kept my guard up, offering only vague answers about my life, careful not to reveal too much. We chatted for weeks, slowly, cautiously. He never pushed, never made me feel uncomfortable. We even had a few video calls, which felt like a huge leap of faith. I scrutinized his background, his expressions, searching for any tell, any flicker of recognition, but found nothing. He seemed genuinely kind, a steady presence in the chaotic storm of my life. He made me laugh, a sound that felt alien and wonderful in my own ears. The loneliness, combined with Alex's persistent, gentle charm, began to wear down my defenses. He suggested meeting for dinner. My stomach clenched. This was it, the moment of truth. My survival instincts screamed at me to say no, to block him, to disappear again. But the craving for something real, something human, was too strong. I was tired of being afraid. I was tired of being alone. Okay, I typed, my fingers trembling. Just dinner. Somewhere public. He agreed without hesitation. How about that new Italian place downtown? I can pick you up if you like. My heart hammered. Picking me up felt like surrendering control, an invitation into the unknown. but taking a bus or a cab to meet him felt equally exposed. And honestly, the thought of him driving me, even for a short distance, felt like a small step towards normalcy. A date. A real date. Sure, I replied, trying to sound casual. That works. The day of the date. I was a bundle of nerves. I spent hours getting ready, trying on different outfits, tried to project an image of calm confidence I did not feel. Every shadow outside my window seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards above me sounded like a footstep. I kept telling myself it was just nerves, just the usual pre-date jitters. But deep down, a cold, hard knot of fear tightened in my gut. This was not just a date, it was a gamble with my life. When Alex pulled up, he looked even better than his pictures. He had a warm, genuine smile that reached his eyes, and he held out a small bouquet of wildflowers. For you, he said, his voice soft. You mentioned you like wildflowers in your profile. My breath hitched. I had not mentioned wildflowers. Not in this profile. Anyway, I would mention them in my old profile. The one Julian had likely seen, the one from before my first disappearance. A jolt of icy dread shot through me, but I quickly brushed it aside. Maybe I had mentioned it in a message and forgotten. My memory was a hazy mess these days. I forced a smile. Thank you. They are beautiful. I got into his car, a nondescript sedan, and tried to relax. The interior smelled faintly of pine and something vaguely citrusy. He put on some soft jazz, and we started talking. He asked about my day, told me a funny story about his dog, and the conversation flowed easily, almost too easily. My guard, which had been so rigidly in place, began to waver under the assault of his charm and normalcy. Maybe, just maybe, I was wrong. Maybe I was finally free. So, the Italian place is a bit of a drive, he said, turning onto a road that felt unfamiliar. It is a new spot, a little out of the way, but the reviews are incredible. Best pasta in the city, apparently. Oh, I said, a flicker of unease stirring. I thought it was downtown. He chuckled. Nah, that is the old one. This is their new, fancier location. They are trying to create a more intimate dining experience. His eyes met mine briefly in the rearview mirror, and he smiled. It was a reassuring smile, but something about it felt practiced. The city lights began to recede, replaced by the dim glow of scattered streetlights, and then nothing but the inky blackness of the night sky. The buildings thinned out, giving way to sparse trees, then denser woods. My heart started to beat a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Alex, I said, my voice a little too high. Where exactly are we going? This does not look like any part of the city I know. He glanced at me, his smile still in place, but it did not quite reach his eyes this time. Almost there. Just a few more minutes. It is really secluded, very romantic. The word secluded echoed ominously in my mind. My old terrors, the ones I would tried so desperately to bury, surged back with vengeance. This was how it started. Always. A subtle deviation, a plausible explanation, and then the slow, creeping realization that you were no longer in control. I am not comfortable. I said, my voice firmer now, laced with a tremor I could not hide. I want to go back. Please turn around. His grip on the steering wheel tightened almost imperceptibly. Do not be silly. We are practically there. You will love it. I promise. His tone was still light, but there was an underlying current of something cold, something unyielding. The road narrowed, becoming unpaved and bumpy. The trees pressing on either side, their branches forming a dark, skeletal tunnel. The only light came from the car's headlights, cutting through the oppressive darkness, illuminating nothing but more trees, more shadows. The air grew colder, carrying the damp, earthy scent of the forest. Panic, cold and sharp, began to truly take hold. This was not a date. This was a trap. I knew it. Every cell in my body screamed it. Alex, stop the car. I demanded, my voice rising. I am serious. I want to get out. He ignored me, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. The jazz music, which had seemed so soothing earlier, now felt like a mocking soundtrack to my escalating terror. If you do not stop this car right now, I am going to call the police. I threatened, fumbling for my burner phone, my fingers slick with sweat. He finally spoke, his voice no longer light, but flat, devoid of any warmth. You won't do that. You know who you are. You know who I am, in a way. And you know who he is. My blood ran cold. He was Julian. He knew. Of course he knew. The wildflowers, the new, fancy location, the subtle shift in his demeanor all clicked into place with sickening clarity. This was not a random bad date. This was another one of Julian's meticulously orchestrated performances. Another act in his endless, terrifying play. What do you mean? I whispered, my voice barely audible, even to myself. He chuckled, a low, humorless sound that sent shivers down my spine. Julian has a way of knowing things. He is very thorough. He told me you would be a little skittish, but ultimately, you would come. You always do. You crave connection too much to ever truly escape. My mind raced, desperately trying to find an exit. The doors were locked. The windows were up. We were deep in the woods, miles from anywhere, and I was trapped. Again, what does he want? I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. Why is he doing this? Alex did not answer. Instead, he slowed the car, turning off the main dirt path onto an even narrower track, almost overgrown with brush. The branches scraped against the car's paint, a harsh, grating sound in the suffocating silence. He drove for another minute or two, then pulled into a small clearing. The headlights illuminated a scene that made my stomach lurch. In the center of the clearing stood a small, dilapidated cabin, its windows dark and vacant, like empty eye sockets. It looked abandoned, forgotten, swallowed by the encroaching forest. But something felt profoundly wrong about it. Too neat, perhaps, for a truly abandoned place. Alex cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, punctuated only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the unseen wind. The air in the car grew heavy, thick with unspoken menace. "Get out," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. I stared at him, frozen. "No, I am not going in there." He sighed, as if genuinely annoyed. "Look, I am just a delivery service. Okay, Julian arranged this. He wants to talk to you. He wants you to understand. And he wants you to know that there is no escape. Not for you." His words were a hammer blow to my already shattered spirit. He was not just a pawn, he was a willing participant, a messenger of my doom. What if I do not? I challenged, my voice shaking but defiant. What if I refuse? He reached into the glove compartment. My eyes widened, expecting a weapon, a knife, a gun. But what he pulled out was far more terrifying. It was a small, smooth river stone, identical to the ones that had spilled from the envelope in Mark's apartment. Identical to the ones Julian had left in all his previous holding places. He placed it carefully on the dashboard, where the headlights illuminated its subtle gray veins. He said you would be stubborn. Alex said, his gaze fixed on the stone. He said to tell you he is watching. Always. And that this is just the beginning of the next phase of his experiment. This cabin is special. It is where it all started, for you. He thinks you will appreciate the symmetry. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. The ultimate horror. Not just a new trap, but a return to the very beginning, to the source of my trauma. This was not just a holding place, it was the holding place. The place where Julian had first snatched me from my life, where he had begun his twisted psychological torture. The place I had fought so desperately to forget. I remember the smell of damp earth and pine, the suffocating silence, the way the moonlight had filtered through the trees, casting long, menacing shadows. I remember the cold, the fear, The crushing realization that my old life was gone, replaced by this terrifying new reality. The cabin loomed in the darkness, a gaping maw waiting to swallow me whole. I was no longer just trapped in a car, I was trapped in a nightmare, a repeating loop of Julian's design. The river stone on the dashboard seemed to pulse with an unholy light, a beacon of his omnipresent evil. I looked at Alex, his face impassive in the dim light, and then at the dark, silent cabin. A profound, bone-deep weariness settled over me, heavier than any fear. There was nowhere left to run. No city anonymous enough, no disguise clever enough, no connection safe enough. Julian had built my prison, and I was forever within its walls, forever the star of his horrifying, endless show. My scream died in my throat, replaced by a silent, agonizing surrender. The woods stretched out around us, an endless, suffocating darkness, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I was truly lost. The world is full of stories like this. Not all of them make the news, but they happen quietly to people just like you and me. Daily Story is here to remember them, one story at a time. Thanks for listening, and take care.